Hello guys and gals and welcome! So we're going to do some cows today. That's what I feel like doing. We're going to do some cows. And I'm joined here today by Milk, Embrick, and Deegs. And Deegs actually presented me with a gift today, which I held on to. And I plan to identify on stream later. And I'll let that be a surprise. A surprise. Surprise, surprise. Oops. I need to go get it. I forgot. It's sitting on another character. Which you know, it needs to be in my stash because it's important. Not the personal stash, but the shared stash. I always make that mistake. You know, it's interesting when they originally introduced the rate limiting and stuff. They kind of made it seem like it was only when you created games, not when you joined games. And I kind of feel cheated that they made it so that it was when you joined games as well as creating games. Because I was always under the impression it was like, you know, you were making pinball runs over and over again. Like you're creating the game and it's like the creation of the game was causing the issue. So we're stopping you from making games every 20 seconds. But no, it's they don't even want you to join games. Like, hey, I want to check my mules. No, you're not allowed to check your mules. Not allowed. What's up, Bob Ballard and Martin Matt? Found a Zod yesterday in AT. What's it worth right now? A Zod is worth a Zod. That's it's an odd rune. It's very valuable because it's a Zod, but it's also not valuable because it's a Zod. Zods don't have a huge number of recipes that they go into. If you'd like to make yourself a Breath of the Dying is a really nice recipe. And then also, you know, you can make an ethereal item indestructible, which is really cool. So, like, if you happen to have a really nice ethereal, say, I don't know, Bone Snap Maul with like max defense, you could upgrade that 2 times, and then you could throw the Zod rune in there, make it indestructible, or maybe you have a Herald of Zakarum ethereal, you could upgrade that, throw the Zod rune in there. There's a lot of different uses for a Zod, but I don't think people generally trade like you wouldn't be able to get a Jaw rune, for instance, for a Zod. It's not that valuable. But it definitely does have some uses and can certainly beef up your character, I think. Yeah, you found a Soj? Hell yeah. Bob Ballard says he knows the surprise. He knows the surprise. He doesn't know what... I got a bunch of 5% MF charms that I'm trying to work into my equipment here. What kind of character are you, Martin? What are you running? I mean, you might very well want to use that Zod rune for yourself. Just depends on what your character is. You just need to get the right base, Martin, and you have a really nice Breath of the Dying. Just depends on what you wanna make it on. I mean, if I had an equivalent rune to give you, I'd trade for the Zod. I'd like to make another Breath of the Dying. I want to make a second Breath of the Dying. I feel like Onyx is ridiculously lucky. He got a freaking Zod rune. He got like Jaw runes, and Burr runes, and Sur runes. I don't think I found a single high rune past like an Ohm rune yet. He's over here rolling in runes.
I need mana.
Got him wrapped around his neck like a wrapper. He's got like the big chain and just got all the runes on it. Die. Where are you, Rockanishu? Don't play coy with me. Two ohms and a mal today. Nice. That's pretty good finds, man. Those are really good finds. Don't let nobody tell you different. Okay? Yeah, well, PC is a big upgrade from a PS4. I wouldn't necessarily say though that the PC is a good investment right now. I hate to say that because I do love PC, but man, PCs are expensive right now. The whole GPU shortage thing. Even a lot of the manufacturers are starting to catch on to the GPU shortage issues. And they're marking up all the GPUs inside of like pre-built machines. Like OEM stuff. I was watching a video by Linus the other day. And he went to the store and he got like the cheapest pre-built he could find that had like a 3070 in it. Parted it out to try and figure out if it was worth buying just to steal the 3070 from it. And literally what he found out was they had marked up the 3070. Like considerably. So the parts in it weren't even that good, apparently. I'll see that large Jimmy. I always like take out these champion packs here. There's a good chance they can drop something nice. Plus the other day somebody on Facebook was like, look what I found from the champion packs in Tristram. It's like freaking ridiculousness. Everybody posting their pictures of finding awesome stuff. I want to find awesome stuff. Oh, holy crap. Oh, 61 damage? Oh, it's level 60 though. That's not good. Alright, give my cow leg. I'm moving on with my life. Polished wand. Holy polished wand. Hey, oh yeah, that's right. You're using Death's Fathom on your Poison Necro, right?
Oh yeah.
Because I just found a +3 lower resist, +1 bone prison, +1 raised skeletal mage, polished wand with 2 sockets.
That'd be great, but I know it's better suited for another owner.
Yeah, I mean you got the Death's Web, so I don't know. I just figured 3 lower resist on a wand that you could put 2, you know, dual IO
white into it, or
yeah, basically. I mean, that's no other use for it, right?
pretty much.
Does anybody out there need a really awesome white base for their Poison Necromancer? Till you get a, you know, better Death's Web. I'll even roll it right now on camera so you guys can see what it looks like. I mean, I've got a million Dolan IO runes. I'm certainly not running out anytime soon. Let me just tell you. I got them muled off, and there's still too many. Need to get some like chippies and upgrade them. I just want to make sure I got the order right. Is it IO Dole or Dole IO? Come on, bot. Do your thing. My bot does not work on YouTube at all, I swear. He's so slow. He's so very slow. Yay! So it is Dole IO. Alright. So Dole Bink IO. Bink. And there you go. +3 poison and bone skills, 20% faster cast, 3 to lower resist, 1 to bone prison, 2 to bone spear, 1 to raise skeletal mage, 4 to skeleton mastery, 3 to bone armor, 10 light, 13 mana, magic damage reduced by 4. If anybody needs that for their necromancer, just let me know. I will hold on to it for you. That's actually an excellent wand for a poison necromancer until you get your hands on a death's web. The other cool thing about it is you don't necessarily have to go down the tree for lower resist right away. You can just use those +3 skills, and then your inherent plus the skills will also beef it up. So it kind of works out nicely.
Yeah, so there's still some skill points.
You know, just for a little while until you obviously you're gonna sink points into it normally, but. All right, so before we go into the cow level, let's identify this gracious gift by Deegs. Let's see, how many people we got in here? Okay. So Deegs gave me this charm right here, this small charm, which if you guys are aware of what a unique small charm is, you probably already know what it is. But we don't know what it's going to roll, and neither does Deegs, so I guess we're going to find out. If it rolls 2020, do you want it back, Deegs?
Nah, you can have it, bro.
What a guy.
If you can roll that 20-20-10, bro, yeah, that's all.
2020, let's go. All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1. 12, 18, 8. 18 res with 8%. That's not bad. That's not bad.
That's good. That's decent.
It's decent. So this is the Annihilist charm. I was trying to get one of these the other day, and I hunted all day for it and couldn't get my hands on it. It's a little bit more difficult than Diablo 2 Resurrected, I noticed. There's more servers. It's a little harder to find the games with Diablo in it. When I last ladder, but in Diablo 2, I randomly came across Diablo, like Uber Diablo. This time I was trying and I couldn't even find him. Alright, we need another one of these. And the cool thing about that is I can transfer it to all my characters. Yay. +1 to all skills, sucker. Come on, Merc, let's go kill some cows. We ain't got time for none of this.
Are you solo playing, or do you mind please come follow here?
Yeah, if you guys want to come in, I'm in GGM Cows 1.
No.
I mean, you guys could also just come in and magic find other stuff if that's what you want to do. We could do like a group jank. I just wanted to have some fun killing cows. Cows are fun to kill. Don't judge. All sexy Row rune. No, well, I mean, you can have more than one in your stash, but you can't have more than one on your character now. They limit you to one per character. But thankfully, because of the shared stash, I mean, it really doesn't matter at all anymore. You got one, you just share it between all your characters, and that's all you need. I just have to remember to actually take it out of my stash, and I mean, my character, and put it in the stash. If I can remember to do that. The narrator comes on and he's like, but he wouldn't remember. And he never did.
One shot. Over 20 different stashes.
I am overburdened.
Stop trying to be rude to me, mean
It's
cows.
60 stashes, hypothetically.
I need mana.
Can you imagine how ridiculous it would get at some point, though? Like, if you did have, like, just, like, a million different, stashes, and, like, you didn't even know which one was which. You're like, where did I put that ring again? And it's, like, looking through stashes for, like, 15 minutes trying to find your items. Like, dang it. it. I know it's around here somewhere. No, it's around here.
The good card box
somewhere.
animation just be two necromancers fighting over low resist ramp damage.
Oh, I feel like there's definitely room for a joke about like corpse explosion and like just like a little bit of like a bone sticking out of somebody's eye. Another head striker. What do you know? Head striker's out the wing way.
Battle sword.
My poor Merc. He got like lost inside the like 3 elite cows with the Cow King like all on top of him at once, and he died. He doesn't normally die. That was unique for him. Black Bog Sharp. That's a really good poison item as well.
Yeah, those are great. Great precursor to a death web.
Good evening.
Merc, come back to me.
Good evening.
He's using magic find equipment anyway. That's why he's dying. I forgot he was using magic find equipment. He's got on a freaking Tomb Reaver and a Steel Skull cask.
Enough mana.
Ah, you made call to arms today? 364. Hey, call to arms is a call to arms. Your plus the skills will do most of the work on that. Anyway, most of the heavy lifting. I wouldn't worry too much about it. I think a lot of people focus too much on that, on the rolls on that thing, and they forget that their plus the skills is doing a lot of the work. Anyone on a 3-socket wire fleece?
I'm good.
Somebody commented on my YouTube channel, and they were like, Dust Shroud is the best base for, for Enigmas, and I'm like, but what about style points? And he's like, it doesn't look that bad. And then he came back about like 20 minutes later, and he was like, actually, it kind of makes my character look like a hobo.
Did you see the new card bots about Nalithek and the Necro?
About what on the Necro?
Carbot animations made a now the Necro going to defeat Nalithek, and you remind me of the corpse explosion. They did a joke about kind of like a Texas Western, where they just wait to pull the trigger like with a gun or a draw instead of just waiting for the first corpse to die, so they corpse explosion.
Thankfully, Neelithag is often distracted with other things, like using Arctic blasts.
Great skill, but no one will ever use.
It's funny though, on him, it's actually kind of deadly.
I can see that. As you have like negative resistance hell, you know.
It's funny how those skills tend to be more deadly to us than they are to the enemy.
Anything else. See all these druids just start crying. Start weeping.
Twin-tailed Comet, Iron Maiden is a very awesome curse. Unfortunately, in Hell difficulty, it tends to wane off. That's not so great. It works pretty well in normal difficulty and Nightmare difficulty, and you can use it a lot in those difficulty settings. But once you get to Hell, you're going to find out it doesn't really work so well.
You just run.
So I tried out a very interesting build with a Poison Necromancer. I gave him a Breath of the Dying and allowed him to basically spam Poison Novas. So every single time something died, more Poison Novas were coming out. And it was really interesting. But apparently the poison damage from multiple Poison Novas does not stack. I found out, which kind of sucks.
Say it one more time.
The poison damage from multiple poison novas does not stack. So all it does is it refreshes the timer. That's it. And if one poison nova is stronger than the other, which of course the native poison nova is stronger than the one coming from the Breath of the Dying, the native one overwrites it. So it's almost like the Breath of the Dying one doesn't even happen. But there is a really short duration on it. It's only like 2 seconds. So it was working sometimes. It just wasn't working enough. But it was really interesting to see when things started to die. It was almost like a chain gun of poison novas coming out of me. It was pretty ridiculous. Oh, thank you, Ryan. I appreciate it, man. Small jamming! Ah, you thief.
Sorry.
Flawed skull. You want that? You want the flawed skull? Oh, look, an IO rune to replace the IO rune I just used. Hey, you dropped that on the ground? You didn't want that, really?
Had no real use for it right now, though.
Well, that thing's kind of OP. You just dropped it on the ground there, sir. Freaking 11%.
I don't know what's good.
11% poison is cap. Ow, ow, ow. Get off me, guys. I'm trying to look at stuff in my inventory. You're being rude. Where are my skeletons when I need them? You're all busy fighting one monster. You're fired. 11% is cap for single resistances, so that's as high as you can possibly go. It is poison resistance, but 11% poison is actually pretty nice. And then I wouldn't necessarily keep an 11% poison resistance though, but because it's 11% poison resistance and 5% faster hit recovery, I'm definitely gonna hang on to that. There's a lot of characters that could go on and be extremely helpful. Which usually you use those to balance out your resistances. Like if you notice that you're missing a little bit of resistances off of one or the other, you take those charms and you kind of pass them around.
Well,
Great.
today I learned something. Thank you.
Grand charms are interesting too because grand charms can have 30% to a single resistance on them, which makes them, if you find one of those, they're actually fairly useful if they have another effect on them. So like, you know, if you could find something like a 30% lightning resistance with like 40 life on it, those are actually really nice to hang out, to keep around for balancing your resistances out. And cap on all resistance is 5 on small charms, and it's 15 on grand charms. So it's effectively the same thing. Like if you had 3 all resistance, 5 small charms, it's the same thing as having 1 15 grand. Now that's not a bad ring. 9% magic find, 2 res.
I can't.
I've been trying to upgrade my magic find rings from Nagels to something more useful. And so even if it's just like 9% magic find with like something else, I'm starting to gravitate toward those instead. Like I've got this 7% magic find ring with half freeze duration and all resistance is 10, which I think is pretty sweet for a magic find item. And I'm just slowly kind of like you know, reworking the rings as I go along. So did you guys hear about the strange bug where you could not sell targes into the
Performance.
it's any of the anything? Like you just
It looks
can't
like-
you just can't sell them.
I think it affected, what's his name? Complex?
Yeah, he was posting about it. 10 best items to keep for value trade and 10 best items to look for. I mean, there's a lot of items that have high trade value. I mean, like, take for instance a 7% MF small charm. Might be something that you've never considered, but if you have a 7% MF small charm, that's maximum magic find. And people will trade you for 7% MF small charms for fairly good good trades. And if you specifically look for ones that have multiple effects. So if you find like a 7% MF small charm with 20 life on it, or like a 7% MF small charm with like 5% fast hit recovery, or 3% faster run walk, doesn't matter what it is. If it's 7% MF plus something else that's useful, people will trade a pretty good amount of money for those. It just depends. I mean, obviously, as we were talking about earlier, poison resist is one of the lesser sought after resistances, but it's not always. My energy shield sorceress needs frickin' poison resist. I realized that poison goes straight through her defenses, and makes it absolutely useless to have energy shield up. So she needs max poison resist so that the other things are what she has to worry about. All right, well, I guess let's go to cows number 2, since you got already killed the trap call and everything. It's not like I told you that you could do that. Okay, I did tell you could do that. But I'm disappointed. Larzik wouldn't let you socket a superior or monarch shield last night? That seems a little odd. I didn't think Larzik had any restrictions on what he allowed you to socket and so not socket. I mean, he'll even socket blues and blues and rares and uniques, and the only things he won't socket are the stuff that doesn't have sockets, like javelins. Come on, Pindley, Pindley. Die. Oh, an Amrune. I'm so excited. I'll take it, though. I may have said I was excited. Okay, I'm still taking it.
Cow portal is up for you, gentlemen.
I need mana.
Alright, I'll be there in just a second. I'm just finishing off the fodder over here.
Over there too, I'm just transferring stuff amongst characters.
I like to kill the Pindle Skins little minions out front. They drop some good stuff sometimes. Sometimes. +2 to minimum damage, level 3 jewel. 3 jewel on the ground. You got 5 Shakos, Steph. Well, if you got 5 Shakos, honestly, you should be able to trade those for just about anything else you need. I imagine you'd be able to get Istrunes for the Shakos easily. And from there, I mean, you could figure out what to do with your Istrunes. I think a Shako might be. Is it Shako with a little bit more than an Istrune, or has it gone down?
It's probably
It's still around the same, right?
about this small. But this.
Yeah, so I mean, you could trade your Shakos for something more valuable, or for the Ists, or you could trade the Shakos for whatever you need. Honestly, a lot of people are still dying for Shakos. Might even be able to get a Zod for a Shako if you want one. I could see somebody making that trade if they really wanted a Shako. Yeah, plant those ists in the ground. You'll get more ists out of your ists. That's using your head, twin-tailed comet. I'm gonna tell you, I have not found a Shaco the entire time I've been playing. Literally not one. I don't know what's going on. I found just about everything else. No Shacos. Apparently I'm not allowed to find Harlequin Quest Shacos. It's not allowed. I'm forbidden. Foreboding. Foreboded? Forebode. Just straight up forebode. I don't even know where I'm going. Click on these rocks. You guys ever try and click on something and you fail to click on it like 4 or 5 times and you're like, you just kind of stop for a second and you're like, what the hell is wrong with me? Did I just fail to click on that rock about 6 times? Because I think I did. I'll tell you what, Yakuza, the next White Monarch is yours, alright? I'm pretty sure we'll see one here eventually. I'm like 99% sure. They
I
drop
got an
all
extra
the
white
time.
monarch. I'll give it to him.
See, there you go. Done. GGM cows 2. Come get it.
GM cows too. So.
Password 16. I make my passwords so hard, y'all. I mean, takes a genius
Yeah,
to
you
figure
do,
them
man.
out. Takes a genius.
Yeah, I'll go dump a spirit sword I'm not using for good measure.
Need a key.
There we go.
I am
A Sexton trophy. Ethereal. Where are my runes?
Step right up. Get your white monarch here.
Somebody commented on my rune video and they were like, look at this guy giving out advice for runes and he doesn't have any high runes in his inventory. I'm like, I was like, we spent them all. I think every single high rune we got, we used on something. Like the Zod, the Vex, the Ohm, the whatever. They were all accounted for. There's so many moves. I've got an Alibaba stuff if you want to trade an Alibaba for a Shaco, but I think that might be a bad trade. I don't know. I think Alibabas are a little bit more common than Shacos. Not 100% sure on that. I'm pretty sure I've got one laying around. I mean, it doesn't have any ists in it, but gotta bring your own ists. That's BYOI.
Guy who needs the monarch here yet?
Yakuza. Let me actually tag him. There. A war spear. What's that? Dragon Changs? I don't even know what the hell that is. Where the hell did it go?
I picked up the idea for you. Here you go.
Oh. Oh, that's the Impaler. Ah, yes. I know exactly which one that one is now.
No worries. Something out.
Seems like a very odd choice for the Impale weapon, since Impale does such a massive amount of damage, but they chose a very low damage base. I still think they need to make the Cow King set turn you into a cow. I think that's important. They've got to update that.
That would be a lot of fun.
If it makes you moo, then I'm sold.
Mm-hmm. And you get like 3 attacks. You got like swing, swing harder, moo, moo harder, moo harder, and swing harder at the same time. So yeah, that's like your extra hard attack.
Moo, 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 moo.
You got like your half-ass attacks. Those are just like. Meh. And then your stealth attacks, no moo with the attack. It's just an attack with no moo. Epic. God, I find so much gold on this character just by like walking around picking up piles of gold that he fills up all the time. He just starts saying, "I can't." He just starts saying, "I can't do that. Can't do that." That's right. It's sold separately. It's on the box. If you don't have a box, you're buying your Alibaba used, obviously. So, you know, don't trust used Alibabas. Lord, ain't no room for runes. Best budget weapon for Fury Druid besides a rib cracker. I mean, what level are we talking, Rooster Cogburn? Because, I mean, if we're talking low level, you could always use like a steel, I think. If you're talking like mid level, you could use a Buriza. Buriza's a pretty easy to come by. I've got a Buriza laying around if you want one, Rooster Cogburn. Those are actually pretty decent lobies. Who dis? Oh, the Rising Sun Amulet. Nice. Thank you, sir. I'm going to put that on my Fire Sorceress. The Fire Sorceress. I just realized I could have put on Kira's Guardian this entire time and had like ridiculous resistances with my magic find. So now I'm running 440% magic find with max res. Awesome. What is this sorceress?
Does someone still need a white monarch, or they already did it?
I think Tarkane. Is it Tarkane is the one that's grabbing it?
I gave it
Nope,
to
I've already,
Furion. He's the one who wanted it, apparently.
We got so many people here. Go.
Do people need more white monarchs? I mean, I could be the white monarch factory.
Could be the White
I've got
Monarch Factory.
Stash.
The factory of monarchs. I know I have some spirits on like other characters, but not on this one. Not just sitting around.
Everybody believes happy. Oh, you dropped another white monarch? What the heck?
I said I just dropped one in that one.
It's nice. 3 max damage with 12 life. Hell yeah. Those things are freaking sweet. I've been trying to fill up on them janks. I've got quite a few. I'm actually too many, so I'm trying to like cull some of them.
I said we found a 3 max 20 ER 5 MF, I think it was earlier. I wish the MF was 7. That would have been pretty sweet.
There you go. This one here.
Yeah, that guy.
Oh yeah. Find small charm of fortune. Yep, that's worth a pretty penny right there. I mean, it would be worth more obviously with 7%, but I guarantee you somebody would trade for that. Usually melee characters who are trying to get magic find up.
I've been trying to sell 6% small magic charms like the past week, but I don't have people biting.
Alright, let's do cows number 3, shall we? I mean, you guys are more than welcome to do whatever you else you want to do in the run. I'm just running cows for some fun, murdering and killing cows. Just murderizing, tenderizing actually, because we're gonna make some steaks. So, you know. You guys ever watch that YouTube guy binging with Babish?
Often, yeah.
He does all those really weird like dishes like from like movies and stuff like that, or like TV shows. He did this one from The Simpsons. It was the like the Doom Eclair or something, the eclair that like supposed to kill you. That joke made me laugh. He's like, and to get as much butter per square inch. And I'm like, dang.
Like an $80,000 calorie eclair.
Pretty much. What the hell's going on, Pendle? He's like not dying. He's like 1 HP. There we go. He's a little tanky today, I see. Oh, thank you, Steven. I appreciate it, man. Yeah, you should check out Binging with Papa. She's pretty good. I always gotta give props to other YouTubers when I see some really good stuff. He makes some pretty crazy dishes. Like, just absolutely nutso. I mean, you gotta be to make, like, something that's literally from a cartoon. Did he make a Krabby Patty before, too?
Greetings.
Oh, yeah, I don't even know. It's a lot. You know what? I'm gonna give him this, actually, does he have lifesteal? 14 life after each kill. I don't see any lifesteal, though. That might be his problem. That's why he's not staying alive. He needs some lifesteal. And how do I get him some stealing of the life? I think I stole his lifesteal helmet. That's what it was. Mm-hmm. Whew. Wow, 105 people in chat. That's pretty ridiculous. But look at only 13 likes. I better smash that like button, sirs. What do you think this is? God bless it, my Merc is dead again. This is, I don't know what's going on. He normally doesn't die. Like, he almost never dies. I don't even understand what the hell's going on with him. Anybody making a sorceress anytime soon want a pretty decent strength charm? I got this, just found this large charm with 4 strength, 20 mana on it. It's only a level 25 requirement. It would be a decent filler to take the place of a, some strength.
I don't think I'll make one anytime soon.
Sorry, my girlfriend came in. It's talking.
You good? I was just saying I wasn't planning on making one anytime soon.
Going places. That's right, wrinkly dingus. You preach it from the mountains. Go tell it from the mountains. Now, it's actually a pretty great charm for, I don't know if you guys have ever run into that situation where you just don't have enough strength for something and you'd rather not put the points in and you just need like 4 or 5 and putting on just a pure strength charm just doesn't seem worth it. But if you have something that's like strength with something else, it actually seems kind of nice. Yeah, healthy Fiesta, that happens. But, you know, like I said, they're not really that rare. As you can see, like, I was like, the next one we find is yours, and like 2 of them popped out of people's inventory because they're like, you want it? Take it. I got too many. What's the best place to pick up a 4 open socket scepter for a rift? I'm assuming you're going to want to make it in a catechus. Is that the general consensus for rifts? Is the catechus is the best one? I think with catechuses you have to go to a level 85 zone, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think you can find catechuses in cows, for instance. So you'd have to look in like Chaos Sanctuary, like Worldstone Keep, Pit, Ancient Tunnels, places like that that are level 85 zones. And if you're looking for a base for a rune word, it's best to do so with no magic find. So, you know, take off all your magic finds so you're just running 0%. You get a lot more whites that way. Your magic find is going to turn those whites into blues and rares and uniques and things like that, which is not what you want. A soul rune, a thull rune. Do Catechus and, don't Catechus and Divine Scepter have the same attack speed? I mean, if you're doing a Rift Sin specifically, I guess you don't really need the weapon damage. So maybe Divine Scepter would be better, and you can find 4-socket Divine Scepters everywhere. That's not something you gotta worry about. And since you're not making it specifically for a paladin, you don't got to worry about the plus to skills either. Well, actually, you didn't say whether you were making it for a paladin. Oh, no, you said Rift's in, so yeah. So you don't got to worry about the plus to skills then. Would I do Doom BA for a hammer / might hybrid pally? I mean, generally when it comes to a Hammerden, they like to go with Heart of the Oak. Heart of the Oak is really nice for them. I mean, when you're smiting, you could swap to a different weapon, which would probably be the ideal situation there. Swap as necessary. I mean, as a budget, you could do a black. Those are actually pretty easy to do. I think pretty objectively, there's really no good answer to that. That was a socketed Monarch. Look at that. How many sockets I got?
2 sockets.
Rhyme shield, if anybody wants to make a rhyme shield.
Rhyme.
Does anybody want a rhyme shield and a Monarch for magic finding?
So I just found a damn cage if anyone use that.
Best magic find shield that you can get. Actually, Troll's Nest might be better because of the faster run walk, but Monarch shield's pretty good anyway.
4-isted Monarch, right?
Who's got 4 ists to waste on a Monarch, sir?
Not me.
Anyway, best sorceress element. Honestly, I'm going to tell you none. So, there's tons of cold immunes everywhere, and you can't break cold immunities. There are tons of fire immunes everywhere, and there are... I think the density of lightning immunes is higher than any other immunity in the game. However, cold immunes can't be broken, like almost ever. Fire and lightning immunes can. And lightning immunes can be broken more often than fire. So what you'll come across is lightning immunes can be broken more often than any of the other 2 elements. And while none of the 3 elements are really that great by themselves, lightning tends to be the superior one just simply because if you have conviction running, either from an infinity or a very gracious paladin who's humping your leg, you can break most of the lightning immunes in the game. Whereas if a similar... Nice, Deeks. Where if a similar cold sorceress literally had a conviction paladin following him around, those immunities still wouldn't be broken. And that's part of the issue. So, like, I think cold tends to be one of the harder ones to do, just simply because when you come across a cold immune monster, there's no way for you to kill them. You have to have another element to do that. You got to have fire or lightning to make it work. So most people end up dual specking, is basically what they do. So they end up going like fire cold or fire lightning or lightning cold or whatever it is that they're doing. They're dual specking between 2 things. And frozen orb tends to be a very popular pick because it has a very low point investment. You really don't have to even build the synergy, so it's pretty much just frozen orb and cold mastery. And ever since they fixed cold mastery, you don't even have to max out cold mastery. So you're looking at like 20 points in frozen orb and like, what is it, like 10 points in cold mastery? I want to go poke my the tombs down here real quick. Breaking immunity means very simply that the monster is no longer 100% immune to it. It doesn't mean bringing them down to 0. It just means bringing them down to 99% or lower. As long as they're no longer 100%, they are no longer immune. Other items can take effect after that. So if you have, for instance, Nightwing's Veil, which reduces cold resistance, or if you're a cold sorceress, you have cold resistance negative. If you have like Griffin's Eye Diadem, which is negative lightning resistance, and so forth and so on. All these things will reduce the resistance further once you've broken the immunity. But those items don't work on monsters that are already immune.
Yes.
A 200k forum gold, John? Why don't you spread some of that wealth my way, sir? That 200k forum gold's a lot of money, sir. Got a millionaire on our hands. Onyx was joking. He found a monarch shield and he gave it to me to use on my sorceress. And then apparently the next couple games later he found another monarch shield. And he's like, huh. He's like, give an item to GGM and then another item drops on the ground. It's like a duping machine.
I am overburdened.
Oh god, ow. Snakes. Snakes on a plane.
I am overburdened.
Oh, rip. King crash.
Huh.
I think I was on Veil.
I can't carry anymore.
I actually want to make a delirium and a barbarian helmet for my little barbarian merc. I know it's going to crash the game if he procs delirium, but I think it's going to be funny.
No, I think that's like the first time I crashed in like 3 days.
I crash all the time. I can't even say nothing. All the time. Just all the time.
That's it. It seems better since they put the queue up. To me, at least.
I don't crash logging out anymore. Which I don't even know why that was a thing. They were like, we fixed a bug where if you were leaving the game and the game crashed while you were leaving the game, it would no longer crash while you were leaving the game and would leave the game successfully. And I'm like, what? I'm like, why did you spend time on that exactly? I feel like there's more important things that you could have looked at besides a bug that crashed the game while you were already exiting. So you hit the exit button and then the game crashes. God bless it, the door is just booby-trapped. It's not just about the faster cast, Dot. What did you roll on the other stats? There's also the magic absorb, which is pretty important. There's is the 34% cast rate monarch really bad cast speed? I mean, really bad magic absorb. It goes up to 8, by the way. The magic absorb goes from like it's like 1 to 8. And magic absorb basically absorbs all magic damage up to that amount, and then heals you for that same amount. So if you get 8 magic absorb, it takes 8 damage right off the top, and then it heals you back for 8. And when you combine that with your max resistances, it actually will save your life quite a lot. My equipment, Sonny Boy, I'm using Chance Guards. I'm using a Magic Find Ring with resistances, a Gold Wrap, which is upgraded to a Battle Belt, a All Resistances 10 Magic Find Ring, Marrow Walk Bone Weave Boots. I have a Rhyme for Magic Find. I also have a Blade of Alibaba with 2 Ists for Magic Find. I'm running Sculptor's Ire with Ists, and I have Curious Guardian for some resistances, as well as a +2 summoning necklace that I found with 14 all-res and teleport charges, which has been helping me out because I don't have an Enigma. Teleport charges are just as good on a Necromancer, honestly. Don't need any of that fancy jobber. And no luck on this zone. Woohoo. Alright, I guess let's go to the next game. I don't know what you guys are doing.
We won, Bale.
Oh, I guess I can come help you kill Bale.
Yep.
Come help you kill Bailey Aliotson free. Scuzzlebutt. Quite a name there. A dusty hardcore gaming PC.
Just doesn't look.
Not yet. No luck with cows yet, Sean Patterson, but we're working on it. Superior Scourge. Isn't that a base people like to use? Oh, it's only 10% max durability.
Did I say there's an if one? I like to use it. I don't know why, but the if scourge is, I don't know, I like the way it looks.
Sounds like you're a lot more lucky than me, Moistine. I haven't found a Jobber or a Sur rune yet. I found an Ohm rune, but and it was a cursed Ohm rune, and it had to be put out of its misery. The cursed Ohm. Know ye that this Ohm is a cursed Ohm.
Causes drama forever whom possesses it.
That's right. Drama for whoever whom possesses it. Hey, Troll's Nest. Trolly Nest. I always love bone shields. Troll's Nest is the most superior bone shield. It's actually not. I'm just joking. Believe it or not, the highest block chance, lowest penalty shield is actually the Grim Shield. If you're looking for block chance. If you're not looking for block chance, the Troll's Nest is better. Oh, well, thank you, Max Anderson. I appreciate it. I always forget that I have to like toggle everything on and off with YouTube streaming. Like it's not like with Twitch. It's like automatic. They're just like, here you go. You have this. Here you go. You got there's little emotes and there's little things and everything. And over here on YouTube, it's like, oh yeah, you got to turn that on. Oh no, you got to toggle that on every time. You don't. We're not doing that for you. I'm like, wait, could you put it maybe like once? No, we're not. No, not even once.
They're putting the U in YouTube.
That's right. What are we on? 4? We're on 4. Group Magic Find, cows. We're doing good. We already found a Sur rune. I mean, I didn't find a Sur rune, but Deeks found a Sur rune.
Yeah.
And that counts to me. He's in the kinship. We got a Sur rune.
Exactly.
Exactly.
More sirs for the Sir God.
Yes. It's a Sir Topolyps.
I need mana.
Go, killeth Pindle, and show him thine error of thine ways. 1 error, 2 error. Ah. But Troll's Nest is much prettier. It's much prettier. My chest. What's the matter with my chest, Guzzlebutt? What's up, Zoro's Rage? Despite all his rage, he's still just a man with a sword. Ah, corpse barn. You use that on a merc. It's actually not bad for mercs. If you don't have anything else better, corpse barn is actually pretty decent for mercs. It's got lots of defense on it. I was using that for quite some time before I upgraded. Oh, I see this little paladin shield on the ground. Somebody left. Anybody want a Lobby Steel Clash Kaiju for their level on their paladin? Steel Clash Kaiju on the ground. In a has. Cows. Yeah, Windforce is one of the best bows in the game. Unique, anyway. I believe it's outclassed by the Faith Bow, which is a very expensive rune word. But if you were an Amazon who didn't have a Faith Bow, which most Amazons don't, the Windforce bow is actually one of the best bows you can put on your Amazon, until you get a Faith Bow, or one of the really OP rune words. There was a time where the Windforce was literally the best bow you could get, like bar none, on an Amazon, and it was highly sought after by all the Amazons in the kingdom, and literally they would have traded like their entire inventory for one. But that time has passed. It is still a very good bow to use on an Amazon. Skeleton mages just don't really do enough damage, Zoro's Rage. They also don't really have a lot of life. They tend to block doorways, which is also a very big downside, and they just don't tend to be worth it, especially when you can put those points into something else. The Hierophant Trophy, +1 iron gold. I've already got one, actually. It's www. Is that a Ormus is on the ground? It's www.ggmentor.com. I got all sorts of cool stuff there. I've got some really neat hoodies that I kind of like designed myself, and I've got t-shirts too. I've got the Ginger Gaming Mentor t-shirts, and I got them in multiple colors. I got a white one here. This one's pretty cool. And there's also some other designs on there. Like I've got an evil cat. I don't know if you guys have ever seen my my video where the cat stares into my soul, but I turned him into a t-shirt too because I figured why not. He deserves to be on a shirt. If he's gonna stare into my soul, he's gonna make me. If he's gonna devour my soul while I'm sleeping, I should at least make a little bit of money off of him. Matriarchal spear. What was that? Stone Raven? I think that's Stone Raven. This thing has like wild rolls. I'm gonna go check this thing out real quick.
Good day.
That's actually not bad for a GC, Martin. All res 37 with 255% enhanced. I can't remember what the rolls are on that thing. I think 37 is a rather low roll, though, for the resistance. If anybody's looking for a Stone Raven, which I really doubt. It's just 16. It's always GGM and cows. It's pretty much always 16. Unless I'm specifically trying to hide the game. If I'm specifically trying to hide the game, then the password's going to be a little bit more convoluted, but... I really got to figure out what the rolls are on those. Hey, an amulet. Hell yeah. Freaking unique ammies. I guess that's one nice item we've gotten from the cow run so far. Of course, it could very well be a Nozikin relic or a cat's eye or something stupid. Congrats, Zarthus. I believe I do have 4X, don't I? They're actually made to order, human. So when you order them, they will be made specifically for you. They don't actually exist until you order them. It's a print by order store, essentially. Link it. Link.
Oh, he did. It was the one.
Which one?
The level 25 one. He gave you like plus 10 all resist.
Oh, Mahim Ogakuria.
That one.
Oh, Seraph's Hymn. Oh, okay. That's the one that nobody wants to use because it's defensive auras. It would probably be more useful if it was offensive auras, right? I don't know why they went with defensive. There's some interesting stats on it, though. I feel like, though, if that defensive was offensive instead, it would probably be used more often. I found an interesting +2 Necro, +2 Fire Golem with life tap charges wand. Does anybody want a life tap charge wand? It's got 90 level 4 life taps. I mean, if you don't have a what is it? Dracula's Grasps. Life tap charges is just as good. Shailran. Mainly just for runes, to be honest, Manny Lopez. Yeah, I do promote a little bit human, but not like a super large amount. Like, I don't want to say that I'm like spamming money into it or anything. I spend a couple dollars here and there. Maybe like it's actually really easy to do like Facebook ads because they give you like you can tell them like I want to spend $10 over like 20 days, and they're like, okay, we'll do it, and they're like, fine.
I still hold a GGM sign outside my busiest street in my neighborhood. It's 1 hour a day.
It works. It
I'm trying
works.
to ask GGM to send me stickers so I can start place them all over town. But that's a process.
Ah, why are you attacking me, sir? It's rude. If it's hurt, it hurts me. It hurts.
No, but honestly, the best approach is just having good people in the kinship and great viewers and fans like y'all.
I mean, I do have some tactics that I use, human. That's not advertising. It's literally just me knowing the game so well that I've made videos specifically for people who will be searching for things. It's almost like you put a poster up for I don't know, like male pattern baldness at the male pattern baldness clinic. Like, you know, there's gonna be bald people there. Like, you've targeted it. All right, 2 terror keys. Sweet. I'll add them to the terror key pile. Bink. Bink. Bink, bink. So nobody wants a life tap wand? I'm sure there's some smiters out there who probably don't have Dracula's grasps. They're not super duper easy to come by. Or are they? And I'm just the sad one who doesn't have Dracula's grasps. It's just me. It's just me. You manage accounts. That's pretty cool, human. I'm really just like focusing on the content. Like, I'm trying my best to focus on the content. The advertising seems to produce some results, but it's just a long time. Like, even just advertising is not going to get you anywhere. So you gotta have something to advertise. So I'm trying to make sure I've got something to advertise before I maybe do any advertising at all. What vortex shield? What is that? What you got? Ah, T-box glory. That's actually really high block rate shield. If you ever need like a super duper high block rate shield. I was actually halfway thinking about using T-box glory on my energy shield sorceress specifically because of that reason. No, the vortex shield needs to have either all resistances 45, which is the cap, or close to it. Or if it's going to be enhanced damage, it needs to have close to the enhanced damage cap, which is God, what is it like? Isn't it like 65% or something, or 70%? I can't remember exactly, but 20% enhanced isn't high enough. Nobody wants to put a really nice rune word in something that doesn't have the decent base stats. So you're looking at 45 all res for the shield is your cap. So as long as you're close to that, you're usually pretty good. And then I think it's 65% or 70% for the enhanced damage. Yeah, finding a 45 all-res vortex shield is going to be rare, and finding a 45 all-res vortex shield with ethereal is even more rare. And if you find one of those, that's a good base for a an exile. It really just depends on what you're putting in it. Yeah, it's already cleared chaos and everything. We're just rolling on through, huh? Yeah, rattle cage. Hit Chaos Sanctuary. I'm gonna go run my little zone real quick while you guys are running your little zones. I actually have a really nice base for a dream shield I'm holding on to. If I ever get the runes. But it's actually 45 all res. It's a 45 all res 3-socket royal shield, which is one of the good bases for that. Lord, I think I just found a super rock. You know how the super chests always have like 6 or 7 items pop out of them? I just clicked on a rock, and literally 7 items came out of one rock.
Imagine who hid stuff on that rock.
You're really cramming it in there. Okay? He knows his business. He knows how to cram. Okay, he's an expert crammer. He's got the skills to pay the bills. Yeah, Spirit Shield and Spirit Sword are good for Hammered in Martin. Very easy, very simple ones that you can create to make your Hammered in worthwhile for a little while. Obviously, there are some better options like Heart of the Oak and maybe like a Herald of Zakroom and stuff like that. But you know, you're not going to have those right now. Like those aren't like immediate. Get yourself 2 spirits and then work your way up the list. Well, IK Mall. Anybody need IK Mall? It's only like the 15th IK Mall I found. But if anybody needs it, I got you. I got you, fam. Right there. Look at that. Look at that. Beautiful. Beautiful. 37% crushing blow on that. What's the cap? 40%? If anybody needs that, it's right there. It's yours. For the price of free 99. Oh, somebody already snatched it up. Good. See? See? Look. Come on. People can't turn down free 99. What does a good Eth base look like? I found an Eth Thresher and made an Insight out of it, and it has 72 to 740 damage, and there are better bases. Are there better bases that would get up to 1k damage with Insight? So the thing about the Thresher, is it's a faster weapon. So it's doing more damage, it's doing less damage, but it's doing it more quickly. So the Thresher actually wins out as far as damage is concerned because it's not hitting as hard, but it's hitting much quicker. And this means that you can hit the 6-frame jab with that particular character much easier. Oh god, I think I'm gonna die here. Fanaticism snakes. No, thank you. Oh god. Don't die, Merc. Don't die. So you can hit that 6-frame zeal much easier, and you have a more relaxed gear setup. You can also use a cryptic axe or a what was it, Great Thresher? Can't even remember. The other one is also nice. I think you're making it in a Thresher though is a good choice. F Thresher, F Cryptic Axe, and F I can't even remember the name of the other one. Is it Grand Thresher or Great Thresher?
Greater Thresher? Great Thresher? It's one of those.
I think it's Great Thresher. The Great Thresher, I think, is considered one of the best ones, but it's pretty much a toss-up between the Great Thresher and the Cryptic Axe. I think the Cryptic Axe is just more common. It's much easier to find a Cryptic Axe than it is a Great Thresher and a Thresher. The Giant Thresher, that's it. Thank you, Twin Tip Comic. If you can find a Reaper's Toll. I mean, if you find a Reaper's Toll, you might as well use it. Especially if it's Eth Reaper's Toll. I can't imagine how much those are worth.
Too much.
If you're wondering why they're so valuable, it has to do with the fact that they have a Decrepify proc. So, Decrepify is one of the only 2 ways that you can break a physical immunity. And it allows your Merc to bypass physical immunity as well as gives you the ability to bypass physical immunity if you happen to be a melee character. So it's very sought after for those particular purposes. And finding an ethereal Reaper's Toll is probably one of the best weapons you can throw on your merc.
It's locked.
Versailles said, I found an Eth Reaper's Toll second week. Don't even need anything else for my merc now. He can solo most stuff. See? Exactly. Solo. Han Solo. No, I'm just kidding. The hell? I just found a stiletto. Bring out the heels. Oh, dang, I haven't found that one in like a long time. I really don't know exactly what to do with that bad boy. I don't think I ever have known what to do with this. It's 90% lightning resistance, which is a freaking butt ton of lightning resistance. And I always felt like it had some sort of like really good use, and I just never really knew what it was. Not smart enough. Exactly. If you got a freaking Eth Reaper's Toll, of course you're not going to have any trouble with cold immunes. Lucky lucky. Lucky son of a. Alright, you guys on Worldstone Keep? You know what? You're not wrong. That actually would be a decent item for souls if you wanted to like teleport. Doesn't have any faster casts on it though, but yeah. I mean, if you threw that on, you could just waltz through the souls without any issue. Has Bale already been done? Or are you guys walking it? Ooh, a sacred armor. What is it? What is it? Oh, it's only one socket sacred armor. Boo! You missed out on a Tyrael's Might roll.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah, if you see a sacred armor base drop, that's a possible Tyrael's Might roll that you missed out on. That is a possibility. That's how the game works. If you see the base and you're in the right zone, very well it could have been a drop. This is an 85 zone, and if that dropped from an elite, it could have been a Tyrael's Might.
It's like if you get a rare Shaco, I mean, it's the same difference, you know, if you got an actual.
Holy crap. I was like, there's a lot of juvies on the ground, and I'm like, oh yeah, there's an assassin corpse. I'm gonna try and explode your corpse, Donata. Can I explode your corpse? You don't need your corpse, right? You got a new body, so. I've been looking at Tyrael's Might Nuno, and yeah, it's not the greatest piece of armor in the world, but it does have some interesting things going for it. It's 0 strength, and it has plus strength on it, and I almost think that there's like room for it in maybe like a 0 strength build, like if you wanted to just run 0, like absolutely no strength whatsoever. I mean, it does have some very interesting effects, like cannot be frozen, slain monsters rest in peace, which would be terrible if you were running with a necromancer. But it has a lot of interesting effects which could be combined. I think you wouldn't have to worry about cannot be frozen on anything else. You know, the defense on it is through the roof, so whatever character you're putting it on is going to have a massive amount of defense. It's not a high strength armor. Materials Might has negative 100% to all requirements, which means it's a 0 strength armor. It's essentially usable by any character in the game. Even even a sorceress who never put any points into strength, which means she'd still be at 12 strength and she could still put that armor on. It almost seems to be designed for a low strength character, somebody who's doing absolutely 0 strength points. I'm pretty sure out there somewhere there is a build probably called the 0 strength build, which revolves around putting every single point you have into vitality or something, maybe maxing out block chance and not putting any points into strength whatsoever, so that you can really min-max your equipment. But Materials Might having plus 30 strength with no strength requirement certainly seems like a very interesting start to a build like that. I mean, if you think about it, if you have 0 points in strength, right, and you start out with what does Sorcerer start out with? It's like 12. They have like 12 strength. So you put on Materials Might with 12 strength, and you were immediately at 40. Was it 42? Which is going to get you high enough to put something else on, which is going to beef up your strength and so forth and so on. Maybe in combination with a necklace. I don't know, if you got one of those GG Sorceress necklaces with like +2 to skills and like 26 strength on it or something like that. Yeah, so you'd so with Materials Might, with no points in strength, you'd be rocking, was it 30 strength or 35 strength? Or sorry, 45. I tell you one thing though, it would be a great armor just to have around to do Neil attack runs with. So I don't have to worry about corpse explosion. It would be nice to not have to worry about corpse explosion. I don't have a huge amount of experience with trap assassins. I know we have a trap assassin in the kinship, but I mean, I'm pretty sure it's a combination of the mercenary plus mind blast, which is helpful for holding the monsters still, and you know, crowd controlling them, and then of course you could use Fire Blast. I think synergizes with Death Sentry, and if you're maxing out Fire Blast for the Death Sentry charges, you could probably just use Fire Blast. But Corpse Explosion on Death Sentry should be giving you fire and physical damage. Demon Head. Ah, it's ethereal boo.
Good afternoon.
Are you using Death Sentry, Stephen Bay? Because if you're not using Death Sentry, you definitely got to use Death Sentry. Death Sentry is your main attack, basically. It's your fire death, because Corpse Explosion is half physical and it's half fire, so you're doing 2 elements, and then you also have your lightning. So you basically have lightning damage, you have your physical damage, and you have your fire damage, all from those traps. You're obviously counting on your lightning damage to kill the target, but then your Death Sentry explodes and of course does the fire and the physical damage to the targets. So I mean, it's kind of like a trifecta of damage. It's the same thing that I do. I do 3 different forms of damage. I do physical damage from the from the skeletons themselves, which are helping me kill things. My Merc, of course, is helping me kill things. Then I have the corpse explosion, which I'm using, which is fire and physical as well. And then I'm using amp damage to break the physical immunity, which is something that you don't have. I'm guessing we are finished here. We're going to move on to the next one. It's Cows 5. Yeah, Duriel Shell is great for mercs, JSK, especially if you find an ethereal one. It's a pretty good base for a decent merc. The all resistances, the cannot be frozen, it's very helpful for the mercenary. And if you do get an ethereal one, I would go ahead and upgrade it to the hell version.
You feel it, Kim? Closing in on you.
Who's closing in on me? Where are we going?
Joe, you're a goofball. You stream right now. Let's go to a different channel. Sorry about that.
Free open socket. Max durability only. Might not be worth making anything in it. Healthy Fiesta. Usually when you're looking at a superior Dutch route, you want that max defense. Nice. Sparking Grand Charm of Vita. Look at that. Deegs hacking with all his elite drops, sir. We hogging all the drops, Deegs. What you got already? A Sir Rune, a Rune, freaking hacker. Treachery is very nice too. Oh my god, die already. Thank you. Oh.
I say, is Tarkin here with us? He's on a switch, right?
I often forget that when I'm in 8-man, I'm not murdering everything with extreme impunity. Anybody need Natasha's Shadow? Anybody doing a Spirit, Bone Spirit, Revive? Such an odd hit. Yeah, Natalia's armor. Is Treachery better than an Ethereal Cell? Yes, but I would say barely. I mean, they're both really strong armors. You get lots of resistances from Ethereal Cell. You get the Cannot Be Frozen, massive defense. The Treachery has the really nice attack speed, the Fade, proc, the Venom. It really depends on what you need. Whether if you're using a really slow weapon, I'd probably go with Treachery. But if you're using a really fast weapon, I might go with the Ethereal Shell. You can always swap it in and out for the Fade proc. Uh-oh, here comes the cow level. Moo, 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 moo. Amrune. Who am I kidding? I need Amrunes. I'm using up every single Amrune I got.
I've always ended up with too many Amaranths, honestly.
Oh, I use them up for spirits and I give them away all the time.
Ah,
So like, I literally, if I find a 4-socket whatever or a monarch, I'll roll it and then I'll make a spirit out of it and just give it away.
Dude, this is a very hard game. Not gonna lie.
Sometimes it takes forever, Kyle. Sometimes it doesn't. You can go stand in the fire and turn it on. Usually, once it's up, I never have any trouble keeping it up. As you can see, my Merc has fade on right now. He's all invisible. He's all invisible. Ow. That's rude. I always feel like whenever I get amp damage, the cows are like, have a taste of your own medicine! I never like it. It's not good. It doesn't make me feel good. Amp damage hurts. Jav skillers and, I don't think I have any Jav skillers. Maybe one. And it's on my javelin that was on, so mine. I always get that one cow that gets mind blasted. He's just running around with us like he's one of us until he converts back, and he's like, "Oh crap!" He's like, "No," he's like, "You're my enemy. Must kill." I forgot myself for a moment there, but you know,
It's locked.
I've regained my humanity. I mean, my cowmanity.
bovinity.
Bovinity. I like it. I like it. Yes. Flawlesses. So many flawlesses. Clicking on his boulders. I'm clicking all your boulders, cows. All the boulders you got in your chests.
This little +2 to summoning blue amulet.
Summoning.
Those should be good to use for like caster crafting or any crafting, really, right?
Oh yeah. Ooh, a mummified trophy. What's that? Oh, it sucks. It sucks. Everything's dead. Oh, Lord. The loosest of rocks. How do you know it's loose before you actually go check it? I mean, that's the question. You just got the eye of the looseness. Like this rock is definitely a loose one. It's got those PlayStation graphics. It stands up. It stands out from the wall.
It's those 60s cartoons. That one thing clearly standing out in the background.
Do you guys remember that back in the PlayStation days? Literally the like the items that you could click on in the PlayStation were like clearly not part of the game. They were obviously clickable to anyone with a brain.
It's locked.
God bless it, I got no keys. Oh, there's a key. Come here, key. Open this. Ooh, a jewel. Look at that. Aw, 5 to energy jewel. Anybody want that jewel for crafting? Crafting jewel.
Let's say if you leave it by Akron Stash, I'll take it.
I will haul it back to town. It's so heavy, you don't even know. I would like stacking gems and runes. I was on the fence with that originally, and now that I've been playing the game for a little while, and I'm trying to hang on to my gems and runes and be the good steward who has all the stuff that he needs for rune words and things. It's getting to be a little much. I need some room. I need some space. If they come out with purchasable stash tabs, I'm gonna be the first one to buy them. I'll be up here just like, what?
I'm right behind you on that.
Like, yeah. How much they cost? $1, $2, $3? I like to think about things in terms of junk food. I think it's the easiest way to think about things. Like if I'm gonna impulse buy a candy bar, okay, that to me is like nothing. So if I'm at the store and I have impulse bought a candy bar, that's absolutely nothing in the grand scheme of things. So if it costs the same amount as a candy bar, I'm just gonna go ahead and grab it. It's like, oh, impulse buy. Candy bar. Let's go. Go to your own side of the cow level. What kind of cow level do you think we're running here? Your side, my side. My side, your side, my side, your side, my side, your side. Aw, I just had the urge to give away a sub if somebody could tell me what movie that was from, but then I realized I can't give away subs in YouTube. That's sad. It's a point against YouTube. It's a big point against. Still though, somebody tell me what movie that's from. I want to know if you guys know the answer. Beast talk. Beast talk? What is a beast talk? Oh, elemental. And all res. And faster cast. That's actually not bad. You gotta click on the chat and actually open it up to see it. It doesn't let you see it unless you open up the chat. I'll give you a hint. There was a lot of swimming in it. A literal butt ton of swimming. That's your hint.
Titanic.
Nice guess though.
Hello.
What's the guy that sells Wilson?
No,
That's it?
wasn't that one either.
Yeah.
That would have to be another person, you know, because my side, your side, my side, your side, my side, your side, my side, your side. So there's no other person. Unless he's talking to Wilson, but, you know, Wilson stays on his side, so I'm not really sure. He stays on his side. He's a good ball. Am I gonna make a beast rune word for my summoner? I don't know. I don't want to give up my wand. I really, I don't think it's worth it. I don't know. I'm running 584 damage skeletons per hit, and if I take off my wand, they go down like really far. And I just don't know if it's worth taking the wand off for the beast. What movie is the quote "My side, your side, my side, your side, my side, your side, my side, your side" from? Hey, Slime Bucket got it. It was Waterworld. Correct.
Yeah, that was gonna be my next guess. I'm like, I was trying to think. I'm like, I don't think I said that in that. Rip.
That was when that crazy guy came on board and tried to barter to have, you know, relations with the women folk, and he was like, "My side, your side, my side, your side." Trades off. I don't know. I was reading something, Kyle, about the skeletons having some sort of weird damage formula with their attack rates, and somebody said that Beast didn't really do very much for the skeletons themselves, attack speed wise. And the damage bonus that they get is the smaller damage bonus, not the larger damage bonus that you get specifically for putting on the Beast. Because Fanaticism has two different damage bonuses, one for you and one for everyone else. And I'm not convinced it's worth the runes to waste. Ow! Frickin' ouchie ouchies. The frickin' beetles are just booby trapped right in the doorway. Y'all some rude ass beetles. The rudest. I'll see if we can get a teleport off as soon as we get in there. Oh, we got it. Sweet. What is my favorite thing about Diablo? Quite honestly, my favorite thing about Diablo is the sheer ridiculous number of ways that you can build a character and still be viable in hell difficulty. I think that there's just this massive like number of ways that you can build a character. Yes, there's like the predestined pathways that I think most people take. And those are interesting, but I think like when you really like get down to the nitty-gritty of it, there's so many different ways that you can make a character, so many different like routes that you can take. You know, like one necromancer can be exactly the same as me, but instead of using a clay golem, he could be running an iron golem, the really nice one that you can make out of items, or he could be running a fire golem, or maybe he's running mages and I'm not, you know, or maybe he's spec'd into poison Nova, and he's still running pretty much the same tree as me. Like there's 100 different ways you can build your character, and you don't necessarily have to build them the like established way. Yeah, you're more than welcome to come in and have some fun, Brandon. GGM Cows 5 if you want to come in, and the password is 16. Yeah, I think 93 is the ideal level. Like I remember reading that too. I'm not level 93, obviously. Click on your stash. His name is Brandon. His name is Brandon House. I'm level 90 right now, Twin Tail comment. Look, you little snakes, die. Get. God, it's so much tougher to kill things with everybody else in the game. Things just don't want to die. They're very resistant to death. You see, you didn't know that was an actual modifier, resistance to death, but it actually is. They are highly resistant to the dying. At least a 75% chance to resist it. Evil shrimp. I was at a place the other day, and there was a shrimp restaurant, and the shrimp restaurant was spelt scrimp. It was SKRIMP instead of shrimp. I wonder if anybody got Doc Farron. Let's go kill Doc Farron real quick. I've gotten some Ariat faces and some odd items from him quite a few times. Yes, rune drops are better when you have more people in the game, specifically because of the no drop roll mechanic. Oh wow, +3 to rabies. Nice. And it has bonus attack rating on it? Yeah, that could come in handy for somebody. Hell yeah. That's a rabies druid helmet if I've ever seen a rabies druid helmet. +5 rabies. Bone armor is decent if you want to build into the bone tree. Like if you're specifically a what's the term? A poison and bone necromancer who's running the actual bone tree. If you're running the bone tree, I would recommend going with bone armor. But the interesting thing about bone armor is you don't have to build bone armor to use the bone armor. You just put 1 point in it and you beef up the synergies for bone spear, and you'll get the effect just as well. And you'll have like 600 or 700 bone armor to absorb some physical damage. I mean, it's nice. It absorbs physical damage, and it does a decent job of it. It only absorbs physical damage though, so you're still gonna have decent resistances, and it's not gonna like completely save your life against a melee attack either. It's still gonna be deadly if you get wailed on. Well, Doc Farron did drop me a unique, but it wasn't the unique I wanted. I believe there is one spot left.
At your service.
Peasant Crown War Hat on the ground, +1 to all skills. +1 to all skills. Korun. I'm gonna go kill Thresh Socket real quick. Unless somebody already killed Thresh Socket. Ooh. I see you. Super chest. Aw. Nothing from the super chest. Ooh. I'm actually pretty good on summon skill GCs, Scanbender. I mean, a lot of them are just +1s with nothing special on them. But hopefully I'll be able to upgrade eventually to some nicer ones. But I believe I'm actually running all summon. Let me get somewhere a little bit safer. Aw, dang. I wasted all my ports to get here, and you already killed them. Boo. Boo! What armor rune word should a sorceress get after smoke? I mean, you're probably going to use something better than smoke that's not a rune word. Like Skin of the Viper Magi would be pretty good until you end up with something better. I think sorceresses end up going with Chains of Honor, because Chains of Honor has all resistances and +2 to skills, as they don't need the Enigma for the teleport, obviously, since they already have teleport. But Enigma does have a really high strength bonus on it, so some sorcerers go for that just so they have the strength. I think COH is better with the 65 all res. I think it's 65 all res. Why am I drawing a blank on COH? Chains of Honor. Yeah, 65 all res. I was remembering correctly. Look at me doubting myself. COH has some MF on it too. It's not as much as Enigma, but it still has MF. And honestly, the 65 all res is going to allow you to put on other higher magic find pieces of equipment. Yeah. Enchantress has been a thing. I've even done a bow sorceress, Joel. I see them 420 golds. Don't think I don't see them 420 golds, sir. Yeah, it's completely random. I think we might be finished with this game. Did anyone do Lost City yet? Ancient Tunnels?
Yeah, I don't touch Lost City or... What's the other one? Pit.
Well, it's just everything's already been done already that I've got. I'm just trying to make sure I'm not wasting my time.
Yeah, you gotta do everything else while you guys are in cows. If you want me to leave something up for you.
I don't know. I don't care about leaving nothing. I just, if I'm going for something, and you guys have already done it, be like, hey. I already did that.
But yeah, I think we are ready for the next one.
Oh, Ancient Tunnels is already open. Oh, it's probably already done. See. I think we're on to the next game. That's what I think. Unless Bale has been finished already. Has we already finished Bale?
Yes.
Well, then we're on to the next game. So, number 6. Bink.
Yeah, let's get another game like that past one.
Why would Lower Kuras not work on BattleNet? Not exactly sure what that's about. I'm pretty sure Lower Kurast is just a place that you go for runes, and I don't think it has anything to do with the whether you're online or offline.
I said it works on online.
Gain Valor's kind of nice. Hey, a superior monarch. Aw, it's just got maximum durability. If anyone would like to waste a Larzik quest on this monarch for a spirit shield, I mean, it is an option. If you're interested, I'll drop it in town. Unfortunately, because it is a superior, it cannot be done with the quest. So I mean the socket recipe in the cube. So you have to actually do it with Larzik, and that's the only one it works with. I don't know if anybody actually wants to do that. But I'll drop it in town by the stash if anybody wants to grab the Superior Monarch. I mean, if you're desperate for a Spirit Shield and you want a Larzik it, that's up to you. Freaking rare monarch shield. Okay. That's my magic find. +2 pally. Bet you that's worth 35k. Earth Spirit. What's that? 3 socket, 1 to solar creeper. View. God. Those little spear cats, man, they are the worst. Yeah, Summon Necromancer can definitely do Ubers. It's an interesting run. I'm sure since you've watched the videos on it, you know. You know. Oh, what am I doing? Have we done cows yet? You know, over here running around in chaos and stuff. What's up, King? The green snot spell. Oh, hello, Cow King. I thought we already killed you. Greaves. Those are terrible greaves. Those are terrible. That's a cryptic axe. What's that? Non-F. Holy crap, that's a nice jewel. That's going in something of mine.
What's that?
All resistances, 13, strength 5 jewel.
13er. Nice.
That's a keeper.
Plus with a little mod on it too. Nice.
That's basically Umrune with extra effects. I mean, it's too shy of an Umrune, but whatever. 2 all resist shy of an Umrune isn't that bad. And you get 5 strength on it. Have to socket that one in something nice. Karin Targe. 2 sockets, all res 22. We got a Horker Barb here. I'm just spamming Corpse Explosion. There's plenty of cows to hork. Plenty of cows. All these large chammies dropping. Are they anything good though? Superior crown shield. Aw, one socket. Boo. Superior crystal sword. Hey, 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 I know this, okay? Horkers. Horkin' Horkers from Skyrim. I always forget to check these daggers. Believe it or not, the daggers can spawn with some very interesting things on them because they're technically necromancer items. So they can spawn with life tap charges, like plus to skills for necromancer, all sorts of interesting things. It's odd. They're like an oddity in the items realm. Superior Troll's Nest. What's that? 3 socket, 5% enhanced. It's not really worth grabbing. Oh, boulder and a jewel, I stole it! It's just a 5 to strength jewel. If you want it for crafting. Does Magic Find mess with gambling? No, Magic Find is sea level, so character level. Your character level is what affects Magic Find. I don't have a Malrune sitting around, but even if I did bomb the Ballard, I already have a perfect Sanctuary, so I'm not really too interested. If anybody else wants to pick it up for a Sanctuary, though, you're more than welcome to. It's always nice to find an all-res jewel that has something else on it. Like, putting an Umbreon in something is nice, but when you find a all-res jewel with something else on it, you're like, ah, a little bit of icing on the cake. Let me see if I can get to Ancient Tunnels before you guys rip it to shreds. It's probably already ripped to shreds.
Just TP for throwing up.
Now you got thrown. No. I got more IOs and codes than I know what to do with. Yeah, you're not wrong, Bob the Ballard. You're not wrong. I was just thinking about that. I could take that all-res jewel, I could put it in a freaking wizard spike and just call it a day for resistances on a sorceress. I mean, that's 75 all res plus 13. That's 40, 80, 88, 88 all res. Pretty much be set. And then plus 5 strength on top of that for a sorceress. Let's make that her main weapon. Don't worry about the plus skills from other stuff. Does that say a superior grand matron bow?
Yeah, 2 sock.
2 socket? What's the percent on it?
6 AD I think it was. It was like 1. So.
6% in the hands to only plus 1. Oh, that's terrible. It's terrible. Yes, give me something amazing. I heard that essence drop.
I got it. Just need a couple reds, I can make a couple tokens.
Stop stealing the stamina potions. Never. We're not allowed to stop stealing the stamina potions. It's serious business. Hey, what's up, Dark Elder? He's a good super unique to farm. Why are you behind me? Go away. Go away. Alright, there's the Dark Elder. I'll see if we can find this lost city. I usually try and get both, but sometimes the Dark Elder hides. I don't know what the hell's up with him. Oh, never mind. Ancient Tunnels has already been cleared. Athletic Coronet of the Apprentice. %, Nightwing for an ist. Yeah, maybe. If you're a cold sorceress, I mean that'll definitely make a big difference in your damage output. What's up, DV Hunter? Mr. NiNi is sleeping. Mr. NiNi to take a nap. He's asleep today. Hey, a Falrune. A less than crappy drop.
Well, you're getting all the foul runes.
Fally, foul, 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 foul. That's going pretty good, DV Hunter. How about you, man? Got a pretty tight stream going here with like hundreds of people up in here. Up in here? Up in here. Y'all gonna hit that like button. Yes, right. Cheesy. Just like that garlic bread you had last night. Baskets, keys. Milk bags. Your health got really low, and I literally used a health potion because I thought I was dying. Taking care of business.
So if I can get my assassin to level 21 POS and 55% increased attack speed, she will have a kick frames of 22226.
Is that because she kicks multiple times?
Well, used to before this little attack speed bug, the cap was 3339, I believe.
Is it worth it though? Like sometimes when I was building my attack speed on my characters, I'd have to sacrifice too much to get to those breakpoints.
It's insanely worth it when you proc a high level of frozen orb on attack.
Yeah, you're using Rift, right?
I mean, I'm using Voice of Reason over Rift. I may upgrade to a Rift, I'm not sure, but I like Voice of Reason more because it has negative cold and it doesn't separate the damage. It keeps it all in cold. You get a lower level frozen orb, but you get a really high level glacial spike.
Is the glacial spike really a lot of damage though?
It's about the same as the frozen orb.
I mean, it's kind of hard to calculate the frozen orb since it's per bolt.
Right, it's the same as the bolt of each frozen orb. So, because you can't think of frozen orb like you can with a sorceress on the Riften, because you're in their face. You're not gonna hit them with the explosion of the orb.
Yeah, but you hit them with like the bulk of the orb though, like all of the individual pieces as it travels through him, which is still going to be a pretty considerable amount of damage. And he'll get hit a little bit by the explosion. Of course, I was literally just thinking in my head, I'm like, are there any rune words specifically you could put in claws so you could use 2 of them?
There's one that gives you frozen orb. It's not as good as either of those 2.
What the one that does frost on?
Voice of Reason is good because it doesn't use a gull rune. I mean, gull runes aren't that hard to come by. It's a lot easier to come by a gull rune than it is a lot of the other runes.
Right, at least you have a chance of getting the gull rune out of your forge, you know.
Yeah, and you can get a gull rune out of forge.
Voice of Reason is I just think it's better because it's got the minus 24 cold res innate on it, and it gives you can't be frozen, so you don't have to wear a Nigel's or the other thing.
If I find a white monarch shield, you'll buy me a pack of starbursts. You better buy me that pack of starbursts, sir. We can play new games.
Yeah, it's chaos. You can get a 9% chance to cast level 11 frozen orb. It can go in a claw, which can be a base minus 30 weapon with 35% IAS on the weapon. I just don't know how much damage that is.
I don't know. I was just thinking 2 times the effects instead of 1 times the effects. That's all I was thinking.
Well, I mean, you're still a kicker, so it doesn't matter. Your offhand does not matter at all.
It still procs, though, right?
No, your offhand does not matter at all.
Sadness.
$146 to 157. 146 to 156.
I was looking at some of the rune words and I was like, man, that would be a really interesting way to build a elemental druid. There's that one rune word that does Twister and Molten Boulder and and you could do like Carrion Wind for Tornado and Molten Boulder, and then you could do the ring with Twister on it, and then there's it also has Nova procs, which I guess would be kind of interesting.
Yeah, I saw that video.
But there's like a bunch of different things that are all elemental druid, and I feel like if you had an elemental druid built up, it actually wouldn't be terrible. You just have to find a way to apply your damage, or apply your procs, essentially.
It's too expensive because I've considered that on the Rift Sin 2 and turn it into a, what is it, stupid overpriced weapon sin.
Did you see me making fun of the Last Wish rune word?
I didn't. Was that a different?
So it's the newest one. That's the newest one I just put out. I literally make fun of it. I'm like, and if you have a Last Wish, I was like, you're a rich Scrooge McDuck, gold swimming. like literally, I go off because it's the rune word is ridiculous. Last Wish is what was that? What were the runes on it again? It's like
good.
I mean, it is good. Don't get me wrong, but it's literally like 3 to 4 enigmas worth of runes. It's Jaw Mal, Jaw Sir, Jaw Burr. It's literally about 4 enigmas worth of rune words. Or runes. And granted, it's a very nice rune word, and I even say that. I'm like, this is like something I would cheat in for myself when I was like 15 years old. I'd hop on the hero editor and I would just cheat myself in a rune word. Or like an item, and this is exactly what I would cheat in.
I'd say it's like 2.75 enigmas.
I don't know. It's got 3 jaws in it. It's got 1 burr and a sir. I think that's at least 3. I mean, you're talking about 1 jaw per enigma. You got definitely have 1 enigma with the burr in there. The sir is definitely worth at least another burr.
It's a half a burr.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying, it's like all together. I don't know. It's a lot. It's a whole lot for 1 rune word.
Yeah, I would say it's definitely almost 3 enigmas.
It's a lot.
I mean, it gives you fade, it gives you life tap, it gives you charge bolt, a
Oh, yeah,
high
yeah.
level charge bolt.
Oh, I know.
It gives you might.
I know.
Like, if I could put that on my assassin, I'd be done.
It gives you 70% crushing blow. Let's just say that. Okay, you don't even need all that other shit. It's got 70% crushing blow on it.
Yeah, all Rift assassins, they all aspire to be Last Wish assassins. They were like, here, have some magic find too. We don't care.
Ethereal Crystal Sword. With 13% enhanced ET.
Ignores target's defense. Like, I don't even need to worry about attack rating. Blinds target. Prevents monster heal.
That's what I was saying. I was like in the video. I'm like, it's literally everything you could possibly want on a weapon, like bar none. I mean, life tap takes care of all the life steal you need. ITD takes care of your attack rating. Might gives you a huge damage bonus. Freaking and fade takes care of your resistances.
It has one of the best freaking enhanced damages on it. Like,
and then you get massive crushing blow. You literally. I mean, I know some people like to get 100% crushing blow, but 70% crushing blow is enough. If you have 70% crushing blow, you don't really need 100%.
yeah, you don't need anything anywhere else. Like that can be your crushing blow.
You're done with crushing blow. You have your prevent monster heal. You've got your fade proc. You've got your life tap. You don't need Dracula's grasp. That frees up for another slot. You don't need
You have a better life tap. It's more it procs more often.
You don't need treachery because you're gonna have last wish on all the time, so it's gonna proc all the time anyway.
I'm thinking about treachery for my attack speed and just like not paying attention, and when the fade procs, recast my burst of speed.
I mean, it is +2 to skills.
Definitely that. It's +2 to skills. It's got venom on it, so you don't even have to put points into venom. You just have venom. And it's got 45 IAS. You only got to make 10% somewhere else. And you can get that from a jewel.
What about the belt? Nosferatu's coil.
If I want to Uber, that would be fine in normal gameplay. But if I want to Uber with it, I really think I want the arm, the lightning absorb. So I'm thinking about a helmet, like maybe.
Well, if you're gonna be a proc assassin, why not just use the wisp projector?
I'm gonna use the wisp projector. I'm gonna use both.
That's your lightning absorb right there.
That's not enough.
I mean, lightning absorb on its own isn't gonna protect you from the wisps and stuff like that. You need max resistances for that.
I mean, just strictly for Ubers. Like I said, for everything else, I would run like a different belt. But for Ubers, I'd run that and the other. Llama has a Riftsin with two 20 gloves and the wisp, but not the belt. And he's running Phoenix for the redemption, so he doesn't have to worry about normal life steal. And what's his face? One shot him. Mephisto one shot him.
Yeah, Mephisto does a lot of damage.
That's why you need both them forms of a lightning absorb. For Mephisto, you may need Blackthorns as well.
Yeah, but he has
I found a 4-socket armor with 900 defense.
He has 2 different lightning attacks. So he's got his regular lightning bolt, and then he has the orb.
It's the charge bolt that kills you.
I'm pretty sure it's the orb.
It's a charge bolt because he shotguns you with all of them. And with his conviction, your resist is so low that just a little bit of absorb's not going to help. They're all going to hit you really hard.
It's not just the absorb. The absorb isn't going to work by itself. You got to have the 95% resistance. I've never had any issue with Mephisto when I had 95% resistance.
Even after his conviction?
Remember, I'm a conviction paladin. My conviction cancels out his.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm talking about. I can't do that on an assassin, so I have to either overstack my lightning resist somehow to insane numbers, or
I
have
got a stiletto. You want a stiletto? 90% lightning resistance.
No. Does it proc anything?
Yeah, 25% chance to cast level 3 charge bolt.
Oh my god.
That's right.
I leave them things on the ground.
I was looking at it. I'm like, 90% lightning resistance is kind of broken. Maybe I'll use that like on occasion for wisps. It's like,
Does it have any max on it?
Any what?
Max?
What do you mean?
Does it have any max resist, or is it just 90?
Oh, it's lightning resist based on character level, so it literally goes up even higher than this. Like it would be 99 lightning resistance at level 99. It's one per level.
Does it come with max as well, or
no? It's no max. It's just massive amounts of lightning resistance.
I mean, it's not a bad thing to have in your stash for like a source when you want to do bail runs and you want to telly. Like, I just put this on and I don't have to worry about the stupid dummies.
All right, well, I think we're on to the next zone, so let's go to the next game. GGM cows 7. Look at this, we're on 7 now. Yay, we're clearing entire games, finding Sir runes. Jank, let's go.
That's it. You see, I found that malt and them too.
A mal and a limb, nice.
Um.
Oh, yeah. I saw forgot to say the
I did.
Yeah, I got all 3 of those out of that one game. That was a real nice game.
I did 50 nilithix last night and got 4 keys.
Sweet. Anything else good drop from them besides keys?
No, I got an amulet and I was like, ooh, and it was like a Nokazans or something.
The OP low level Ammy.
I gotta rust it.
That amulet in normal difficulty like completely makes you immune to fire. It's actually kind of fun. You're just like, I'm
it wasn't ethereal, so.
Come on, Pindly Pindle. I got time for your crap. There's 8 people in this game, and you still don't get better drops because you're super unique. But your little monsters around you do. He dropped a Viscera Tuant. A Viscera Tuant. Oh, what's up, struggler?
Oh, my game crashed. Awesome.
Whoa, Nicholas. I just used Pindle to get my skeletons, that's all. Insert John Cena sound here. What's up, Onyx? You gonna come magic find with us? We're doing group magic finding, apparently. Group magic cowing. Partisan. What is that? Pierre Toumble something? I can't remember. I'm sure I pronounced it wrong. Yeah. Pierre Toumble Quant. The halfway decent merc weapon, if only it were ethereal. 55% deadly strike is pretty nice, actually. If I ever find an ethereal one, I'll have to hang on to it and test it out. Oh god! Distracted! Don't recommend Hammerden or Sorceress.
gamble on it. +2 assassins, circle it with 2 sockets and 20% IAS. Other stuff.
Oh, did circlets even spawn with IAS on them?
I would hope so. They spawn with faster cast rate. Like, let's not make them broken for only one type of character.
I don't know. I can't remember if there are ones with IAS on them. It's been a long time.
I feel like there are.
Just as a heads up, the cow portal's a little hot right now.
A little hot, he says. I like heat.
Here I come. I'm here. I saved the day.
Thank you.
By the way, #1 death for hardcore characters is booby trapped cow portal. If you
Unless
guys,
you have leap.
if you guys want to, if you guys make cow games, just keep that in mind. If you want to play hardcore, it's very dangerous. Booby trap cow portals are very dangerous.
I've heard people say, why make a gold fan bar when you can just open up a cow portal and put a bunch of cows on it?
All right. And steal gold. All right, Onyx. Here's your challenge. If you choose to accept it, sir. Your challenge is a firewall necromancer. That's right, a firewall necromancer. That means you're gonna need full Trang set. It's the Alpha Helm.
So there's a trick to see the items better.
+2 Fury.
Why? Why would we not pick that up?
For what?
Oh no, the rare ring.
Oh, I didn't say it?
I have a habit of just clicking on a thing and running away. I don't know why.
Click on thing, run away. Click on thing, run away. Don't tell me what to do.
So if you can't, if there's too many items on the ground, you can zoom in, and zooming in decreases the font size and allows more items to be visible on your screen.
What are you talking about? You can't break fire immunity. As a firewall necromancer, you're gonna have access to lower resists.
Right?
You can max out lower resist, beef up all your fire damage through plus the skills and fire skills and things like that. Obviously, running things like Mage Fist for +1 fire skills. Maybe even run Fire Golem, just so you have even more fire damage. And then you're running lower resist with your Fire Golem, and so he's really kicking ass. I think lower resist plus Fire Golem would probably work out really well.
No, make an Iron Golem out of a Hand of Justice. Or one of the other Holy Fire rune words, a dragon.
Onyx doesn't see it. He doesn't see it. That's okay, Onyx. I'll make the Firewall Necromancer, okay? And you make something else. It's alright. It's alright. I was gonna lend you my amazing idea, but that's okay. That's okay. Lower resist is not better than conviction. You're correct, but if you max out lower resistance, it will definitely do a lot of negative fire.
And then you just put the infinity on your merc. Boom. And you're breaking all fire res.
I mean,
Spirit Catechus.
Ooh, grab that. What's it got on it?
I did. It has one freaking socket.
Sadness. +6 +3, 9%. Huh. Burn worms. I don't know what kind of rich person is making iron golems out of an infinity, but
Yeah, like, it's cheaper to make it out of a dragon. I mean, what are you putting on your merc, really, if you're gonna have your iron golem be your affinity? Somebody's blowing up all my corpses. And they're still blowing up corpses for fun.
no, not for fun.
There was nothing else here, and there was corpses getting blowed up.
So you say. My corpse explosion has a very large radius, sir.
My find item has a very high chance of finding surge.
I saw that ring. God bless it, I ain't got no freaking ID scroll.
Here, give it to me, I'll ID it.
Oh, I'm just looking at amulets and crap. I'm always looking for that elusive, like, +2 to skill amulet that it rolls like with all resistances or something. They do occur.
Here you go. It's the best weapon for a necro ever.
What is that?
+2 to necro skills and 6 to strength, so you can wear your spirit shield.
Oh yeah, do you have a Dracul's? Do you want a life?
Brass?
Yeah.
I have it, yeah.
I was wondering if you wanted a life tap wand. I found a 90 charged life tap wand.
I actually, I don't have a life tap wand, but I found last night, because I always check a Kara to see what she's got in little throwing daggers, because she might have a 3 war cries decrepify dagger. So I always check her, and I found a life tap dagger.
Well, this is just a very interesting wand. It's +2 necromancer skills, 5% mana steal, 2 to fire golem, replenish life 3, level 4 life tap, 90 charges. It's just a rare wand that I found that had life tap charges on it, so I was like, I'll hold on to it.
Yeah, I think that probably is just better than freaking Dracul's. I may go with a 20% IAS glove.
I mean, as far as I understand it, level has absolutely no effect on life tap. It's only the duration.
Yeah, the only reason that I even use Drax is just for the convenience, but from everything I've seen, and it's just like, quit being lazy. Like, bring your life tap on and call it a day. And wear a better glove.
Wear better gloves. Put better gloves on Sokka?
It would make my life a little easier with the, oh, okay. We already killed Diablo.
Kelpie snare, Merc. I'd like to get my hands on an ethereal Kelpie snare one day just to see what kind of ridiculousness it is if you upgrade it. 70% slows target by is pretty ridiculous.
I am overburdened.
Like, who comes and kills Chaos in a group game? That's crazy.
Oh, we're spreading out all over the place. We've been remaking games real fast. Whole freaking maps getting cleared in like less than no time.
Zones, though.
Yeah, I know. It'd be nice to do the EXP zones together. Has Worldstone Keep already been cleared?
That's what you get. You get a Tancred's Weird for killing freaking Chaos all by yourself.
Yeah, that's right.
It would have been a Tal Rosh's.
Punished.
Yes, I do have 2 Amazons, Quintet coming.
How you gonna leave this third of an Enigma over here on the ground?
These guys love to drop runes.
I just like the noises they all make when you hit them all. Makes me laugh.
Makes me giggle. Ethereal CV. No sockets. Anybody want a ethereal CV for a potential weapon? I mean, it's not the best base in the world, but it's a base. Max sockets is 4. You could roll it, or you could put it in the cube. One way, I mean, in Larzik, one way or the other. Drop it in town if anybody wants it. Look here, Glomes. I ain't got time for your shenanigans.
Hey, do you have battle orders?
I do.
Nice little 5-socket cryptic axe.
Ooh, was it F?
No, unfortunately.
No.
Aw. Can make an obedience, I was gonna say.
You can still make an obedience.
No.
Obedience is still great, especially because it's so fast.
What's my MF, Brandon? I'm running 445% right now. I was running like 510, but I kind of balanced it out a little bit. Ethereal Colossus sword with 3 sockets. How viable is PVM Bone Spear Necro? It's pretty good. If you build it right, you can do massive amounts of magic damage. Magic damage generally has no resistance. I mean, there's very few monsters that are resistant to it. God, all these freaking cold immune monsters. I just hate fighting the Dark Lords, and we have Haradrim here, so of course the Haradrim are resurrecting them. Thought the Haradrim were supposed to be on our side.
Oh, they're in the throne.
Alders advance, nice.
Six-socketed berserker axe. Not ethereal.
Oh, the
I got
sadness.
totally pumped up for if.
Is there any other 6-socket recipes you can throw in that thing? I can't even remember. I'm gonna take a quick look real quick. There's not a lot of 6-socket rune words, so I doubt it's a very long list. I mean, it is one of the best bases, so if there was something, it'd probably be nice to put it in there. Well, Last Wish and Silence. Silence. +2 to all skills, all resistances 75.
It's not going to be good in an axe. Can't also cause the monster to flee.
I'm just looking at it. 30% magic vines. It doesn't even have that expensive of a freaking requirement. Like for runes, it's Dol Eld Hell Ist Tier Vex. Vex is the highest rune in there. Huh. It has negative 20% requirements on it. Lion Helm. I don't know, that's a pretty powerful rune word though, with +2 and 75 all res. Doesn't have faster
Good evening.
faster cast rate on it, but it also has magic find. It's kind of like a little mini Oculus. Oh, champions. Lord. I don't know if I got a flawless, but I probably have, I got quite a few perfects if you need one. Huh?
We're in the next game?
Yeah, just a minute. I'm just running this Cuirass Causeway real quick. It's the only thing you guys don't do. I'm not gonna give away my secrets.
Didn't you just give away your secrets?
No, because half of you don't even know where Cuirass Causeway is. Ah.
I'm gonna guess it's between Lower Karast and Trav.
Lower Cuirass. Where's Lower Cuirass? Where's that? What are you talking about?
Hey, Stream, I'm looking for an Eth Gorod.
Ethereal Tanner Gorod.
You're the one looking for that. Believe it or not, I'm actually writing down when people need things. Just so that when I run across them, I'll know to keep them.
Impossible.
Yeah.
Now I know whose name to write for it.
please do, because that one is something people will just throw away.
Oh yeah, because it's not very good.
It's really good if you have a gold fine barb and you want your merc to just be like, Hydras.
Makes sense. I tend to farm a lot of nightmare bosses, so.
Does it have
they
good
like
ED
to
on
go
it?
Pikes.
Up to 100%. It's not great, but I don't care about that. He's got a fortitude, so he's got good ED.
Well, no, I just mean weapons usually, if they have really nice ED on them, like they're really good to upgrade.
It doesn't. That's the thing. It only goes to 100. It's not great.
But the off weapon ED and the on weapon ED work differently.
Oh, I know. But like I said, he does fine with the Ariox needle, even though the insight has way more ED. But
Well, the insight also has crit strike.
well, the needle has deadly strike, so they kind of go hand in hand.
How much deadly strikes I got?
50.
Yeah, it's about the same as if you got a +6 on the insight.
And they don't stack, so the fact that he runs 15 on his helm, like, that's...
Well, they do stack. They just don't stack like cumulatively. Not like it doesn't go to 4 times or anything, but they do actually stack.
They don't stack like, though, if you had, like, 100% critical strike. They don't stack that way.
No, because you'd have to critical strike always rolls first. But if one fails to roll, the other rolls after. So it's essentially like a double cumulative. I can't remember the exact formula, but it's like, say you had 50% deadly and 50% crit. They stack together, and it ends up being like 75% chance or something like that. I think is how the formula works out.
Maybe mathematically, but it's one check after the other. That's not how probability works, but...
Well, yeah, and if one fails, the other succeeds. Or well, they can both fail too, so which is also
right. That's why it's not quite that, but yeah, it's like more like 62.5.
I gambled the High Lords on like day 3, Charles. That was pretty funny. I haven't found one though.
I found one yesterday.
A game already exists with that name. How dare you go ahead of me, sir? How dare you? Huh. It's definitely going to steal all the loot now.
Yeah, that's like saying my odds of winning on a lottery ticket are 1 in 500. So once I buy 500, I'm guaranteed to win.
Well, no, I didn't say that having a 50% chance and a 50% chance meant 100. I said a 50% chance and a 50% chance meant 75% chance, which still gives you a 25% chance margin of error.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think it. I'm pretty sure it's not 75. I think it's 62.5%.
It's something. It's higher than 50. That's all I'm saying. They do stack together.
Yeah, they're about the same. Damage-wise, they're about the same, and I think that's because the Ariox has plus 4 to might, so...
I need mana.
I'm sorry, I geeked out for a second.
Oh my goodness!
And I died. Rip.
Halls of... Oh! On... Nothing on the way.
That's kind of lame.
Oh, they didn't have a chance to gather. I usually just murder them all in one fell corpse explosion. Hey, Troll's Nest. Look at that. That's beautiful. Give me that.
Necros are so wasteful. Just blowing up corpses for no reason. Like, you can't just kill them. Well,
Unique Troll's Nest. I don't think I've seen that one in a while.
oh, shit, that's the, is it 3 sockets?
Headhunter Glory, 3 sockets.
Oh my god, it's 3 sockets?
Mm-hmm.
What you
And
want?
27 fire res, 36 poison. What are the rolls on that thing?
I'm not sure, but 3 sockets is important.
Let's see. Headhunters. I always like to look these things up. Headhunters Glory. Glory D2. 3 sockets on a Headhunter's Glory is pretty nice.
I'm saying, what do you want? That would solve all my woes with my attack speed on my assassin, because I can just put 315 IAS jewels in it.
So it rolled fairly decent on the defense. It rolled fairly decent on the missile defense. It rolled dead center. Well, a little bit. Actually, it rolled high on the fire res, but not perfect. And it rolled high on the poison res. That's actually not bad. And it's 1 off on the life after each kill. That's actually a pretty high roll for a Headhunter's Glory. What are you trying to do with it? Like throw 3 P diamonds in it or something?
No, I'm gonna.
Where are you
For my assassin. Oh, I'm in pit.
No.
Like, that takes care of my attack speed right there.
What you gotta do? Put three IAS jewels in it?
Uh-huh. 3? Do I need 3? Yeah, I do.
Oh, sucky now. Look at my heads. Look at my heads. I got heads. Y'all jealous.
No Kazans again? God.
Jealous of my heads. Heads. Oh, you guys already killed him. Hawkmail.
I'll be right there, Drake. Where in the world is the damn door?
Headhunter's Glory. Because he's trying to hit the new broken breakpoint. That's why.
22226 is insane.
Would anyone mind helping me get my body back real quick?
Where
Yes,
you
sir.
at?
Here.
Halls of Pain level 3.
Halls of Pain.
Yeah.
There's no
That's
level
like
3, is there?
Well, you know what I mean. The Halls of Volrek, or whatever it's called.
Bone snap.
Is it ethereal?
I don't know. It's on the ground. It's not even identified.
Yeah, you gotta check them things, see if they're ethereal.
Somebody dropped it in town. I'm sure they checked it. They dropped it in town. Oh, you don't have a. Oh, you don't have a.
Well,
Look
I
here.
was close to 95.
Oh, I like that vigor ore, sir.
I like battle orders.
Battle Wars is overrated.
For monsters that get life after, for items that give life after each kill, yeah, the item has to be on you when the monster dies. Otherwise, you don't get the effect. Ow. biting me? Why does everything want to bite? Calm down.
Oh, I still didn't kill him. He's still up. Rip. I thought I killed him. Guess not.
I'm
Don't hit me,
on the
Neil.
way.
I need my minute. Don't hit me. Don't hit me.
Good job.
He did.
Word, I got most of that key back. Word. Or all
Your
of that.
goat's still there too, sir.
Word.
Came back and no cows. Well, we were trying to help somebody rescue their body. That's what's going on. Body rescue time. The, oh, God.
Oh Lord, what is this? What is this cow stuff going on here? Booby trapping the portal and stuff.
I didn't realize I was trapped.
You want a 30% extra gold for Monster Jewel?
No, thank you. Well, I don't know. Maybe I have a lot of IK helms. I could just do. What does Limb give?
I'm not sure.
I could just put 2 of those in a freaking IK helm, and when I want to just focus on gold find, do that.
Oh, no, you don't have to physically kill them with the item, like if it's on a weapon. They just need to die while you're wearing it.
Yeah, you just have to have the item on.
Like, life after each kill and mana after each kill, you just have to have it on. Especially for mana after each kill. Mana after each kill is great for sorceresses. It's one of the best ways for sorceresses to recover their mana, actually. Like Silkweave Boots, or Tear Runes, or a really nice jewel. There's some really sweet jewels you can find that have +3 to mana after each kill, and usually like some other stuff on them. And they're great to hold on to for low-level characters. Much better than a crappy +2 Tear Rune.
I could see some really good jewels like that with +3 going in like something for a high-level sorceress or elemental druid, just because they. Ooh, what is this? It's not a goal.
A
It's
crystal.
a wizard spike. Ooh, that's my first one.
6-socket crystal sword. Ooh. Ah, you got yourself an edge bow. Did you make it in an edge bow though? Oh.
I made mine.
I
Crossbow.
actually made
Crossbow don't get no love.
mine an edge bow?
You better make your edge bow an edge bow. That's for extra edginess.
No, I sure didn't.
I made mine a crossbow because they don't get no love. Oh, a rune. Ugh.
Why can't I pick
gonna-
stuff up sometimes? Like I
You're
swear.
not gonna
I'm
be able
like,
to use that on low-level characters.
what?
A rune bow. Sometimes you want to gamble on like level 25s for lower cost.
Oh yeah, I mean, I just use it on my necromancer.
I'm talking about the rune. Like edge is, yeah, just cute. I see what you did there.
Ah, yes. The joke. It was a joke. It was a joke, it was a joke, it was a joke. Yeah. It was a joke.
It's really hard to defile these corpses when y'all just leave cows running around.
Hey, we can defile as many corpses as we wish to defile.
I can't though, cause y'all leave cows running around. I gotta freaking kill them. It's so annoying.
There's a brown jewel on the ground. Somebody wiped their butt with that jewel.
There's a brown jewel, really?
That's a doo-doo jewel.
That's crazy.
It literally says brown jewel.
Oh!
Heal stamina plus 13%. Brown jewel. Somebody get that doo-doo jewel. Somebody
I
get
had
that.
no idea there was a brown prefix.
Somebody get that doo-doo jewel, wipe their butt with it.
A brown prefix. That's insane. What's the best blocking shield for Sanctuary?
For Sanctuary?
Uh-huh.
I think I was looking up shields the other day, and I think one of the best blocking shields was the Grim Shield. Low strength requirement, high blocking chance. Apparently it beats out the Troll Shield. And it beats out the Bone Shield. And it beats out the Monarch. There's a Grim Shield right here. It's 2 socket though. It's good for a rhyme though, if anybody wants to make a rhyme.
Uh-huh. Rhyme's crazy good. You got a melee character, leveling it up, put a rhyme on, and call it a day.
I can't carry anymore.
Grim Shield, doesn't Grim Shield also have like no penalty as well? No run penalty?
It does not. It's considered a light shield.
So this shield, Shale F, really awesome magic find shield for a sorceress. You want this Headhunter's Glory?
I do. Wow, that's not a bad jewel for your Vengeance Paladin. I don't know. It's a little low. Don't have any secondaries, but it's pretty good.
Blocking Shield J mod. I'm just gonna go ahead and put a Shale F in this. Get rid of some of my runes. Bam.
Anybody need a wizard's pike?
See, 60% block chance on a Necromancer. That's pretty high for a freaking Rhyme Shield. On a Necromancer. If you guys don't know this, blocking on is different depending on what class you're on. So when you look at a shield on a Paladin, you have much higher block chance than when you look at a shield on a Sorceress. Because Sorceress, Necromancer, and was it Druid? We have like the worst block chance known to man. And then the medium block chancers are the Amazon, the Assassin, and the Barbarian.
You can look at the way they hold their shield. If they just hold it all loosely by their side, they're not going to block with it well. If they hold it up like a shield, they're going to use it well.
Is this ethereal? No, it's not ethereal.
I can't.
Oh, sadness. I might actually use that on my sorceress. You know what? Nobody wants it. I don't care. I'm gonna use it.
Like
on
when you look at
my
the source and their shield, like it's just dangling there. But like if you look at like your skeleton right there, how he's got his shield up and it's ready.
Just
that's how the
dull
good,
and
good
lifeless.
blockers will use it. And that's how you know who blocks better. Just by the way they hold it in their animations.
I'm running pretty full on summon GCs. I mean, I could always use another one for like Ubers and stuff, but I could have sworn I had another one for Ubers. I don't know where the hell I put it.
We did River already.
I don't know. Let's go find out. Somebody been running all these janks. They've been using the cheap trick where they go kill the they go kill the main guys and then everything dies.
It only works if you have teleport. You have to move quickly. You have 8 seconds. Everything you've seen in the last 8 seconds will die. And anything near one of your TPs. A TP counts as a player character, but it only counts for like half the range of a player character.
Couldn't you just have 8 people just spread out in chaos?
You just kill everything instead.
Yeah, if you're a paladin, you could do that. Yeah. If you're a barbarian, though, you go to the dude, you pop the dude, you kill the dude, you move on to the next dude. You don't kill nothing else. You tell it to go run away, go hide, go away.
Is there a cap on faster on walk? I don't think so. Is there really, really difficult breakpoints to hit? Yes.
And if you're a sorceress, you're praying to Jesus that none of them spawn immune to you.
I don't think anything technically has a cap. Like, faster cast, I don't think really has a cap. But, like, once you pass that 200% breakpoint, like, there's, like, pretty much nothing you're doing to get to the next breakpoint. Whatever that next breakpoint is, you're not getting to it.
Carry anymore.
Attack speed used to have a cap. In LOD, it had a cap.
I am overburdened.
What's up, Jarrett P? The OG.
But it no longer has a cap.
Greetings.
I don't know. There was a guy, he used to come in here my stream all the time, and he talked about how he basically broke the faster run walk.
Hey, where's our battle orders? We're all dying out here.
Where y'all at? Like,
Goldstone Keep, I guess.
I got Halls of Pains. I got Halls of Vots. I got World Cone Keeps. Oh, and somebody popped a TP. I'm coming. I'm moving my little slow ass over there now. Hold on. Stop running.
Run.
You want this battle orders, you're gonna come to me. Somebody came to me.
Rattle cage.
You didn't get the skill.
No.
All you got was the skill. You didn't get the help.
He can't wait. Impatience. Impatience.
Ooh, a Ort Rune. Rattle cage. That's a really good armor.
It is actually, and it's very good for low level mercs. That crushing blow on there is sweet.
Yeah, I use that all the time.
If you have a low level merc, throw that on him, and he can demolish some bosses. Tag it up with Hone Sudan Yari. They're both around the same level anyway. Crushing blow out the wing wang.
Or give your merc a last wish and call it a day.
Yeah. Richie Rich over here.
Maybe that's what my merc needs, is just a last wish. Maybe this is not a complicated equation. Just he has a last wish.
Opinions on kicks in meta. I mean, they kick things, and they're good at it, and they avoid the entire tree that they're intended to use.
No.
I mean, it's obvious. It's obvious that the kick is a finisher. It's meant to be used in combination with other skills. But no, they're just kicking.
No, they take a whole third of the tree. You gotta get max Dragon Talon, as max as you can max it. And you also need Dragon Flight. Like, that's a whole 52 points.
Kicks. Kicks, that's it. Kicks. Kicking.
Put the other 40 points in, or the other 60 points, put them in Burst of Speed, Fire Blast, Destintree. You're good to go.
I don't know. I actually made a martial arts assassin one time for fun. It was a little bit more fun than a kick assassin. I get tired of hearing the and it never ends. It never ends. Oh god, it never ends.
It's so bad because, like, what you could do with what is it? The one that gives you can, oh, I'm gonna make it fire. Oh, I'm gonna make it ice. Oh, I'm gonna make it lightning. What you can do with that, you can just throw an item on to do the same thing.
I mean, yeah, but I kind of had fun with it. It was like actually, using the abilities and building the charges. Plus, I had like every element, which was pretty fun. I built the lightning, so I had tons of lightning damage. I built the dragon kick, the exploding kick, so I had tons of fire damage. I built physical damage, so I had tons of physical damage. There wasn't much I wasn't killing.
Is it?
No.
How you gonna throw it back down?
I have one in my stash.
It's still a bone, Hugh.
Yeah, someone needs it. Someone.
282. It's freaking insane.
Yeah, he's talking about that right now. That's why he wanted the headhunters for the IAS jewels.
I'm going to bed. Have a good night.
Aw. You gotta bed so early. Night.
To bed with ye.
Oh, look what I found for the first time ever.
What? Sabazis. Or Sazabis.
For the first time ever.
It's too bad the Sazabi set can't spawn ethereal, otherwise it probably would be pretty beast on a Act 5 merc. If you guys did not know, set items cannot spawn ethereal. You'll never find a set item ethereal. The sadness. Yep. Ah. Snakes are scary. They start hitting them charges out and doing like massive amounts of damage, and all your HP disappears in about 1 second. You lose your bravery real fast.
Now, why can't it spawn ethereal? Is it sets can't do that?
No sets can spawn ethereal.
Oh, that's dumb.
Yeah, I don't know why. Sets can't be upgraded, sets can't spawn ethereal, and then none of it makes any sense whatsoever. There'd be 2 changes I would make right off the bat. Let set items be upgraded and let set items be able to spawn ethereal. Set items are already like underused as it is.
Upgrade for sure. Like some of them other sets, if you could upgrade them, like oh my goodness.
I mean, there's a lot of items that could be more useful if they could spawn ethereal, especially for mercenaries. Like take the Hawanan set. The Hawanan set is pretty much fits entirely on a mercenary except for the belt, I think. And it has a nice freezes target effect, but the damage on it is lackluster. Ethereal
Just
would
think
fix
about
that.
death. If you could upgrade death, that would be insane. It'd be great.
Death set would be very nice, especially with that belt is probably the killer to the entire set. That's what I think anyway. Who wants to have only 2 potion slots?
Yeah, that's crazy. Like there's some really good low level sets that you just can't do anything with. Like you're like, oh, like Milliburgers might be good if you could upgrade it.
I don't know, it's still pretty poor. Once you get back to a
Some
certain
heart.
level, it's...
Yeah, the ethereal thing would be great. Like, you get the Savines, which is obviously for the barb. You got Isn't Hearts, which is obviously for the
Well, that's an interesting
Act
element.
3.
+3 martial arts, 20% magic fine. Huh. Too bad it doesn't have anything else on it.
Then look at Isn't Hearts. Like, the chest alone has +2 per character level to defense. Like, why can't that be upgraded? Like,
Oh yeah, low level character Eisenhearts is pretty broken. If you have the full set. If you don't have the full set, it's garbage. But it's like it's a thing.
the sword has attack rating based on character level. Like, y'all need to make these things upgradable. Like, for real.
Oh, really low level. If you combine 2 sets, the death set plus the Hasuras, you can get like amazing attack rating based on character level. And the two sets are mixable completely. You get because it's boots, shield, and yeah, boots and shield on the Hasuras. That gets you the attack rating, and then the death set gets you the other bonuses, which are really sweet.
Tankards has defense based on character level.
Oh, Tankards has 78% magic find.
That's just 2-piece on the amulets, though. Like some of these would be great if you could upgrade them. Like,
oh, Erathas in particular. I'd love to be able to upgrade Erathas. The belt for max potion slots, the helmet for defense, and the gloves for defense. I'd upgrade a set of Erathas.
I need a key.
I guess that's why they're balanced the way they are. Like when you look at Vidalas, it's +8 per character level to attack rating on both.
Vidalas is great for a low-level Amazon because it gives you Pierce before you can actually put points into Pierce.
And then the armor is +2.5 per character level to defense. I guess that's why, because they just made those numbers so high.
Well, frickin' A, Scuzzlebutt. Thanks for the subscription, sir. If you guys didn't know, on YouTube you can actually subscribe. Sort of the same way that you subscribe on Twitch. You do get access to emotes. I got some special emotes, just like on Twitch. And you get these little guys right here. I got them.
It just goes to show you, because when you look at Angelics, the reason people wear Angelics is because you get to wear 2 pieces that can't be upgraded. They're rings and amulets, and one of them gives you attack rating based on character level.
Well, Angelic is already broken.
That's why, because I can wear these 2 pieces, and I couldn't upgrade them anyway, and I still get this bonus. Yeah, I think that's why you can't upgrade them, because those numbers are too high.
Honestly, you want to know the reason why I think you can't upgrade them? It's because they never finished the game. They were constantly working on the game. I was there back when the sets originally were introduced. None of them had set bonuses. I was there when the sets got set bonuses, and they were not working properly. Quite a few of them were bugged. Angelics had a bug where literally you could put the set on over and over again, and you could gain +1 skills for eternity. Literally +99 to all skills if you wanted to. And they never, I just don't think they ever really got around to finishing the sets. They moved on to the rune words, and then when they moved on to the rune words, they forgot about the sets, and they were just, I guess maybe they probably intended to go back to them eventually, but they never did.
I mean, when you look at these low-level sets, like, you realize that they don't let you upgrade them because of what they did to them. Like, they gave them really high numbers.
Is a Sur worth a Burr or a Jaw rune? I think it's like half legendary, if I remember correctly. I think a Sur is considered half.
It's 100% half of a Burr. Right now, they're Burr and Jaw are about the same. You got people trying to get more for one or the other, but they're about the same in price. Burr should be more.
I heard some people are doing the and thing.
I don't know how many games where I've seen where it's like Jaw for Burr and Low or Burr and Maul, and it's like, yeah, 2 Burrs make a Jaw, but
no, I've heard people have been doing this. So basically, you take a Jaw or a Burr, it doesn't really matter, and you go to a game and you try and trade it for the opposite. So a Jaw for a Burr or a Burr for a Jaw. And then whenever somebody comes in, you always say, can you add something? Can you add something? Can you add something? And every time somebody will add something, and since they're kind of equivalent, you're always getting something because you're not really losing anything for trading a burr for a jar or a jar for a burr. And so they're literally just getting like extra little things like all the time while they're doing this little trade back and forth, which is kind of funny.
I wish I had infinite jaws because I would go in there and snatch up all the burrs because I know for a fact
Burrs are more
burrs
rare.
are they're gonna come out to be worth more than jaws. Because the only jaw rune word that's gonna really suck up the jaws is Last Wish.
Is burr worth a sur plus a low? It really depends on what you're making. I mean, if you're using that low rune to make yourself a grief, and you really, really need a grief, then maybe. But if you need that burr rune to make yourself an enigma, then maybe not. Trying to think what else Sur is good in. It's hard to keep track of all this stuff.
I mean, you look at it like this, numbers wise, just put a number to it. Jaw and burr are worth 4.5. Sur is worth 2.75. Low is worth 2.
Well, yeah, I know, but we're also talking about like the value in the rune, the actual rune words themselves. Like the jaw runes are getting eaten up like crazy for quite a few rune words. They're going into rune words like nuts. You know, you got enigmas, you got dreams, you got I can't even name them all. And you need to make 2 dreams if you're gonna make a dream person. You gotta use 2 jaw runes.
Yeah, nobody's making dreams. They're making enigmas right now.
I've already had a bunch of people show me their dreams that they made, dual dreams. I don't even know what to tell you. It's nuts.
I mean, you just have to look at the player base and you have to think about what they're going to need. And when you look at that and you go, oh, there's 70% of the player base is, get off of my foot.
70% of the player base is get off of my foot. You heard it here, ladies and gentlemen.
Trying to climb up my damn leg.
You heard it here.
Is Blizzard sources. So, right, burrs are worth more than anything right now because they need infinities. And then it rolls over to paladins, which then makes jaw and burr.
Look at the people in chat talking about like these runes like they're stocks.
I mean, they're right. You kind of think about it that way. You got to be like, all right, you gotta get out at the right time and in at the right time.
They're just gonna keep dropping in price. That's the thing. Like if you sold them in the beginning, you got your money's worth. But right now, they're just gonna keep dropping in price until eventually they're common. It's not gonna take too long. Maybe like a couple more months before they're all over the place.
Like you look at the economy right now, people are selling jaws and burrs for lows. Like lows shouldn't go for that much, but they are.
People just want those lows for the griefs and the fortitudes. They're desperate for the griefs and the fortitudes.
Yeah, that's where everybody's at right now. They're trying to make the fortitudes for their mercs and the griefs for their smiters, and that's where they're at right now. And the very next step, I guarantee you, will be burrs. Burrs will jump way up above everything else because the very next step is going to be infinities. And then right after that, then jaws are going to jump up because people are going to want last wishes.
Expensive. What'd you talk about, Onyx? Where's their chickens? You got a Zod and it's a trophy. You just look at it. Make yourself a Breath of the Dying. Those things are awesome. Breath of the Dying is definitely a very nice bird word. Last wish, Joel Bale. It's not common. We're saying that eventually when people become super rich, it will start to become common. Oh my god, let me off the bridge. Freaking choke points, man.
That's like the assassin. Like, if I could afford a last wish, this thing would be done.
To you, champion.
Like, I don't care nothing about frozen orb when I can have a level 20 charge bolt. Like, shotgun with what? 13 charge bolts?
It's about 300 damage. Unfortunately, unsynergized doesn't do an amazing amount. Does a hell of a lot more synergized.
Damn, we finished this game already and bounced already and I didn't even notice?
I don't know, kind of. About to level up. I was trying to see if I could get a couple more points of EXP here.
Well, let me know when you go to 11. I'm just chilling.
Freaking hate these Udars. He's Stone Skin, Spectral Hit, Fire Enchanted. The dude's taking like no damage whatsoever.
Yeah, maybe not. It's level. It's 22 bolts at level 20, but it's 13 to 15 damage.
Oh, shit. I wasn't even paying attention. Frickin' T-Gots just dropped right behind me. Not bad. I already have a T-Gots.
286 damage.
I mean, it's 20% chance, so you're gonna be spamming it. Since you're gonna be in melee range, everything's gonna hit. So you can pretty much assume that they're all gonna hit. Man,
This is not that much, because when you think about Voice of Reason and the fact that it strips 24 cold res too at the same time, in addition to doing the same number as that per bolt.
You came over here and stole my kill. Why did you come over here and steal my kill? He was almost dead. He had 1 HP left, and you come over here and steal my kill. You troll. And then you stole my Monarch too. The challenge. Just want to get this level so that in case I die later, I don't have to worry about it. 4-socket faceplate.
I want 93 so bad, but it's so far away.
It is. 93 is one of the first levels things get really difficult. And then 93 to 94 is a pain in the butt. And it just gets progressively worse from there.
I don't care after 93. I want 93 so I can gamble ambulance and I'm good, but like I'm just so far away.
Ah, you're welcome to join Scuzzlebutt. I think we're about to go to the next game though, so pretty soon here. Oh, I'm in River of Flame. I'll get it. These monsters are dropping some pretty good EXP. I'm just level 90. It takes a while. Even that little tiny bit at the end is painfully.
5 bow call to arms for Ohm. That's insane. Like, Like, it's almost perfect. Like, are you kidding me? Like, I wish I had an ohm. Like, I would do that. Like, 1 high rune for saving me 2 mid runes and getting a really good roll.
What's up, buddy?
Serve extra low.
I could stand there and look at them things all day.
That's a really good deal, too.
Back to Corbin and a class boat. It's Ethereum. Beat somebody in the head with it.
It might be trade night. People are desperate.
Desperation. Hey, I leveled up. Nice. Anyone know what a 1520 Griffin's Eye is worth? Probably a lot. I'm be honest with you, Legendary. If it's perfect like that, isn't 1520 perfect? You probably get quite a lot for that. What are we on? 9? GGM cows 9. I don't know. You can probably get a little bit more than a burr for that, Legendary. Perfect griffins are pretty sought after. If it wasn't perfect, I'd say burr, but maybe a little bit higher than a burr. I don't know. Maybe a burr and. A burr and. I think if you traded it for 1 burr, you'd be selling yourself short. Definitely.
Yeah, I'd go burr. I'd go burr low. And then you could negotiate down a little bit from there, but that's how I'd make my games. There you go. I just put that on the last wish assassin. Just put that thing right there on there. And then my charge bolts do a lot more damage.
What, Griffin's Eye?
How much more damage can they really do? 15% of 13.
I don't know, it's pretty amazing with skills like that, how they work. They're such tiny damage, but they all add up to be a lot. Pindo come down to see me? Well, dang, okay. He said he came down and said hi. He said, "What's going on, man?" And a boom hour, man. Little ding. The ED doesn't really make a big difference, Mustaine. When you're making a grief, the damage doesn't really come from the weapon itself. The 8% ED is going to give you a little bit of a boost, like a tiny itty bit of a boost, but it doesn't affect the grief plus damage. So it's he's talking about a 5-socket phase blade for grief.
Grief doesn't have ED.
It's 8% ED on a superior.
Oh, yeah, you don't care. No. In fact, you don't want that, because if you're a Zealer or a Frenzy or whatever, you're gonna burn through the Oh, it's a phase blade.
It's a phase blade.
Yeah,
there's no durability.
That's fine. Yeah.
It's not like sought after, is what I'm saying, Mustaine. No. It's just
it's such a low damage base on a grief because grief doesn't do anything. It's got a low base anyway. It'll never go above like 35. So like 8% of 35 is what? 2?
Yeah, it's a tiny damage bonus. It's not much because it's only going off the base damage of the weapon. 15% IAS jewels are definitely worth something. You should probably hang on to them. Especially if they have other modifiers. So
Even if they don't.
So hold on to them even if they don't. But if they have another modifier, they're worth a lot more.
Yeah, because like you, as far as increased attack speed goes, you can only get it in weapons. So jewels are the only way to get it anywhere else.
God, why is everything trying to murder me right now? I swear it's like sometimes my army's not doing what it normally is supposed to be doing here. Okay, you guys having fun with this turn?
Conversion? Oh, could have been so good. That is correct. It is broken and they are worth way more than you would think. So sell them now while you can, because if they fix it like they did Cold Mastery, you're gonna be crying when you don't have them, or when you didn't get your money for them while you could.
What money for what? The IAS jewels?
Yeah. I would say if you're not gonna make a build out of them, sell them right now. And if they don't fix it, you can go get them
don't
later.
sell things anyway.
I mean, I don't mean like sell them for money or JSP gold or anything like that. I mean like sell them for in-game currency now. Especially with all these YouTubers and Twitch streamers and all that, bringing attention to them, they're gonna definitely go up in value.
I bring no attention.
You will. You're gonna make a video on it. We both know you're gonna make a video on it. You're gonna be like, "This is broken right now, and this is why it's broken."
Chicken? You have a chicken in the background, Jack?
That was the cat. It was a little kitten.
Onyx is making fun of you.
It was a little kitten. It was a little kitten. He being a little kitten.
I teleported directly into the council. I'm usually pretty good with the positioning on that, but man, I went right to the center of the council that time.
Oh, you got teleport now, huh?
I've always had teleport. I have the amulet, remember? I found that amulet really early on.
Can I get IAS on an amulet? Can I get 20% on an amulet?
Yeah, High Lords. And then also Cat's Eye.
Cat's Eye. High Lords is 10.
Is it 10?
That's, but I'm talking about a crafted amulet. Can I get like a crafted amulet with 20% IAS?
Oh, I have no idea. Do I only play Necromancer? No, Joel, I also have several other characters. I've got a Vengeance Paladin, I've got a Spear Amazon, I've a Bow Amazon, and a Firewall Sorceress. This is my Magic Find character, so so when it comes to this specific character,
I just torqued up 2 sets out of the Cow King. I think he has a higher chance to drop sets.
I don't know. He definitely has a higher chance to drop something.
He drops like 3 items, right? Like he's like the best unique, super unique boss, whatever in the game for item drops, because he drops like 3. Like I've always seen that he drops 3.
Fire Enchantress with Firewall. Nice. That sounds pretty fun. Do you use a bow or do you use a weapon? Aha.
Huh? Excellent large charm in a cow. That's pretty good. 175. That's the best you can get on a large. Maybe I didn't check this corner over here. Oh, I'll bring them to the sorceress.
Very good. I shall slowly tickle them down with my lightning.
Bows are weapons too. Har har.
I just hate with bows how you have to give up a slot and like you don't get like extra from the bow. Like it's just crazy.
What is that horn noise? Is that your chair? I don't know. I don't think so. I think it's Jack.
Oh.
Jack is the horn noise.
Horn noise? What?
Well, Onyx called it a chicken noise, but
I think it's me. My chair don't make no noise. My voice chat might make a little noise every time I key up.
yeah, I think that's what he's talking about. Does kind of sound like a chicken. Needed some skeletons. I can run around with no gear if I want to run around. This is a naked mancer, okay? This is a naked mancer. I run around naked.
Want to say hi to everybody? Say hi.
That's just the basic button press Onyx for Discord. Like the super basic button press. There's nothing special about that.
Yeah. Come over.
Come on out here, sir. Please.
He don't want to talk now.
Just get Griswold's armor, put it on a pallet, and fill them all with 15% IAS jewels. There you go. Done.
Do your math on that first. Might not be as necessary with zeal.
Nope. Gotta break all the new breakpoints.
That's what I'm saying. You might not be able to. With zeal, you might not be able to reach a certain. That's what I'm saying. Like with the assassin, like it's 21 BOS and 55% increased attack speed on gear. Like you're never gonna go past that. Like you're never gonna get down to 111 or something.
Ow, meteor right on my head. That's freaking rude. I mean, it was a joke, but I mean, Griswold set with all IAS jewels would probably be pretty darn fast.
No, put a treachery on, dude. It's the same amount.
The Griswold set has tons of sockets. All the pieces have sockets. You're talking about four sockets on the shield or 3 sockets on the shield? You got 3 sockets on the armor, 2 or 3 sockets on the helmet, like 3 sockets on the weapon. It's a lot of sockets. Let's see, it's, let me get my sockets right. Okay, it's 4 sockets on the weapon, 3 sockets on the armor. So that's 4, 5, 6, 7, 3 sockets on the shield, 8, 9, 10, 2 sockets on the helmet, 11, 12. So 12 times 15. For a total of 180% IAS from just the Griswold set. And then, of course, you could be running High Lords, 20% IAS gloves, Nosferatu's coil, blah, blah, blah.
You get 40% from the weapon.
And then High Lords is what, 10? So you're looking at like 250%. And then you could throw in fanaticism. You could throw in fanaticism too, whatever that brings you to. I don't know if there's some sort of magic breakpoint that you could possibly get to with a Zeal Paladin, but
I bet you'd look like a frenzy barb, I think, at that point.
But perhaps you could do it with Griswold. I mean, it does have enough sockets, and it's not a piece of crap. You know, it's not like you're just wearing like white equipment with sockets in it. So
yeah, with the exception of the armor, all the rest of them are pretty good. I mean, the weapon seems really bad. Seems like you could do a lot better on the weapon, but
I think it's gonna break all the time. I'll tell you that much. That's one of the biggest problems with Zealers. Your weapon breaks in like 5 seconds.
well, there you go. One of them sockets could be a Zod. It's just so bad. Like three items. The weapon adds 10 to 20 damage. Complete set. The weapon adds 10 to 20 damage.
I wonder if that's min-max though. If it's min-max, it might actually be nice. You know, like Grief.
I would think it is. I think it's exactly like Grief.
Which means it's going to add, for your weapon's going to go from 131 to 145 to 141 to 155 or 65 or whatever. So
right.
it actually might bring it up a lot more than you think, if it's min max.
Well, when you look online, it shows you, like, it gives you damage with just it is 111 to 125 to 129 to 146, and that's the variance of the catechist or whatever. And then when you look at it, gives you a green number below that, which is the 3-piece, 121 to 135 to 149 to 166. And then it gives you another green number under that, which is the complete set, 131 to 145, 169 to 186. So,
well, the other interesting thing about the set, though, is despite the fact that we're just doing something silly, like I think massive amounts of IAS, it does actually have really nice stats. I mean, you get all resistances 50.
Yeah, this set is insane.
You get 45 from the shield. You know, you get faster blocking, faster hit recovery, attack rating, strength, dex, life. I mean, you get a whole bunch of various effects on top of the IAS, whatever you're trying to build.
All resist. You get. My only problem with it is
Not enough mana.
one of them. None of them give skills, right? None of them give skills off top.
No, they all give something.
The armor. Well, I mean, like, the armor gives +2 to defensive skills. Nothing else gives you any plus to skills.
Well, every one of those sets, those particular sets, their class sets, they all give +6 in total. So once you've calculated all the pieces and the full set bonus, it's always +6. Or sorry, plus 5. Sorry, +5.
Oh, I was gonna say this one's way better because this one's the armor is +2 innately. The helm gives you +2 offensive.
Well, yeah. See, each piece gives you a different tree. So the armor is giving you the defensive, the helmet is giving you the offensive, and then the weapon is giving you the combat. So altogether, that's just +2. So it comes down to a +2. So you get the +3 on the armor for the full bonus, and then you get the +2 that comes from all the pieces.
Yeah, see, that's my problem with it. That's my only problem with the set. It's like it's really good, but then every little piece wants to be a jack of all trades. Like if they would have just went all in on one, like
I mean. One thing about it is the strength requirement on all the pieces is very low, with the exception of the shield. If you put a Hell Rune in a shield, you would only have to have a strength of like the max piece, which is 102 on the armor, or 105 on the helmet. So you'd want to bring down the shield, and then you could pump those points into, into strength or vitality instead.
Yeah, I mean, you're definitely gonna put them in a vitality because you have holy shield and dex doesn't really matter on a paladin. You need very little to get max block, so it just gives you more life in the long run.
Lumrune. Gull rune? What's a gull rune worth? Isn't gull and ist the same value? Because ists are more valuable, but gull is above ist.
No, gold's a little more valuable than ist. It's half of, it's still half of a vex. You have to look at it like that. It's still half of a vex. Whereas ist and goal is the break point to where no, it's not, right? You still only need 2 ist to make a goal, right?
Well, I mean, I just know that ists are far more valuable than gulls. People don't usually trade a 2 ists for a gull, for instance. Like, nobody's going to trade 2 ists for a gull.
No, nobody's gonna trade to anything for the other one though. Like that's just not a thing that happens. Like even if you have a jaw and you are jaw, I'm not gonna use jaw. Jaw's a horrible example. But if you have a sir and you didn't want a sir, and you wanted lower runes, like you wouldn't be able to get to what's under a sir? Goal? Whatever it is, you wouldn't be able to get 2 of those for a sir. Like, yeah, you could always cube up to a sir, but you can never cube down to what the sir was.
Are we doing Bale now? We can do whatever, it doesn't matter. I think I'm going to switch over to... I'm gonna switch over to my paladin for a little while. I just got him a level. He's level 91. I kind of want to play something else for a little bit. Something a little less necromancery.
I just want to get 92 tonight. That's all I want. I need 3 and 3/10 of a bubble.
Oh yeah, I forgot. If I'm gonna do that, I might as well swap over my Annie.
Oh, when did you get an Annie?
Deegs gave it to me.
When did he get an Annie? Damn.
He said he got one really early on. Bink.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Boy, I wish I would have got an
Jews,
Annie
dangerous.
more than a torch. Like,
Keep putting it in my personal stash.
Annie is so awesome.
I'll definitely help my paladin too.
It's just amazing, like...
Yeah, I grab a
Is it-
torch for him too. Something.
With these shared stashes, like, just an Annie, one Annie is all you need.
Well, yeah. That's all you need.
Back in the day, you needed like 12 of them.
Onyx over here. I thought you got one, Onyx. Didn't Onyx already get an Annie? That's right, we're playing the Red Pally Twin-Tailed Comet. Oh, Onyx is just talking about how he gave away multiple Annies. Oh, Lord. Loading screen bug? Game crash bug? Game crash. Woo! That's my first game crash in a little while. first game crashed into the whale. Oh god, a queue. Since I have a minute here, I really appreciate everybody showing up tonight. It was pretty cool. Like 3,000 people came in so far. That's really sweet. And thank you. Appreciate it. I got one new member today too. Aha. I don't have a streamer queue, sir. Everybody's typing F in chat. Bad roll on 2 uniques. By the way, if any of you guys want to join Discord and come in and hang out with us, you're more than welcome to. My bot will provide the link. And I do also stream on Twitch every now and then if you guys want to hop over and throw me a follow. My torch.
There's also a nifty channel where we post freebie stuff.
Oh yeah, there's freebie stuff.
Please come take my stuff.
Please,
I need space.
He said, "Please come take his stuff." He can't take it anymore. He can't take it anymore. I found this freaking jewel I want to put in something, and I'm super excited about putting it in something, but I don't know what I'm going to put it in. Alright. Oh, no problem, Martin. I really appreciate the compliments. The that PGM video was pretty popular, I think. Still is. Still is really popular, I can tell. You must wait 7 more seconds before joining a game. Can you think of anything more annoying than like if you had like 2 seconds left or 1 second left and you hit the button and it's like you must wait 1 second before? Couldn't I just let you in? That's strange. The patriarch. Just having some trouble with the stream. It said it's lagging up. I don't know what's going on. Rolling away. Yeah, I'm pretty sure F came from, it was like some sort of game where you were like at a funeral and they basically made you press the F key to pay respects to the person who was dying, essentially. And so it kind of like came about into a thing where they were like, press F to pay respects.
Oh, wow. Anybody got a martial arts scene that wants to magic find?
That sound good? Who likes conviction?
I don't like conviction.
Why? What's wrong with conviction, sir?
Can I have fanaticism? Or
No.
can I have cleansing? Can I have
No.
cleansing?
No.
I'd much rather have cleansing.
No. Give me a token.
2 seconds.
I already have a token. I was joking. I haven't had a chance to reset him yet.
Say it. Like, hold on. If it's that easy to get cleansing, hold on. let me go. Let me go and look at that for a second.
We gotta grab my freaking.
Can I get prayer? Can I get prayer? Prayer would be great.
Thunderstroke. Does Thunderstroke have replenish quantity? I don't even remember.
No.
Yeah, Thunderstroke is just meant to be used as is. You don't use it. You don't want to F Thunderstroke because then it won't. It'll break. You don't want it to break.
Repair it. You repair it.
Well, how you gonna repair a F Thunderstroke?
No, that's that you repair that one. There's no. Ooh. That's the first good 5% faster hit recovery small term I've seen. I mean, it's not great. It's good. It's got 7 mana as well. Level 29. That's insane. Like the 12% Grand Charm is level 0.
Oh well, I appreciate it, Busy Lizzie. A lot of my videos are aimed toward newer players. Sometimes when the more advanced players come in and they're like, who doesn't know this? And I'm like, the new guys. That's who doesn't know this. The people who literally just started yesterday.
Yeah, sometimes. But then sometimes he puts freaking destruction on his video.
I mean, I'm trying to make lots of videos. Okay, all the rune words. I'm doing all the rune words, not just the really crazy ones. But since I already have a rune word video with all the low level ones in it, I was trying to target the higher level ones first.
Yeah.
I'm gonna redo the lower level ones too. I'm actually working on that already. I've already kind of messed around with some of it.
Ha! Y'all messed up. I got the cornet.
I was gonna click on the coronet.
Never mind. It was trash.
Come on.
Actually, you should re-roll it.
I'm good.
It's from Ben. I'll re-roll it and give it to me.
I can get. It's right here. Oh, what? Where you at? Hold on. I'll bring it to town. Dude, I can gamble freaking.
No, that's a
coordinates.
Yeah, but still, I'll just re-roll it. It'll be fun. I got plenty of gems. Way too many gems. In fact, I actually look for things to gamble, like to re-roll just for lulz.
I lost XP this game because of that stupid World Stone 2.
God bless it. Look at all this crap I got on me. It's too much stuff.
I got one of those unidentified. When I get a full set of Mavinas, I'm going to roll in Amazon. Just because I have to at that point.
Has Blizzard mentioned sale figures at all? I don't think so. I haven't heard anything.
They're not going to give us that information.
It doesn't matter if it's good or bad. I don't want to give it out because it's going to make them. It could make them look bad in the future, and that's all they're worried about. Even if it makes them look good right now, later on they can compare it to like maybe when they lose subscribers or whatever, or lose people playing the game, and they're gonna look bad because of it.
Like when you look at their stock right now and see how low it's dropped. Guys, invest in Blizzard. Now's the time.
Probably is a good time to be honest.
They're gonna get over this. They're gonna get over this, and they're gonna go back up. So they're gonna go back up to $100 and something a share, and they're 60 right now. Invest.
I mean, they might go a little bit lower too, so keep that in mind.
I don't think they're gonna go much lower though. Like I don't think they're gonna drop down to like mom and pop type levels. And when I say mom and pop, like I'm thinking like Party City is like
Party City.
$20 a stock right now. I just that's one I've got right now because it's that time of the year. But I don't think they're gonna go that low. So like I don't think you're gonna take a big hit right now. They may go down a little more, but they're gonna go back up. They're gonna double in value from what they are right now.
Stock advice from Jack, ladies and gentlemen. It's it probably is a good time to buy, but I'm not gonna advise anyone to spend their money because they could potentially lose it. You have no clue. We have no clue. Blizzard could fall apart into a million pieces for all we know.
They
They're
could.
they're doing absolutely terrible right now.
I'm just saying, right now they're the lowest they've been in a long time, and I feel like it's a really good investment right now.
Here's what I give you some advice on this. Okay, so they're going down in stock value because they announced the delay of Diablo 4 and Overwatch 2, which are main money makers. So they specifically said, hey, we're not making these games, which were going to make us lots of money, and we're idiots because we can't do this before the next fiscal year, right? So they didn't necessarily preclude the idea that it might come out next fiscal year after this one. But if they delay it again, if they come out with another message next year saying, oh, well, it's going to be delayed another fiscal year, it's going to go down again. And honestly, at this point, I'm not sure that they're going to be coming out with Diablo 4 or Overwatch 2 even until 2023, maybe even 2024. They've completely screwed over their entire staff system. They assigned a new staff system, like lead and a whole bunch of other people for these things, and then they decided to leave too. They're like, no, we're out the door. So they literally lost 2 full teams of this game, and I don't even think they know where they're at anymore.
That's why it's gone down. They've lost a lot of their personnel due to this crap that's in the media right now, this hashtag cancel culture that's going on. That's why they've gone down. Like, the fact that those games aren't coming out, like, that's because they've lost staff. That's a side effect of the staff.
Didn't Diablo Immortal get pushed back too?
I mean, it's out, right?
I was pretty sure it got delayed. The last time I remember, they had some sort of message out said it was it was like a very clear thing, hey, we're going to push back the timetable on Diablo Immortal. It's not going to come out until, like next year or something. And like they were going to release it, and then they pushed it back. I did a news article on it a while ago.
All I can say is, like, Blizzard has been going strong. They've had subscriptions for WoW. They've had servers for Diablo 2 for how many years now? They're not going nowhere.
I don't even need the Veil Steel on anymore. I could put something else on. My +2 helmet pack on.
Oh, do you want to, you probably don't. You're not a caster. +2 pally. +2 pally, 15 all res, 20% caster. Helm?
No, I'm running +2 pally, dual res. They really could have some. Sorry, dual life leech, dual life mana leech, and it really helps out my mana problems with Vengeance. Vengeance is a freaking mana hog.
Redemption.
And then all your corpses will be gone.
I mean, don't use it while I'm around, but...
Oh, yeah. So I'll have mana issues while he's around, but when he's not around, I'll be fine.
Hey, look, if you have mana issues while I'm around, let me know. I've got an insight in the staff for the Merc. We're good to go.
Burning Dead, where you at, Evil Shrimp? Oh, we were going to come rescue your body. 10% EXP loss.
I thought we were in 10.
No, we're in 9. What's in 10?
Oh, y'all didn't leave after bail? Okay. Never.
I don't know.
Nope, I just started killing stuff.
I don't know. Did we ever do cows in this one?
We did.
I seen a cow portal up,
Okay.
but nothing else was done, so I just did it.
Oh, there's Nord's Tenderizer. The Tenderizer.
Goggle for Burr. Wow. Burr's coming up, y'all.
It's actually a really decent weapon. Nord's Tenderizer. Tons of cold damage, freezes target. It's got 174% bonus attack rating. It's not bad.
Yeah, that's all I can tell you. When this holiday stuff's over and I get out of part of city and I drop my Hershey stock, I'm going into Blizzard.
I mean, Blizzard had a lot more problems than cancel culture. I mean, Blizzard's problems were very, very thick in the we made bad decisions category.
I mean, they made bad decisions, but a lot of it came. A lot of the backlash came from cancel culture. People went back and found stuff.
Let me outline some of the stuff though that went on over there. Okay, Number one, they have an open drinking policy in the office. So people can drink in the office without scrutiny from management. Number two, they had a breastfeeding room, which in its own right, a breastfeeding room is a good thing for women to have a room they can go to breastfeed. However, in an office building where men and women and other, genders are drinking and quite possibly drunk, having a breastfeeding room is an absolutely idiotic idea, because then said men who are drunk go into said breastfeeding room and oogle the women, which is exactly what happened. Among hundreds of other stupid things that happened over there.
Hold on. Let's go back to the breastfeeding thing. Should the company be punished for that though? Because
for having the two together, yes. For having one or the other, no. If they had just one or the other, that would have been fine. But they should have thought in their mind that having the two together was a bad idea.
These men were wrong for going in there and doing that.
Exactly. But the company was also wrong for letting the men drink to the point where they were drunk. An open drinking policy does not mean that you get plastered at work and then go into the breastfeeding office and basically what it was is it's a whole bunch of bad management. According to what's going on is not only did the bad things happen, but the management saw the bad things happen and basically either tried to cover it up or pretended that it didn't happen.
Right, that's the problem. The management didn't take action.
But that's what I'm saying is that having the open drinking policy in the first place creates a situation where the management is already ignoring one thing and they're likely to ignore another.
I disagree with that. Like, not because I agree with the fact that they're ignoring and all that. I agree with that. But the open drinking policy probably allows more creativity in the workplace, and they do need creativity there, just like smoking marijuana would breed more creativity. It just gets your mind flowing, thinking about stuff.
But here's another way to look at it. Okay, like say you're I don't know, like a $50 million a year sports guy. You're like, I don't know. I'm sure Michael Jordan makes more than $50 million a year, but say you're Michael Jordan on the team, and you do something stupid. And there's a very good chance that if said stupid thing comes to light, you would get kicked off the team. It would be in the manager's self-interest to cover up said stupid action. And a lot of these people who are in Blizzard are very high, big talents in the industry, and they are trying literally to keep these talents. These are people who are responsible for creating some of the products that have made Blizzard the most money. So it's no different than Michael Jordan making the Bulls very popular and having people come to the stadium and buy tons of merchandise and whatnot. The Blizzard is making tons of money off of these talents, and so they were basically covering up the misdoings or crimes or whatever you want to call it of these talents. And that's what it comes down to is they decided money was more important than what was right.
No, you're 100% right. It's all about the management. It's not about the employees. It's about the management. The management is doing what they need to do to increase their tech.
But here's the funny thing: all the management's gone at this point. Like, there's no management. There's no management left. Like the president got fired. Like the Vicarious Visions president that got co-leader, she left. Like all the little production leads and like all the other people, they're gone. Like they left the company or got fired or got forced to quit. Like one or the other. There's hardly anybody left.
It's very similar to what's going on with Netflix right now, where all the trans people are bouncing because, well, I say all. The 3 trans employees they have are leaving because they won't cancel Dave Chappelle.
Oh, he ain't ever gonna control his mouth. I don't even want to talk about him. He's a comedian who has no filter. There's really nothing more you could say about him.
That's the point. He's a comedian. Comedians are supposed to push the limits.
He's got no filter whatsoever. I still remember when he did his F your couch routine. I don't really care for Dave Chappelle. His brand of comedy is not really my favorite.
And that's the thing. That's totally acceptable. Comedians are
And this is coming from a person who laughed at George Carlin. And he was always saying some stupid stuff.
I mean, George Carlin was all about bashing Christianity. Like,
He bashed the government. He bashed everything, man. He was
government, hold on.
He bashed everything. I've seen quite a few as his stand-up comics. He used to talk about like taxes and like the politicians and all sorts of stuff. He was all over the place.
Lots of people bash the government. Like, they do that in social media. Like, that's common.
I'm talking about in his stand-up routine.
Yeah, like, yeah. And that was his thing. He bashed the government. But and that's the thing about comedy. Like, people have to push the limits of what they're willing to push. Like, my thing with Dave Chappelle is
he's controversial on purpose.
He tells jokes. He tells jokes.
Like, let's call it what it really is, okay? Because controversy breeds interest. People love controversy, they do, and it's nothing could ever prove it more than what's his name, Rush Limbaugh. So they did a survey, and they actually found out all the listeners of Rush Limbaugh, and they found out what percentage of them were like Republican and what percentage of them were Democrat. And if you've never heard of Rush Limbaugh before in your life, he's obviously a Republican. Not vying for any particular side here. What I'm trying to point out is that his audience was almost primarily Democrat. The people who listened to him were the people who hated him. And they were the ones that propped him up. Dave Chappelle is controversial on purpose. He's controversial and he gets attention because he's controversial. A lot of people are like that.
No, Dave Chappelle tells jokes. Dave Chappelle.
His jokes are a little bit more on the controversy side of things. He specifically he knows what he's doing. He's not an idiot. He's smart.
Right, and that's like saying Tom McDonald is on the controversial side, so we shouldn't listen to his music.
Nobody's saying that.
No,
people still listen to him anyway because he's controversial. They love the controversy.
Just because. That's the thing. Like, when you talk about Dave Chappelle or you talk about Tom McDonald, or any of those people that are controversial, they don't believe in this stuff. They're just doing it for the clout. And like,
I don't know. It's something that I've played around with just for fun. Not politics, of course. I did a video one time. The entire point of the video was to poke fun at personal loot. And basically make a video all about, why personal loot was a bad idea in Diablo. And even though the title of the video and the thumbnail of the video was meant to provoke controversy, I did actually specifically try to make a solid argument. But you would be surprised just how many people clicked on that thing just because it was something controversial that they wanted to voice their opinion on.
Yeah, I'm totally on the side of personal loot. I think it's a great idea. I think
it's terrible.
No.
Terrible.
Like, why? You really want to lose loot to somebody who has a program that'll pick it up for them?
I've never lost loot to a program that'll pick it up for them. I steal stuff from them all the time.
You're full of crap. There's no way.
There are literally probably 100 live streams of me on the old BattleNet stealing items from the bots on a regular basis.
Not to mention the person who makes the game has the best connection.
Ooh, my mercenary. No. I mean, you're talking about a fraction of a second.
That's all it takes, especially when you have a bot that picks the item up for you.
You're talking about when two people have an equal chance of both clicking on the item. That's when that little fraction of a second takes place. If the person was already going to beat you by like a second or 2 seconds, it doesn't matter. Like, he already had the item. That little tiny fraction of a second means nothing.
Yeah, but Paladin 0714 it wasn't a person. It was a bot that had a program that said, hey, this is a tiara, pick it up.
That's right. And you have a program inside your brain which also says there's a tiara, pick it up. And depending on how far away he is from the target and how far away you are from the target and how fast he clicks and how fast you click, everybody has a different chance. If he's far away from the item and you're close to the item, you have a better chance than he does.
There's a reason, as a person who's played this game since launch,
I have too.
Doesn't actually go to kill bail games in public games because, like, I'm not going to be able to grab nothing, no matter who I'm on.
That's like 1% of the loot of the entire game.
You're right. That's the problem with this game. It's
so we need
solo.
we need personal loot because 1% of the loot in the entire game is highly contested.
No, all the loot is highly contested.
It's not.
You know how many people get mad in games that are clan games where I hork a server room and grab it?
Because you horked it, though. See, and this is exactly the point. You horked the item. You were closest to the item. You picked up the item. You had every opportunity to get the item. If you didn't want the item, you could have left it on the ground. So you deserved that item because you were the one that horked it. You were the one that basically killed the monster's corpse. So yes, it's yours. The item never would have dropped unless you horked the corpse. So why should anybody get mad if you horked a corpse and you picked up the rune that you horked?
Dude, we were in a chaos game, in a passworded GGM game where I horked a server room, and 3 people were like, "Hey, we need to divvy that out. We need to sell it for parts."
All right, well, that's just stupid.
That's the way the game works. Like, people think just because it dropped and they were there, they deserve some part of it. That's why I think personal loot is.
That's not how it works. Personal loot wouldn't solve that. If you were in an 8-man game and you horked a server rune and they weren't even standing next to you and you got the server rune, they would still be jealous. If you horked the server rune and they got the server rune, you would be jealous. The server rune is worth more than all of the loot that pretty much drops in the entire game. There's no way you can split up one rune between everybody.
You can break it down and sell and divvy it out.
And
like, that's the thing you can do.
And this is one of my arguments that I used in the video was pretty much this. There usually is only about 1 to 2 items, sometimes 0, that are items that actually drop that are worth anything. So how are you going to split 1 to 2 items between 8 people? Somebody is always going to be the odd man out.
This is the problem with non-personal loot. And I'm going to say this once, and that's it. With personal loot, it's your loot. Nobody else sees it. Nobody else knows what happened.
Which is terrible.
It's not terrible.
It is terrible.
Do you realize how many people are on? Do you realize why when you hit the refresh button, nothing else pops up? It's because everybody's in their own private game with a password because they want the loot to themselves.
And let me tell you why it's terrible, though. When you get the server in, if only you can see it, and you're the only one that gets it because it's your server in, nobody else knows it drops, okay? So every single game we go along, and every single game, everybody gets their own loot. But because of the way that Diablo works and because of how random it is, there's no guarantee that any one person is going to get anything of value. So we might only get 1 Zod rune. We might only get 1 Jaw rune. We might only get 1 Griffin's Eye diadem. And if that person that gets it doesn't let anyone else know, they're just going to think that the entire run was a waste and nothing of value dropped.
That's why you make groups with friends and you divvy the items amongst friends based on what you and your friends need. You don't sit there and I got a Griffin's diadem.
Don't we do that anyway with free for all?
No.
Didn't I just give you a headhunter trophy earlier?
You did, and I was nowhere near there. Had you got that in 3 games ago, and I had saw it, I'd have been like, "Hey, I need that. What do you want for it?" Just like I said.
And I would have still given it to you anyway.
Right, and in a public game, that doesn't happen.
It does actually happen in public games. See, there's a big difference between when you're with someone who's greedy and you're with someone who's not. The difference between a greedy person and a not greedy person doesn't have anything to do with personal loot and private loot. The only difference between personal loot and private loot is that it allows the greedy person to be even greedier, because they don't have to actually try for anything. They can just sit in the back and grab the loot.
Keep it visible. Keep it visible. That's fine. Keep it visible, and trades still happen. I don't think the fact that stuff drops and you can't get it because you don't have a program running in the background that picks it up for you.
Everybody's so concerned about these pickup bots, and I've beaten them time and time again just by paying attention. Mr. Llama said the same exact thing as me, and basically what he said and what I said was that when you are active and when you are in combat and when you are paying attention, you have every bit of chance to pick up those items as the bot does. The only difference is that the bot is always paying attention, and when you look away and your cat farts or your girlfriend calls your name or whatever and the jaw rune drops on the ground and you're not paying attention, you lose it. But that's just because you're not paying attention. If you are paying attention, you're in the game and you're actively contributing to what's going on, you have every chance to pick up the item.
No, you don't. No, you don't. If you're not a melee character in there in the middle of the battle, you don't.
I get in there. If I'm not a melee character, I get in there.
If you're a sorceress and you're standing there shooting lightning bolts like you're supposed to because you're a sorceress and you're 3 feet away, you're done. They get it. If that berserk barbarian gets it, you just
and the sorceress still has an advantage because the sorceress, if she is the one that's actively killing things, she knows when the monster's about to die. We're talking about a battlefield. We're not talking about Bale. Bale, everyone's paying attention. Bale, everyone is sitting there ready to click, spamming the click button or hitting the A button on their controller, whatever's going on. That's Bale. When we're talking about a battlefield, if the sorceress is actively doing her job and killing things, she's the one that's in control of when things are dying, and she knows when those items are dropping on the ground. So she has the best chance of picking up those items because she knows when it's dying. Not everybody in the battlefield is actively killing things, and not everybody in the battlefield is actively killing that monster that you're killing. The melee characters have to run over and attack a monster one at a time. Yes, that one monster that they're attacking, they have the best chance of picking up that item, but you have the best chance of picking up every single monster that you kill, that you specifically are killing. It's a contribution reward system. So when you contribute... When you contribute, you have a better chance.
The party will go left, and the sorceress will run off to the right because they want to be alone. Or the Hammerden will run off to the right because they want to be alone. Or you're in a cow game, and people will scatter instead of staying together because they want to be alone. They want to be able to get the loot.
I mean, I don't go alone. I just stick with the group.
I mean, you're rare. Like, what do you want me to say? You're a rare exception to the breed. Like, most people would separate from the group and go away.
See,
that's why I have an item find barbarian, because I'm like, all right, y'all go do whatever the fuck y'all want to do. I'm going to get my loot right here by myself.
See, I've always seen personal loot as a positive. See, my look at this is like this. There are situations where you will see the dark side of a person, essentially. And that dark side of a person is very easy to tell in a personal loot system. You will be able to see it very clearly and very quickly when they dive for some of the most inconsequential items in the game or make a big deal over something that has no value. Like, you can literally see it really quickly and you can just remove them. You don't have to play with that particular person. But personal loot also shows the people who actually have good character. And this is something that personal loot does not. So the global loot allows you to see who the good players are and who the bad players are very quickly. The personal loot system hides it until it's too late, until later on, you think you're their best friend and you've given them the password to your account so that they can run Ubers and they steal all your stuff while you're at work. Like, that's the kind of stuff that happens when you can't tell the character of a person beforehand. And that's why I always advocate for global loot over personal loot, because I like to be able to see who the person is that I'm playing with, and I can see it so clearly with global loot as opposed to personal loot. I know exactly what kind of person you are just by how you dive for loot. I can tell. And I know that sounds kind of silly, but I've been playing this game for long enough that I can tell when, like, a Zod room drops on the ground and somebody dives for it versus somebody stands there and watches and see who picks it up. The funniest thing is I've actually seen people dive for a piece of loot, pick it up, and then drop it back on the ground.
I mean, I've been trained by the game to pick up everything. Pick it up. Pick it up. Decide later whether you want it or not. That's how I've been trained by this game to play. Pick it up.
Nice
Pick it up now.
Versailles.
Figure it out later.
1918 Sork Torch. That's pretty good. God, I hate these stupid little freaking archers.
That's how the game trained me. Was pick it up now, figure it out later.
That's how the game trained me too. But the thing is, you start to learn that there's more to it than that. The games aren't the items aren't so rare that you need to dive for them in the first place. Like it's just there are rare items in the game that when you miss them, you feel like you've missed out on something. Like if a Griffin's Eye diadem drops or something, or if a freaking jaw room drops on the ground and you miss it. But I don't really worry about it.
I mean, I don't know. Like I said earlier, like my first whiz spike dropped. And how long has it been out?
We've been dropping whiz spikes on the ground this entire time, though. Like every single time we did a game where we were giving away items to everybody who wanted to pick them up, I swear there was like at least 2 or 3 whiz spikes on the ground.
That's not what I'm talking. I'm not talking about people coming in here giving me. I'm talking about games where we're all working to get loot. We're all doing that. Like I'm not talking about free here, I quit, or come get free, or all that crap. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about my first in-game where everybody in the game, whether it's just me or 7 other players, is killing stuff. A whiz spike drop. My first one. And it's a whiz spike. Like, it's not that great. It's a whiz spike, but my first one dropped. And how long has this been out?
I don't know. I haven't gotten a Shaco or any other items, honestly, that are considered rare.
I have yet to see a Shaco.
I have not seen a single one.
Yeah, I haven't seen a Shaco yet. I haven't seen a Griffin's yet. I haven't seen a Mara's yet. Like, if we want to talk about rare items, there's a whole bunch of rare items I haven't seen. And I farm nearly on a regular basis for keys. I farm Trav 50 times a day. Like I've done 1,000 Trav runs, and I got my first facet the other day, and it was a 3-3. And they're supposed to be, like, great for facets.
I mean, it doesn't really mean you're going to get a good facet, though.
But it shouldn't have took me 1,000 to get one. That's my point. Like,
it's random. I mean, it's just completely random.
But they're supposed to be the best for it. They're supposed to be the best for it. And every game I join, I go kill Trav.
I mean, best is like saying, "Oh, this lottery ticket has better chances of you winning than that lottery ticket." It's all chances. You look at the chances, and it's like, oh, it's that one's a 1 in 3,478 chance, and this one's a 1 in 3,278 chance.
It's kind of like that, but like these guys are known to drop them. They're more regularly drop jewels and charms and rings and runes.
I don't really see that. I mean, the Travancore are super uniques. That's one of the things about them that's important. So they are super uniques, and they always drop 2 items. I mean, they're always going to drop 2 items no matter what. So the chances of them dropping a jewel or a ring or something like that is higher, just because you have what 3 or 4? I think it's 3 super uniques in a cluster, which is 6 items total dropped on the ground.
They all have 3 minions, yes.
But the minions can only drop 1 item each. So
again, it's like saying, you have a half a time machine and you can go buy a lottery ticket a half a time sooner. It's the same thing. Like you're doubling it. You're doubling your time machine's ability to get you a winning lottery ticket.
I don't know. It's still up to the base drops. The base drops are still the probably one of the most troll things in this game. Is that it doesn't matter how good your magic find is, if you kill a monster and he drops crap, it's always going to be crap.
That's my thing. People have said, like I've gone online recently and said, Trav is not the best place to farm high runes. And people have said, "Oh, it's the best. It's the best. It's the known best." Since D2R has launched, I have killed Trav at least 1,000 times. At least.
High runes are completely
have
high
gotten
runes are completely random.
0 high runes from them.
Like
The
you can
highest I've got is Ist.
you can control the circumstances like as best as you can, but honestly, the rune drops are still going to be random. I think the best place to farm for runes is Arcane Sanctuary. God, that is the third Steel Clash Kite Shield that has dropped in a row.
I've done 100, at least 100 Arcane Sanctuary runs, killing every minion, going through, walking around, going to the next one, walking around, going to the next one, walking around. Nothing. I think the best I've got from there.
The main thing about Travancore, Tong Yang, is that you're dealing with the massive amount of elemental damage. So you need good resistances. If you're gonna go over there, you need good resistance. They have lightning, they have fire, they have lightning, they have fire, they have ice, they have hydras, they have frost novas when they die. They got corpse explosions when they die. There's just every single perceivable element there, and there's a good chance that, like, for instance, even if you have really nice fire, when you kill the one that has frost nova and you don't have cold resistance, he's gonna murder you. Or if you're too close to the corpse explosion one when he dies, there's a good chance he's gonna kill you if you have no physical damage reduction.
Especially in Nightmare.
There's tons of different things going on in Travancore, and basically, if you're having trouble farming Travancore, you just need to get your character right. You got to get your resistances right. You've got to get your character in a place where they feel safe. You also need lots of HP, because all the resistances in the world aren't going to save you from a massive hit of damage. Like if you only have 1,000 health and he hits you for 1,200, you're going to die no matter what. I mean, those resistances are going to cut a little bit of it away, but you're talking about 6 monsters who are all casting hydras, lightning attacks, fire attacks, all sorts of stuff on you all at once, and it's just a massive amount of elemental damage that you've got to resist. The hydras actually can be resisted fairly easily with some kind of magic damage absorb or magic damage reduced by, because they're relatively low damage, but they're huge numbers of attacks. You got to think every single hydra is like 3 bolts per second, and there's like 6, and each one can cast like 3 hydras. So you're talking about like anywhere between like 24 to like, I think almost like 48 hydras, all casting 3 bolts at you a piece. So it gets pretty crazy in the little tiny pinpricks of fire damage, to the point where you just can't handle it. That's why the mercenaries usually die, because there's just so many firebolts, and they just can't handle all the firebolts at once.
He's 100% right. There's a reason why I want an Eth Tanner's Gore Rod, because it makes my merc essentially immune to fire damage. If you're going to do Travancore, you need to have a damage that can deal with them. So not fire, not lightning, and you need to have a lot of crowd control or a lot of resist.
It also helps to have a mercenary who doesn't die. Getting your mercenary to a place where he doesn't die is also a thing.
And that's why I have a leap bar, because I can just leap and they can't do anything. They just stand there and patiently wait for my mercenary to kill them.
While they spam hydras.
They don't even get to spam hydras. Once I get in there and start leaping...
Well, why do you need the F Tanner Go Rod?
So that I no longer need to leap, so that I can go in there and actually bash them with my grief. That's why I want it, so I don't have to worry about him, so he can sustain himself just fine, and I can go in there and beat on him with my grief and not worry about him, because right now it takes way too long because I'm just jumping around and I can't contribute anything to it. It's like when we go into a portal and there's a ton of mobs there and I start leaping, and then mobs just don't do anything. They're just like, hey, come kill me, and then y'all all go kill them. It's the same concept, except I only have a mercenary to do it. Whereas if I didn't have to worry about him, I could actually kill stuff too, and it would die way faster because I have a Wraith. Like,
I don't know if you're gonna farm. If I was gonna farm Travancore, I'd probably just get my Merc and F Guardian Angel Blade. Let's call it a day.
I mean, it's important. That's the thing. Like, if I could do what I'm talking about, where I don't have to worry about it, then I would do that. But because I can't depend on my damage, because I have to spend my whole time controlling him, I need him to put out as much damage as possible. Another thing I've been toying around with is a treachery with not a Kira's, but the other one. What's the
Veil of Steel.
No, the other circle.
Not sure. Yeah, something happened to your mic.
Oh, it's top of my head. Kira's. Yeah, treachery with the Kira's. That's another thing I'm toying around with.
Oh, White Monarch. Does anybody need a White Monarch? Who needed a White Monarch? No, somebody needed a White Monarch. You're speed up. Speak up. Everybody will be like, oh, I wish I had a White Monarch. I make myself a spirit. Yeah, Kira's Guardian is pretty nice. Cannot be frozen. Lots of resistances. Any recommendations for a Javazon and a Boazon? Like recommendations for what exactly? For Travancore? I mean, both Boazon and Javazon have the unique ability to fire javelins and arrows through the window, which is rather hilarious. That was actually made fun of in Carbot animations, by the way.
I am overburdened.
Meh. Machiavelli was slain by a hell bovine. He found an ethereal Kira's. Freaking lower resist. Oh, where are my boots? Sims.
I'm gonna tell you, I appreciate that whole conversation we just had.
About what?
All of it. Yeah, you might not have changed my mind, but I like that we had the debate. Like,
I'm more than willing to debate the subject. I hate to say it, but the Diablo has been a really like I don't know, big part of my childhood, just a huge part in general, and I mean all of it makes a lot of sense to me. Just the entirety of it, the sort of the freedom to be an asshole and the freedom to be a good guy. I mean, it's all there.
it's like D&D, but you don't have to memorize it.
I mean, a lot of games try and tie your hands, and they tie your hands too much. Like all the time, they're tying your hands.
They do. I agree with that completely. Like you oh, play this. This is what you got to play. Like, and I can't stand that. I want to play what I want to play.
But I mean, it's not just the mechanics of the game. It's also the other side, the interacting with other people side of the game. Like like in Diablo 3, they tried to tie everything. They like restricted everything to the point where like the sets were telling you what skills to use. You know, you literally like almost had no interaction with other players. There was no trading. There's like, even if you found a really cool item and you wanted to give it to your brother who was offline at the time, well, screw you, because you're not giving him anything that you got. Like there was like no freedom involved whatsoever.
I'm gonna tell you, my Diablo 3 experience for the last 10 years has been 2 other dudes that I used to play EverQuest with. When a new season comes out, we play that game, and we play exclusively together. And when something drops for one of them, I give it to them. When something drops for me, they give it to me. And that's how we play the game. It's completely
Yeah, we tried that, me and my
small
brother.
group
But
game.
we just were never on enough together, and so we'd always end up finding something that the other one wanted, and they weren't on, and it was just a pain in the butt.
And that's the thing. Like with Diablo 3, like if they weren't playing one night, I didn't play. If I wasn't playing, they didn't play. That's the thing. Like
That's really hard to do. That is really hard to do when you're excited about a game. Brandon, if you want to join the kinship, you got to join the Discord, obviously. So if you're in the Discord already, you know, just go down to the kinship and look in the kinship charter, and you're gonna read the kinship charter. And if you agree with the kinship charter, you know, just let me know, and we can get you in the kinship. At this point, we've formed our like main force, and you know, we are seeking new members, but if you weren't here like from the beginning, you're not just like automatically in, I guess would be the term. Because a lot of people who were here from the beginning, you know, they are pretty much automatically in. They were here from day one.
A lot of them are bounced though. A lot of them we don't see anymore. So come on in, man.
There is plenty of room.
Yeah, join Discord when you're playing. Hop on. I log on so many times and nobody's there, and I just play. And I'd love to play with somebody else. So. But again, back to this debate thing. Like, not even just with Diablo 2. Like, all of it. Like, it's what we need right now in this world. It's just. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. Like you didn't change my mind about none of the stuff we talked about, but we talked about it.
See, I've played so many games over the years that I've seen just about every system that you could possibly imagine for distributing loot. I mean, I've seen the personal loot that allow trade. I've seen the bind on acquire, bind on equip. I've seen even very interestingly. There was another form that was it was bind on. Oh God, what the hell was it? It was like a third type of bind, and for some reason or another, I can't remember it right off the top of my head. I think it was in Final Fantasy 11. It was EX was what it was called, and EX items couldn't be sold. Couldn't be sold to NPC. Couldn't be traded. Like they were like the worst kind of items because they literally had absolutely nothing that could be done with them. Once they were in your inventory, they were like yours forever, and you couldn't even trash them. If I remember correctly. Anyway, over the years, I've literally played Lord of the Rings Online. I've played Final Fantasy 11. I've played Final Fantasy 14. I've played EVE Online, which has a very open system, by the way. A hugely open system where you literally can make money off the game. I played, was it Rift, Wildstar Online. I mean, it goes on and on. Age of Conan, EverQuest, Ultima Online. Like the number of games I've played is ridiculous, and I've seen all the inventory systems. I've seen the personal loot done at its supposedly best, and I've seen it done at its completely awfulest worst, and I still prefer this system over those every single time. It's just something about the ability of everybody being able to see the item, everybody being excited about the item, everybody having a chance at the item that makes the game so much more exciting than any of those others. When you're in the only thing that even come close is when you're in an MMO and you kill a boss, like a raid boss, and everybody gets to see what items are dropping from the raid boss, but nobody actually can get at them. And then the raid leader is essentially like assigning them out to the people. Like you have a chance and you can roll on the item and you could get the item if you roll correctly. But like the excitement isn't quite as great as Diablo because there's no loss. Like there's no chance that you might not get the item at all. And that chance that you might not get the item at all makes it exciting. And when you're with your friends or when you're with public people, whatever it happens to be, you are all communally having this experience together to try and get this item. And whether you get it or whether you miss it, it's still an experience that makes the game. It's the reason why people keep coming back to this game over and over again versus any of those others.
Yes.
They want that experience of... It's almost like adrenaline or excitement or, like a story to tell. Like, oh, I missed a Zod today. Like a jaw rune dropped on the ground and I was this close. I clicked on it 3 times and I dropped it back on the ground 3 times because I was an idiot because I had like 16 items in my inventory.
No, I wouldn't play the game for 3 days if that happened to me. Like I just wouldn't play. Like if an item dropped and I could have clicked it but didn't. Like I go away. Like I'm done.
Dude,
I'll go do something else. For
I
3
have
days.
I have literally clicked on an item before and dropped it back on the ground, of course, because I was full, because if you click on an item when you're full, it just drops it right back on the ground. And then clicked on it 2 more times, because I was an idiot, not realizing that my inventory was full. And then lost the item to somebody else who literally, like, casually walked over and picked it up. Like, and that's my bad. I should have checked my inventory to make sure I wasn't full.
You know how many times as a melee character I pick something up and it dropped back on the ground and then I quickly press the I button so I could pick it up and nobody else can grab it?
Yes, yes. And then you're stuck there. Save and exit or die. Save and exit or die.
No, throw it in my cube. But
my cube's always full.
That's why the cube is horrible. It's the worst thing in the world that the cube can go in your inventory.
Oh, yeah, become a vacuum cleaner when Bale dies on Hell. I mean, it's
just spam
it's
click.
funny. It's funny
Spam
though
click.
because the people who just spam click, they don't get the item. I've sat there at Bale before, and I've literally watched these people spam click, and I will just calmly and collectively click on the unique item as quickly as possible to target to target. I literally let you have it. I literally looked at it. I was like, "Oh, it's a lacquered plate," and I literally let you guys pick it up. I didn't want it.
Now, come on now. That thing's dropped, like, right next to me. Like, that was as close to Diablo 2 personal loot as there was ever going to be. Like, all the items dropped right under Bale's corpse, but that one dropped way over there.
But if you remember the incident, you didn't realize it was Talrash's. I remember right away that there were 3 of us there. I can't remember. I think it was Milk. Or no, it wasn't Milk. It was that other guy that already had a Talrash's.
Peaches. Yeah, it was Peaches.
Anyway, he saw it, and he already had a Talrash's, and he looked at it, and he's like, "Oh, Talrash's," and I looked at it, and I was like, "Oh, Talrash's," and then you were like, "Wait, Talrash's," and you ran over to pick it up, and neither one of us, I think, even tried to pick it up.
That wasn't even the thing.
But then he started throwing a fit about it. But then he started throwing a fit about it. I don't even know why.
He did. I was trying to walk to the brown item that dropped. I don't even remember what it was. And my mouse just happened to click where Talrash's was because it dropped next to me.
Is that the story of the Malrune? No, that's not the story of the Malrune. We have a cursed story of an Ohm rune. That's an interesting story. And that's an interesting story because it kind of applies to global loot and personal loot. It's a interesting story because we were running a kinship it's just like Magic Find run. We were going around, we were having fun doing kinship runs, and I was in the Countess Tower, and somebody from the stream joined. I can't remember his name right off the top of my head, And he comes and runs down into the tower with me. And I'm literally walking all the way down to the Countess, something that people don't like to do. They want to teleport. So I'm walking down to the Countess, and an Ohm Rune drops. And there's no instinct. Like, I don't run to pick up the Ohm Rune because I'm in a kinship run, and I think to myself, we got an Ohm Rune. Like, yay, we got an Ohm Rune. We can use that to make a CTA or something like that, right? And I'm literally typing in, or talking, like, we got an Ohm Rune. And before I can even think about it, he zoops over and picks up the Ohm Rune. And I was like, you know what? Just keep it, right? So I didn't even want to even bother with it. He picked it up. I'm like, keep it. It's yours. And he got real guilty about it because he realized in his mind that, yes, he was in a kinship run, and it probably wasn't cool of him to come into a kinship run and shrimp up items. So he tries to give it back, and I tell him to keep it. I'm like, look, it's yours. You picked it up. Just keep it. It's not a big deal. So he drops it on the ground, and he's like, well, I don't want it, and the guilt that goes with it. And I'm like, there's no guilt. There's no guilt. I'm literally telling you to keep it. And so he drops it on the ground. He leaves the game, and I tell him if he doesn't come back to pick it up, I'm going to sell it to NPC. And I literally sold it to the NPC because he said he wasn't coming back. And the Ohm Rune disappeared into oblivion. And that's the kind of stupid stuff that happens when you have one person who's coming in who's got this I've got to pick up everything in the world mentality, and you've got an entire group of people who are sharing things. The people who are sharing things have absolutely no clue this guy's coming in and just going, oh, I'm just going to pick up everything that I see, and it's all mine. So you got this like closed-knit community of people who are sharing things between each other, and then you got the outside world of public people who are just stealing everything that they can possibly steal and having absolutely no qualms about other people. When I'm in a public game and I find something that somebody else can use who is in the public game, I give it to them. Like unless it's like some sort of exceedingly rare item that I could possibly trade for something for myself. Like, if I found a Griffin's Eye, I'm not going to give it to the Lightning Sorceress. I'm probably going to trade it for something for my Paladin or my Necromancer. But that's just par for the course. But if I find like a maybe an Oculus, I might just give it to him because Oculuses are not even really that rare.
But here's the problem with that scenario is like, why would I care about what these other people want in a public game when I can get in a limb room to make a treachery for whatever? Like, I don't care. Like, nobody cares. That's why the game, after 20 years, is that way.
I care.
In a public game, you care if a limb room drops and you need a treachery on one of your mercs, and you're like, oh, well, you need it more? Okay, here you go.
I've literally given people stuff for less.
I understand that, but it's not for less. You have to understand, what, 90%, 80%, 50% of the time when you're playing the game, you're streaming, you get clout out of that. Like, let's not. You get clout. If if nobody's watching me, I'm not making no money off of it.
I play a lot by myself. Okay, and when I'm playing by myself, I see no less charity from people than when I'm playing on stream. And a lot of my characters have much different names than any of my other characters. There's no way that they would actually know that it's me, especially in Diablo 2 Resurrected, where you can't even see the person's account name. Like,
that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about when you give stuff away. Do you just randomly,
yeah, I do.
Limb room dropped in a public game. I don't know none of y'all. Y'all don't know who I am.
If somebody in chat said something along the lines of, "Oh man, was that a limb rune? I really needed that to make a treachery." Yeah, I would literally just give it to him. I've done it before.
It's happened?
Yeah.
It's happened. In the last 3 months, it's happened since this game launched.
Let's see. I think I've given away a Mal rune. I've given away a Pul rune. I haven't given away specifically a limb rune because I used them all in treacheries. But yes, I definitely did give away a Mal rune.
A Mal rune and a Pul rune. Like, what do those go in? Like, I specifically said limb for a reason. This is a very valuable mid rune.
I mean, if I had a limb rune to give away, I would have, but I used them all in treacheries. I also gave away pretty much every single spirit I found, even really early game, to anybody who needed it. I mean, we're talking about the difference between, like... I mean, it's literally the difference between a good person and a bad person. That's literally what it is.
No, it's not. You're talking about a spirit versus a griffin's. Like that's bottom of the barrel versus top of the barrel.
Bottom
That's
of the
my
barrel
point.
versus top of the barrel, and that's the attitude that I've gotten from people before. Is that the only things that people ever give away are the things that they consider to be trash, and that's just not true. I hold on to things specifically because I know they're worth something, and then when that opportunity comes to give that item away to someone who can use it, I do so. I don't pick up items because I think they're trash. I pick up items and I hold them because I know they're worth something.
My point is, you do that, but do you give them away to random people in games, or do you give them away to friends, kinship members, and that kind of stuff? Like, no, you give them away to people you know and you played with, and
Not necessarily. I mean, I give them away to random people in the stream I've never seen before a day in my life and probably won't see again.
but they gave you that. We can't talk about stream here. Stream nets you money. That's different. You're getting
Stream
value out
nets
of
me
this.
money. I mean, for the entire first year that I've been streaming, I made not a single dollar and probably spent over a couple $1,000s in equipment, monitors, computer parts, all that stuff. I would definitely say that the stream for at least the first year cost me a very large amount of money. It didn't make me anything.
If I were to become a carpenter tomorrow, I'm going to have to spend a lot of money on tools. And those tools are going to eventually lead to me making back my money and then some. It's the same thing with a stream. You're building future revenue. You can't say I gave it away on stream and think that's something, because it's not. Like, you gave it away on stream.
I feel like the
yes.
difference here between our mentalities, Jack, is that I play for fun. That's what I do. I play for fun. These items don't mean anything to me. These items that literally you could sell on JSP day one probably for like $500, they mean nothing to me. They are there in the game to have fun. This game is for fun. So those items that you value or you see as being worth more than a game are nothing to me other than just simply a game. I want to have fun. Other people are playing the game. I want them to have fun. So I hand out items that are worth money, and I do it on a regular basis, and I know that these items are worth money. Literally, was one of the first ladders that I did on stream. I literally found a fire skill charm, and there was a fire sorceress in the next game that we were in, and none of the people in my group had any intention of making a fire sorceress, nor were fire sorceress skillers even really that valuable to our group. And so when I saw the fire sorceress, I literally handed him the charm, and Drumleaf got mad at me. Drumleaf was in our ladder group. So he literally saw me do this act of charity and literally got mad at me, saying that he could have sold this item on JSP for such and such no money, and he could have bought a bunch of items with the forum gold. And I told him it was going to be okay. I'm like, look, it's going to be all right. I was like, this is how Diablo works. It is a game of literally of people who are charitable. There are tons and tons of people who are charitable in Diablo 2. And the charity goes round and round and round in a circle. And if you embrace the fact that the game is about fun, you will have more fun. I give away pretty much everything that I've got, if that's what it means for the rest of the group to have fun. What would it take to prove it to you?
I mean,
I will give you this Annihilus charm right now. Is that what it takes to prove it to you?
No, man. Like, you're not gonna prove it to me. Like, I'm not gonna give anything away to anybody. Like, that's not the way this is gonna work. Like, King, for example, he needs something, I'll give it to him because he's playing with me. Like, these people who I see every day, day in and day out, if they need something, I got it, they can have it. These people who I see once in a Bell Run 07-14-22.
Where do you think all these people came from, Jack? These people that are in the Discord right now, these people that are all here gathered together, that are part of our kinship, they came from literally me talking and having fun and being charitable with people on stream who then came and joined Discord to come and also gather in to this circle. So these people literally came. These people literally came from the charity that I created. Like, literally, when I started, there was no one in here. No one. And as I streamed and as I met people and as I made friends and as I was charitable to others, those people came in here and joined in on exactly what I was trying to create. And as I literally did exactly as I expected them to do, they came in and did what I expected them to do, and they passed it forward. And literally, we have this huge community that literally formed around this exact principle. You have literally come into this community from the exact principle. You would never have been here if I hadn't been as charitable as I had been on pretty much all of my streams prior to this. There's absolutely no way you probably would have even found me, because literally each person along the way, like, literally helped me forward. Drumleaf, for instance, app developer. I don't even know his name, but he's been sharing my stuff ever since I was like 40 subscribers tall. There's also Lucifer, who comes in and he would help me out with stuff all the time, and he would bring in other players. There's Onyx, who's been coming in for a very long time. There's players that you've never even heard of, because they came in, they did lots of really cool stuff, and then they just stopped coming. And occasionally they come back in. Drumleaf, for instance, is one of them. He was like here every single day, I swear, for like months. And then he disappeared. I think he had something to do with his family or something. I don't know what it was. And all of a sudden he started to show back up again. I mean, I could go down the list on Discord and I could literally tell you stories about like almost every single person.
I mean, I'm not going to say that you didn't gain people here from streaming. That's not what I'm saying. The streaming is clout on its own.
See, you're looking at it completely wrong. What I'm talking about is I made friends, and these friends gathered together.
You personally made friends, but a lot of these people I don't know from Adam or Eve.
No, you don't.
There's a couple people,
it's friendship. It's friendship through association. You're associated through me. They're associated through me, and we're all friends together because I brought us all in here to this Discord that I created.
You're correct. You brought us together. But because there's a couple of streamers, like when this first launched, I was watching a couple of streamers. You were one of them, and I made bonds in here with many people,
which is exactly what I wanted.
Those are the people that I want to play the game with, like Iggy, King, Deegs, you. Those are the Onyx. Those are the people I want to play the game with. And I dropped the other streamers. I don't even watch them anymore. I don't care about them. Half the time they start talking about stuff I don't care about. Like, for example, Papa Chaos. That's the first one I hit. Before this started, the hype got me into PD2. I guess that's the best way to say it. Path of Diablo 2. And he was playing that. And that's where I was first. And joined his Discord and all that there stuff. And then when this came out, he went super competitive. And he's like, alright, y'all can come get XP. Don't pick nothing up. Don't do all that. You know what? I'm done with you. I ain't got time for you. You're talking about, like, I'm just here. I'm just going to gain benefit off of everybody watching me. You know what? Fuck you.
And that is how some people play. Some people play only for themselves, and that's literally the end of it. It's about me. I learned a long time ago that the difference between a single person trying to strive for a goal and multiple people trying to strive for a goal is a huge difference. When you have one person who's striving toward the goal, no matter how hard they try, they might never reach it. It's the same thing with the torches. You might farm torches like all day long, every single day, and you might never get the torch that you want. But if we farm them together, there's a very good chance that someone's going to get the torch they want, and eventually we're all going to get the torches that we want, because this is a group effort. There's just a thing here that exists that doesn't exist when you're by yourself. And that's kind of like the difference between a public game and a private game, because in the private game, everybody can join in together and share the loot. That's something that you have to make a decision on. If you don't want to share your loot, you don't have to. Nobody's going to make you share your loot. Just like the guy who was guilty because he picked up the Ohm rune. That was on him. He was guilty because he picked up the Ohm rune. He picked it up. He made the choice to pick it up, and then he made the choice to feel guilty about it, even after we told him to keep it.
That's another thing. He felt guilty because y'all told him to keep it. That's why he felt guilty. But that's just I've been there, done that.
So if we asked for it back, he would have said hell no and left the game. That's basically what you're saying.
Depending on his character, that's very likely. If that was the type of person he was, yeah. He might have been the person to say, all right, let's roll for it.
And he did say, let's roll for it, but I told him to keep it.
I mean, if he's the person that says, let's roll for it, that seems pretty fair for me. Because, like, when we're talking about runes can do a lot of things.
So here's the thing. Here's the thing about rolling for it. If he wants to roll for it, he's got to roll against 8 other people. He might as well just keep it.
He might as well, but he was like, hey, let's better the community, and let's roll for it. It's a 1 and 8. Okay, I can make them. I can make a call to arms out of this, or maybe the community. I mean, that's the thing.
To me, that's silly. If you're gonna say, okay, I would rather roll against 8 other people. It's almost like saying I would rather fight 8 other people than just simply keep it. Are you gonna win against 8 other people? The chances are pretty darn slim. You're gonna lose against. You're gonna lose. You're not gonna win against 8 other people. And you know that going in. So it's stupid to even do it. Just take it.
All right, guys, I'm gonna take off. You guys have a good night.
All right, man. But that's the thing. Like, at least he's willing to make that compromise. Like, yeah, he could just take it. He could bounce on you at the first jump.
There's no compromise.
That is a compromise. He's like, all right, somebody might be able to use this just as much as me.
There's no compromise.
That is a compromise. Like, are you kidding me? Like,
it's all that is rubbing salt in wounds. That's like me having a $100 bill drop on the ground, and then I pick it up, and then somebody else goes, I could really use a $100 bill, and then you go, okay, well, let's roll a 700 side die for it, and if you get number 2, then I'll give it to you.
that's not the same. 1 in 700 is not 1 in 8 first.
It might as well. It might as well be, because there was no chance he was going to beat a 1 in 8.
He could have been. It's 1 in 8, dude. Like,
this is what I'm getting from this, Jack, and I want to end the conversation here. All right, you're too involved in the items themselves. You care too much about what drops on the ground. You care too much about who gets the items. I don't care who gets the items. I don't care what drops on the ground. I don't care whether I get the loot that I'm going for or not. When I go and I farm, I don't go, if I don't get a Zod room, I'm going to go commit suicide in the corner. That's not what I'm doing. I don't go, if I lose this Jaw rune drop to the 7 other people in the game, I'm going to delete the game and uninstall it. That's not how it works. I feel like you are very, very invested in what drops and who gets the items and all this stuff, and what you should really be invested in is having fun. Because if you're focused so much on the items themselves, what are you actually having fun with? Because if the items don't drop, then you don't have fun. If you don't get the item that drops, then you don't have fun. If the wrong person gets the item, then you don't have fun. So you're focusing on the items. You're focusing on the wrong thing.
do you understand the end goal of an action RPG?
Yes, it's to have fun.
It's the items. The items lead to your fun.
It's really
you can't
not.
make a new build if you don't get items. If you don't get a new item, you can't
really
make a second Amazon.
It's really not.
How are you going to make a second Amazon if you don't get another item for that Amazon?
Have you ever actually watched me play, Jack? I literally will play a character with absolutely nothing. I will pick up the white and gray items off the ground, and I will play with them. I will literally pick up chipped gems and fill a bow with them. It literally doesn't matter what items my character uses.
You'll do that in hell. You'll
I will.
play
I will literally make it work.
Bow paladin in hell. With
I have done it
gems.
before. I have literally played a character from scratch, picked up the items that I found, and made it work. The items are great. Don't get me wrong. They're great, and I like to have them. But that's not what makes the game fun.
I mean, I've watched a lot of your videos, and I haven't seen a video yet where you're like, alright, I'm going to make this paladin work, even though the only thing I found is a bow with 6 sockets, and I'm going to stick some gems in there.
I have literally said on many
Chipped.
occasions. I've literally said
gems.
on many occasions, like for instance, if I felt like my character couldn't progress, I would go, I'm going to go on my other character and farm for gear. And if I find some stuff, I'll put it on him. And most of the time, you know what happens? I find stuff for
You're
another
gonna
character, and I make that character instead.
Gear. You're going to go find gear. The point of the game, gear. Get more gear. The point of the game,
it's called
get more gear. Action RPG.
Jack,
get more gear.
Hey, Jack, you don't understand, okay? And you need to stop. You don't understand, and that's really all there is to it. Maybe one day you will. Maybe one day you'll understand, and maybe one day you'll actually play a game to have fun. Maybe one day. But see, the problem here is that you don't even honestly discuss the topic. You have a predetermined sort of thought in the back of your mind, and all you're doing really is you're trying to prove your thought. That's it. All the conversations that we had that are very interesting are literally just you going, I'm right, and this is why I'm right.
I mean, I don't think I'm right. You have your opinion, I have my opinion. This is
You do, though. You think that literally the game is about loot, that people need personal loot to be able to control what they're getting. You think that if an item drops on the ground and you don't get it, that it's the end of the world. You literally said yourself that if you missed a drop, you would stop playing the game for 3 weeks. You literally said that.
If I
missed a drop, you know what I would do? I would keep right on playing. It doesn't really matter.
What I said was if I clicked on the item 3 times and didn't pick it up, and somebody else got it for 3 days, I would go do something else. Because I'd be mad at myself for trying to pick the item up for 3 days and not freaking making it happen. Because 3 strikes, you're out.
3 strikes, you're out.
You picked the number. I didn't pick the number. You can go back. You can check it. I guarantee you. I said if I had done what you said, where you clicked on the item 3 times and didn't get it, you weren't mad about it. But I would be mad at myself, and I wouldn't want to play this game. I would want to go focus and make sure that didn't happen again.
I wouldn't care. But the only time you're ever going to see me get upset about a video game is if I'm playing hardcore and I die. Which is why I don't play hardcore. Because there's too many distractions.
I need a key.
colostomy baguette. You're absolutely right, Red. The Red. People do like to meta the fun out of a game. I've always felt that way. I've always felt like people, for some reason, have to push a game to the point where it's no longer fun, and it's pretty common, actually.
I mean, the problem with that statement is if you're not following the meta, you're not competitive. And if you don't want to be competitive, that's fine. But if you want to be...
What are we being competitive with? Please explain to me what esports league we're in.
You don't have to be in a league to be competitive. Like, have you ever played Hearthstone? Like, you still want to be competitive. Have you played Magic the Gathering? You still want to be competitive. Like you said, you played EverQuest. Like, you want to be part of the guild that gets world first, right? Like, you don't want to be the guy the group that
I've literally
we did it.
I've literally been part of the guilds that have gotten world first. See, it helps to actually love what you're doing and not do something just simply because it's the most optimal way to do something.
Okay, let's go back to that. You've been part of the guild that's been world first. How did that feel?
Didn't really feel very good at all. Because it was crappy. The entire process was crappy. It was a rush to get to the end. And everybody and their mama was dying over and over again. We wasted tons and tons of currency. We tried to get as much information as we could from other groups because some groups were a little bit further than we are, or we were a little bit further than them. There was tons and tons of stuff that went on to get world first. And it's stupid, and it's hours and hours and hours and hours of literally sitting there, bashing your head against the wall, trying to figure out how to get past this particular boss or how to do this particular wave on the boss, why everyone is dying on this particular wave, why the healer can't keep up with the TPS, when to use the procs at the right amount of time, when to use the saves at the right amount of time. There are so many different things that go on and so many different weeks that go by trying to beat a raid that nobody's beaten before. It's crappy. And even after you've gotten the world's first, it's still crappy. Like, you literally spent all this time doing it, and then when you go back in the next time after you've beaten it that one time, and you try and beat it again, and you can't, it's so frustrating it's not even funny.
Let's not talk about the future. Let's talk about that time that happened. When it happened and you did it, how did you feel? You felt amazing. You felt like,
not really.
I did it. We did it. We did this, guys.
It was like relief. It was like here's this thing that we've been doing for so long, and once we actually completed it, it was like relief. It was like, hey, we finally actually did it. Yay!
Felt like
now
you were paying a bill.
Yeah, like the bill was paid.
I am overburdened.
We beat the Dynamis Lord on Final Fantasy XI, and that was quite a task. The Dynamis Lord was a monster that could absolutely demolish a 64-man raid with ease. And he had the ability to split into 3. So as if the Dynamis Lord was already not hard enough, the Dynamis Lord could literally split himself into 3. And then he had an AoE attack, which hit everything on the screen. And there were times that was completely unfair that he would literally split himself into 3, and all 3 of himself would use the fire AoE attack, and he would wipe the entire raid in 1 second. And it was absolutely the most frustrating thing in the world. And I can't count how many times we had to go in there to fight the Dynamis Lord. And to make matters worse, the Dynamis Lord was only in one zone, and it was literally a week timer before you could fight him again. So we had literally had to fight him, fail, wait a week, fight him, fail, wait a week, fight him, fail, wait a week, fight him, fail, wait a week. And this went on and on and on until we finally beat him.
That's how MMOs work. But, I mean, you can't tell.
And can you imagine the items that dropped? There was only 2 items that dropped. 64 people. There's only 2 items that dropped from the Dynamis Lord.
You're being so disingenuous here. Like, you can't tell me that the first time y'all did that, you weren't like, oh my god, this is amazing. Oh my. You can't tell me that. You cannot tell me you weren't so satisfied to get him the first time after failing on him over and over and over
I'm
again.
telling you, it was relief. That was it. It was relief. We're finally done. It was a pain in the butt, and it got to the point where it was like
it was satisfaction. You say it was relief, but it was.
It got to the point where it was terrible. Like it was literally a literal terrible like thing that we were doing every week, and it was almost like a job that you didn't want to go to. And you kept it up because you knew there was a chance that maybe you could finally complete it, and everybody kept it up because they knew there was a chance you could finally complete it. And when we finally did, it was so far down the road that I don't even think anybody even cared. And when the item dropped, we just gave it to the raid leader. Like it was literally, it wasn't even his item, it wasn't even for him, it wasn't even for his class, and we just gave it to him anyway.
All right. Let's change the analogy. What subscribe button do you have from YouTube?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
What little play button do you have?
I have none.
What do you think it's gonna feel like when you get that 10,000 one, or that 100,000 one, or that million one?
I have no freaking clue. I don't even expect it to happen.
Right, maybe we'll this conversation.
I literally never expected it to happen, even for me to get this far. When I first started, like I literally had like 10 subscribers, and I made video after video, and nobody watched, and it literally took an entire year before I even had like 10, maybe even 20 people watching my stuff, and that was like bare minimum. And it's only been just now after Diablo 2's released that like anything has even happened whatsoever. Like this is the point where things have actually like done something, whereas before it was like nothing.
That's pretty amazing. You just imagine how them people feel who went to school for bare minimum 2 years to get 50K a year.
And imagine how many years I went to school for this.
That's my point. Like
if you really think about it, like because your analogy is absolutely correct. People go to school to become doctors, and people go to school to become lawyers. How many years did I go to school to become this? Think about it. I played games my entire life, pretty much. MMOs, Diablo, Half-Life 2, System Shock, every single system you can imagine. Nintendo, Nintendo 64, Super Nintendo, Sega Genesis, Sega Genesis CD. I played Sega Saturn. I played Dreamcast.
You didn't have to learn anything to edit. You didn't have to learn anything to make thumbnails.
That was also part of my technical information that I learned when I was a kid. So here's the thing: when you play video games on PC and your PC breaks, you can fix it. And that's literally what started happening. Is literally my computer would go bad, or my computer wasn't powerful enough, or my computer literally needed a better resolution or a monitor or whatever it was, and literally I started to fix my computer. And over the years of literally me playing games, I started to learn how to repair computers. And literally I got better and better at repairing computers until it became a business. But literally the repairing the computers was always there just to help me play games. And it goes on and on like that. Literally, I learned everything about video games that I possibly could, including modding them, going into the game files, swapping out textures, all sorts of cool stuff. Like I can't even explain to you all the weird stuff I've done. I've made entire like modules on Neverwinter Nights. I remember back in the day when they had like an online service. Nobody looked at my stuff.
How did it feel to you when you made that change?
Nobody looked at my stuff.
Why are you talking about everybody else? How did that feel to you?
It sucked. I didn't do very good.
My point is, when you overcome a challenge, it feels amazing. That's like when you get a world first, it feels amazing. When you get that fucking +2, +5 plus 30 mirrors. It feels amazing.
So let's put it in a perspective that you can understand. If I place a challenge before myself and somebody comes along and hands me something, does that help my challenge or hurt it?
How did they hand it to you?
I'm
You
just
still
saying,
rolled a dice.
does that help my challenge or does it hurt it?
When we're talking about personal loot, you still rolled a dice. Maybe you didn't see the dice, but you still rolled a d8.
I didn't roll the dice. The game rolled the dice for me.
Yes, because games roll dice for you. That's what they do. Every time you swing your freaking sword, the game rolled a dice to figure out how much damage you were going to do. The game does the math for you behind the scenes.
That's right, and I don't like it. When I'm in this game and I'm running along and an item drops on the ground, my mind immediately goes, do I need this item? Do I want this item? Could this item be valuable? And I am applying my mind to the task of whether I want to pick this item up or not, whether I even want to bother to spend the time to try and pick this item up. I am applying my mind to the task of what items I would like and what items I want to put in my stash. The personal loot system has no clue what it is that I want or what items I want in my stash. It's just assigning them randomly and arbitrarily. So when I run along and I look at an item and I leave it on the ground, somebody else might pick it up and they might absolutely adore this item, because sometimes my trash is their treasure and their treasure or their trash is my treasure. So literally in your own mind, you filter out the loot that you want and that is valuable to you. So literally as you go along, you are making the choices. I don't want the system to make the choices for me, to make arbitrary decisions on who gets what piece of loot. And I definitely don't want it giving away pieces of loot that I would prefer to have preference to. So for instance, if I see a Guardian Angel Templar coat drop on the ground and I want that, I'm going to freaking dive into a bunch of monsters for it if I've got to. But if I see something like an Oculus drop on the ground and I have no intention of leveling a Sorceress, I can ignore the Oculus and I might not even pick it up. The personal loot system has absolutely no such system. It is going to take that Hellforge plate and it's going to take that Oculus and it's going to roll it, and there's every chance that that Hellforge plate could go to the Sorceress, and there's every chance that that Oculus could go to the Druid.
Great, and that person could trade it for an item they need on their character. Like, it would just increase trade value in the game.
And
people would trade more.
And it would be so much better if it just went to the right person. And who better to know, what is the right item for the person than the person themselves? There is nobody else, there is no computer system that is going to be able to tell that person what item he's looking for. He could be on a paladin, and he could be looking for sorceress items. He could be on a druid, and he could be looking for assassin items. He could be on a barbarian, and he could be looking for barbarian items. The system does not know what he wants.
And that's why personal loot is better, because it would give you an item, and you would have to think, can I get something for the character I want for it? Versus, here's a combat skiller. Oh, you don't have a paladin? What do you do with it? You know what happens most of the time? They sell it to Charcy, and their friend in the game's like, why did you sell that? Because they didn't know it had value.
Which is another point entirely, because in a personal loot system, things literally get wasted. I've literally seen things that are of value go straight to the NPC or go straight to the trash because the person has absolutely no idea what they're worth. The person who's running along in a global loot system sees the item on the ground and knows what it's worth and picks it up. The person who doesn't leaves it in the dirt.
And everybody else just got screwed. They're like, oh.
Just like that time. Just like that time.
Personal loot. A person who didn't know a Griffin's was worth money.
Just like the time that literally you got a 10% faster cast ring with all resistances on it, mana, strength, and everything else in the world, and you sold it to NPC.
Right, because it didn't mean nothing to me.
Exactly, and that item, and if that item had dropped on the ground for everybody to get, it would have been a chance for someone else to pick it up and see what it was. But since you got it from a quest and it was given straight to you, and it was literally personal loot exactly as you want, it was literally personal loot exactly as you want, and you demonstrated exactly my point by taking the item that was valuable to someone else and selling it to the NPC. You
Right.
literally
And
demonstrated
people were
it
able to go
with
and buy it back
100%
with
accuracy.
the currency that has
And
no
the only
value.
reason we were able to buy it back is because we were smart enough to look, because people are stupid enough to sell items that are worth money.
Right, because they can
And
use
you
a currency
can't
that has no value.
always buy them back. You
And you
can't.
could just
There are
boom.
plenty of other items that when you sell them, they disappear forever.
There are 2 unless the inventory slot on the
A
seller
lot
is
of the inventory slots on the mercenaries, especially Mala, one of the most popular mercenaries, is often full.
okay. Let's do personal loot and inventory. NPC inventories have stupid amounts of freaking room.
Why would we want items to be sold to the NPCs anyway?
You know how many items I've gotten from bots that sold it in the next game? Like,
Yes, another problem.
that's great. People who need it can get it for currency that has no value.
Ah, Jack.
So that ring, what would you have paid for it?
I could see paying a pull for that at the very least.
You could see paying a poll for that, and you got it for what?
I didn't get it for anything. I gave it to somebody else, Jack. I literally bought it and gave it to the sorceress, who you should have given it to in the first place.
And had I known ahead of time...
Had you known ahead of time that an item with 10% faster cast than all resistance might have been worth something to a sorceress. Do you hear yourself?
Well, in my mind, I think of a ring as needing to have 20% faster cast to be worth a damn.
Like I said, if you can't make the determination yourself, and you are a thinking, reasoning human being, what makes you think that a personal loot system is going to be able to do any better?
It goes in the freaking inventory of the NPC, and then the next person in the game can grab it. Like,
not everybody checks the NPCs. I check the NPCs because I know that people are stupid enough to sell items that are worth money. I've literally bought a Homunculus. I've literally bought an All Resistance 5 charm from the NPC. I've literally bought a 100 poison damage, like 10% fire resistance charm. Like, literally, when you look in there, you find gold mines of things that people sell that they don't think are worth anything. And that's just the items that they sell to the NPC. A lot of the items just end up on the ground. They take them, they look at them, and then when everybody's gone past, they just drop them on the ground and nobody ever sees them again. I literally have joined games before with our own kinship, by the way, where I literally go into a game and I literally go to kill Mephisto or Baal or whatever, and it's already been done. And I go to the place where Mephisto is standing, and literally on the ground at Mephisto's feet is literally items that are very valuable to other players in the kinship. I picked up one pair of gloves. It was like a +2 javelin, 20% increased attack speed with 2 resistances. And the person didn't even bother to identify it.
you're correct. People don't understand the value of rares, and they don't understand the value of magical items. They don't get it. And is that because personal loot was a thing, or is that because people just don't understand that the best items in slot tend to be blue and yellow? It has nothing to do with personal loot. Like, this is because people don't know what things are valued at, because the stuff don't get traded, because it's not, nobody goes around saying, hey, what can I get for this?
Okay, let's take an example of something that you've been asking for a while. The Ethereal Tanner Gore Red Plague. You value the item, other people don't. In a personal loot system, if that item dropped and it went to somebody who didn't value the item, which is a 99.9% surety that they're not going to value that item because it's not a very good item, they're going to probably drop it on the ground, in which case you're never going to see it again, or sell it to NPC, and since it is a super large item, you're probably also never going to see it again. Those are the kind of things that happen in the personal loot system, is that literally these items just disappear into nothingness.
Incorrect. In the personal loot system, that what would happen is that person would go online. and they would try to find out what it's worth.
No, they wouldn't. Not a tender-core red pike. They know it's not worth anything. Pretty much everybody knows that pike is worthless. In fact, most people just leave it on the ground. They don't even bother to identify it.
Google it.
You're talking about a small subset of people who play a barbarian item find character. It's the same way that literally people will find a jeweler's plate of the whale and will sell it to the NPC because they think it's trash. Not a lot of people know that you can take a jeweler's plate of the whale and you can turn it into something amazing.
Right, because there's no personal loot. They just throw it on the ground and think it's worthless. If there was personal loot, they would be like, oh, this is what I got this game. What's it worth? And they would go fucking look, and then people would tell them. They would be...
Jack.
We have the internet.
Stop
people
cussing.
would be like, oh. People would be like, oh, this has value.
They don't look the stuff up. They leave it on the ground. Literally, they leave it on the ground. They just leave it right there.
All right. They just leave it on the ground. What happened when you grabbed the headhunters tonight?
I grabbed it because I know the value of items. You can't use me as an example.
Hold on, did you not look it up to see how good it was?
I wanted to see how
Was
it
that not
rolls.
the first thing you did was to see how it rolled?
Because I know that it See, you're using an example of someone who literally knows like almost everything about the game to try and represent someone who knows nothing about the game.
If your items were personal loot, when you got something, you would value it, and you would try to figure out what its value was worth, and you would sell it for that value. This is not 20 years ago when there was no internet. This is a game where you can actually look up something, and you can be like, oh, Kelpie snare.
And you know what's going to happen? And you know what's going to happen? He's going to post that on a Facebook page or a Reddit page or a Discord. And you know what they're going to tell him? They're going to tell him it's trash. Because the Headhunter's glory is universally considered trash. The 3-socket version that you're using for a very specific purpose is not something a lot of people know, that niche use of the item. And he's going to post that on something. They're going to tell him it's trash. They're going to tell him to Charcy it. Nobody's going to give him correct information, and he's going to throw it away.
Like my 3-socketed ethereal mage.
And here's the difference. And here's the difference again.
I know has value, and I'm not going to just throw it away. Because...
And here's the difference between the personal loot and the global loot in that scenario. In the personal loot system, you would have never seen that item drop. He would have eventually just sold it to Charcy or gotten rid of it in some way, shape, or form. Dropped it on the ground. In a global loot system, you would have seen it drop. And even if you didn't get it, even if you did not pick it up and he picked it up instead, you would still know that it dropped and you would still be able to go, hey, I need that. What do you want for it?
10% of the time. The other 90% of the time, that person was in a game with a game name that was 12756394322.
Not everybody plays that way.
With the same password.
Not
because they
everybody
want to
plays
loot
that way.
themselves.
Not everybody plays that way.
Like, it's a multiplayer game, and the reason you can't hit the refresh button and more games pop up is because everybody's playing solo, because
do you know why I play solo?
People.
Do you know why I play solo? I play solo because I like to be able to kill stuff. I play solo because people go too fast. I play solo because I have my own pace, and I like to keep my own pace. So when I join a game with a whole bunch of other people and they're going ridiculously fast, and literally I get to Bale and he's already dead, and I get to Diablo and he's already dead, and I get to Mephisto and he's already dead, and I get to the Travancore and they're already dead, and I get to cows and the cows has already been done, it's a little frustrating. So when I play a single player game, I'm not playing it because I want to keep the loot to myself. I'm playing it because I actually want to have my own pace to the game. And anybody who's willing to play at my own pace, I'm more than happy to play with. But those people who want to go 10 million times faster than me and kill everything before I get there, I'd rather not play with. And when I join a public game, it's the same exact thing. If they have the same pace as me, I'm absolutely fine. If they're going too fast for me, I leave and I join another game. It's not all about loot.
I'm here to tell you you're a rare snowflake.
A rare snowflake.
most people want to stick with the group.
Some people are leaders and some people aren't. I like to set my own pace, and that pretty much makes me a leader. If you like to set your own pace, you're a leader. Even if that means you're going slower than everybody else.
If you fall behind, you're still leading?
Because you have set your own pace. You're going at your own pace. You're going how you want to play. You're playing how you want to play. You're going as fast as you want to play. You're killing the monsters that you want to kill. It's your own pace.
Again, in Diablo 2, that doesn't work. Because you can look at the freaking game names in the lobby and
Yes, and you
let's
choose
go
them.
MF together.
And you choose them depending on what you want to do.
Again, the people who understand the value of the game and understand how the mechanics work and all that, they make group Magic Find games. They make a game that says let's MF together. And the people who don't and just want to be able to not have to fight over what drops are the ones that are in games with the same password as the same name, like because they just hit play in the lobby or in the main screen.
And when I make my games, literally the password is almost always the same every single time. If I really wanted to play by myself, wouldn't you think I'd actually make a password that was hard to guess? It's not about playing in a private game. It's about playing with people who you would rather play with.
Right.
And a lot of the people that come into these games are still pretty much puppies. They still pick up items just like the pubs do. It's just more of a controlled environment. I'm controlling the environment because I'm the streamer, and
Yes.
I'm inviting the people into the game. And if I don't want them into the game, I'm gonna leave and make a new game because that's just what you do.
Yes. When I'm playing, if you're on, I'm playing with you because you have a controlled environment because you are a streamer. If you're not on, I'm playing with people in the kinship who I've built a bond with, or I'm playing by myself, or I'm running in people's kill Andy games to go kill what I want because I understand the concept of player count. I understand the fact that when other people are around, they're going to be able to loot whatever drops. That's the problem. Like, nobody wants to play together because it's not equally distributed. Unless you're in a group like this, a community like this, where we'll pull our resources and we'll make everybody better. When you're just going through here and you're finding a game, like I'm gonna go this way, you go that way. Like that's how it's gonna go because everybody understands that you have to fight their ping. I'm not here to fight your internet connection. Like I'm not trying to see who
can. Competition.
I'm not here to see who has the better internet connection.
I used to be like that
I
used to be like that a long time ago. I used to play Counter-Strike. I used to play all sorts of games that were very based on milliseconds of determining like who was a little bit faster than the other person, who had the higher refresh rate on their monitor, who had the lower millisecond ping, who had the closer connection to the server, so they were losing less packets. All of that stuff. You know what that stuff comes down to? It doesn't come down to anything. I played with a bunch of guys on a clan for years and years and years, and they were always slightly better than me, and I could never figure out why. And one day when they were drunk, they sent me a message and they said, "Hey, you should be using the program we're using." And they sent me a link, and I downloaded the program, and it was literally an aimbot program, and they had been using it the entire time. And every single time I got better, every single time I got a little bit better at the game, every single time I got more headshots, a little bit better kill to death ratio, they just upped the settings on the program. The program literally had settings for everything. You could literally set it up to get a headshot every 3 kills. You could set it to get body shots every 4 kills. You could literally set it to miss every 5 or 6 shots. Like, you could literally do anything you wanted this program to make it look like you were a good
Sounds like
player.
a picket to me.
Well, my point is it didn't matter.
You wanted to pick up.
But
you
it
can
didn't
prioritize items.
But it didn't matter. I was still better than them. I was literally still better than them, despite the fact that they were using the cheat program. And if they had ever turned the cheat program up to the point where it was discernible, I would have noticed.
Didn't you say at the beginning that they were better than you?
They always were slightly better than me, yes. Because they were always slightly turning up the program every time I got better than them. It was very interesting, because it was always...
Why should I compete with somebody who's willing to cheat? Why shouldn't it just be a roll of the dice?
See, now you're getting it. The cheaters,
Right.
the cheaters
We
are
can't stop
always,
the
the
cheaters.
cheaters
That's
are
the problem.
always going to be there. They are
They
never
can't
going
stop
to
the
go away.
cheaters.
They
So
are-
let's just freaking make it random.
They-
100%.
They are never going to go away. You're trying to get rid of the cheaters by saying, oh, well, let's get rid of the system that they're using. Okay, so let's look at how that turned out. So when they initiated the personal loot system and they made it so that people couldn't steal the loot off the ground, they then got the loot and then they sold the entire account. And then once they realized they couldn't sell the entire account, they figured out ways around it by transferring ownership in various other ways. They also figured out other ways to cheat besides picking up the items off the ground, like, for instance, making your character invincible, making your character appear where they are not so that they could farm monsters with relative impunity. They literally figured out how to move their dead bodies around. I have seen so many cheats across the years that I can tell you that if what you're hoping for is that personal loot will get rid of the cheaters, it won't.
I mean, they'll cheat in another way, sure, but it will not. It will get rid of the people who are profiting off of the fact that they're using a computer program to gain them profit.
It won't. They just find another way of making the profit. In Final Fantasy XI, they sold ores, they sold anything that they could sell. Even when they couldn't sell the account, they were selling the items in the game. They would literally come up to you in the game to sell you the items. And even if they couldn't sell the items for money, they would sell you the items for in-game currency, and then they would sell the in-game currency. They will find a way to make their money off the stuff, and they will farm it, and they will ruin the game economy just the same way as before. You're looking at the picket bots, and you know what I'm looking at? I'm looking at the fact that the bots literally farmed Diablo 2 out of existence. They literally made the items so common and so ridiculously easy to get that literally jaw runes were next to worthless. You could literally buy like a 30-pack of jaw runes on JSP for next to nothing.
I mean, let's not bring JSP into it. JSP is totally different. That's currency over time, and I can't stand JSP.
But JSP is full of bots. The very thing that you hate, the picket bots, the people who come in and use the picket, the people who use the bots, are literally using JSP to make their money.
Could they if it was freaking personal loot? Or would they have to trade for it?
They would still be able to do it even if it was personal loot. Especially if it's the way that people want personal loot, which includes trading. Then they would just be guaranteed the items no matter what. So the items would drop on the ground. You would have no chance at the item that they get. And then they could take that item and then they could sell it. At least with the system that is currently in place, if an item drops on the ground and a bot has a chance to pick it up and you have a chance to pick it up, at least you actually had a chance at the item before the item gets sold on an auction house.
You didn't. You didn't have a chance. You were up against that computer. You didn't have a chance.
That's what you think, Jack. That's what
You're a human. They're a computer. Just because you beat the bot,
they are still limited by all the same variables that we are: distance, run speed, actually clicking on the object. All of those things are things that they are still limited by, and you are still limited by. And when you have the advantage, you have the advantage. Just the same way as when we talked about earlier, the 5 millisecond difference. It only makes a difference when you are both literally about to click on the item at the exact same time. The person with the millisecond difference is the one who wins. The bot is literally only going to have the chance over you if you are both going for the same item at the exact same moment.
Who made the game? The bot?
It doesn't matter. The 5 millisecond bonus that he gets for making the game does not matter.
Who noticed the item before you? The bot?
The person who's paying
had a-
attention.
The bot. The bot.
The person who's paying
The
attention. Are you
freaking
paying attention?
computer.
Are you saying you're not paying attention? Is that basically what you're saying?
Your brain can't respond as fast as a computer. I've seen bots turn on vigor to go pick up an item.
Yes,
Like, I've
because
seen them
they
click
are limited, and that literally proves exactly what I'm saying, because they are limited by all the same variables that we are. So they have to do these things to try and reduce the variables. The vigor is so that they can get there faster, because if they don't get there faster, they're not going to have an equal chance of picking up the item. They will teleport over, they will try to get themselves as close as possible, but at the end of the day, if you are closer to the item, you have the optimal chance of picking up the item, not them, and they know it, and that's why they do all these stupid things to get themselves over there quicker, including teleport and vigor.
And most of the time, they're closer to the mob, like, because they're a melee-based character. Yeah, they're throwing hammers, but they're a melee-based character.
And
They're
most
right
of the
next to
time
mob.
in those bot games, the bot is the one that's doing the heavy lifting. So when you're in that situation and the bot is doing the heavy lifting and the item drops next to the bot, of course the bot has the optimal chance of picking up the item because he's the one that's performing the kill. Which is exactly my point, is the person who's actually killing the monster knows when the monster dies, and because they know when the monster dies, they have the optimal chance of picking up the item. The bot is generally the one killing the stuff, and so of course he has the optimal chance of picking up the item. He's literally right there within his hammered-in range, and when he kills it, the item falls on the ground right next to him.
That's not how bots work. Like, they just see the item drop, and then they process it faster than a human brain can process it because they're a computer.
And if they're standing right next to the item, and if I'm standing right next to the item, and we both have an equal chance of picking up the item, I will warrant you that in that situation where we both have the exact same chance of picking up the item, the bot will win. But that is not how it occurs 99% of the time. 99% of the time, one person has the advantage over the other, and you pretending that the bot stole the item from you is a lie because the bot always had the advantage to pick up the item even before the bot program was calculated in. When you have the advantage to pick up the item, you will get the item if you are paying attention.
You won't, though. The calculations
Jack,
in
Jack,
this middle
Jack,
section
Jack,
won't
Jack,
add
Jack,
up.
Jack, 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 Jack. I know what I'm talking about, okay? And I understand you don't want to give up a point. But at this point, you are taking over my entire stream, and I'm going to have to ask you to stop.
Done.
Does anybody want this white monarch or not? I'm just going to leave it here on the ground. It is in game Cows GGM 11:16. If you'd like the white monarch. I actually got to go to work tomorrow. I didn't even realize it was 12:30 a.m. at night, unfortunately. But I guess that's what happens when you have a lively conversation. Oh, there's a bunch of items on the ground here. I'm going to drop some stuff on the ground before I head out. Here's a knife for that tension. Let's see. I know I've got something I could drop on the ground. Yeah, those. I was gonna up those. Oh yeah, dang, hold on. I got Natalia's boots and Natalia's armor. Shalmick. No problem, man. You can't steal items with telekinesis. It doesn't work. It doesn't work on items. It only works on like potions and keys and stupid stuff. It doesn't work on items. If it did work on items, that would be a whole other story. Every single bot would be a sorceress, and every single bot would be spamming telekinesis on every single item. Actually got 2 of these now, and if anybody wants a head striker. I also got this this wand that I made with the +3 poison and bone skills, 20% faster cast, 3 to low resist, 1 skeletal mage, 1 poison prison, 2 bone spear, 4 skeleton mastery, 3 bone armor. If anybody wants that white, it's actually a pretty good base for a poison necro. It's 16. Cows, GGM 11, 16.
A gift for you. Thanks. Thank you.
I know I got something else I wanted to drop on the ground. I can't remember what it is though. Type in the game, the game of the. Type in my own game name wrong. Literally the one that made it. Oh, it's already full. All right. Well, I was gonna drop some more items, but you guys have already filled up the game. It's not a big deal. Oh man. Can I do a video on how to discern what rare and magical items are trash versus worth keeping? That's a pretty long video, but maybe I could try and work something up. I did come up with something similar recently. Let me see if I can pull that up, because I did actually have a video kind of like that already on. God, what was it? God bless it. I got too many freaking windows open. I'm over here tabbing through 1,800 things. I mean, this one's not exactly what you're asking for, but I do have this one, which is interesting. It's basically a video on what charms you should keep, like what charms you should take a look at, and kind of like figure out which ones are valuable and which ones aren't. So like going over things like all resistance charms, faster recovery, things like that, like the combination of the effects, which really kind of makes for a better charm as opposed to just simply the individual pieces. And I think I have another one sort of similar. I'm trying to remember. I've made so many videos. It's ridiculous. This video right here is mainly for newer players. It's basically like kind of like things I wish I knew when I was a brand new player. You know, stuff that that may not seem apparent. Like it's things that that I just kind of like go over, and hopefully, like for those of you who are brand new, you'll get a better idea of a lot of the like things in the game which are not apparent to newer players. So hopefully that will help you guys out. And it's not in Diablo 2 Resurrected. It's actually in Diablo 2 Lord of Destruction. But you know, it's an interesting one. And I think I have another one on here. Da, 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 da. I believe that one's actually in there. The Assassin's opening lock chests. I don't know. I'll see if I can put something together specifically around that general idea. I could have sworn I had something similar to that already up though, and it's bugging me. Now that's an interesting one. If you guys have never seen this one, I would recommend this one. This one only has 70 views on it, so you probably have never seen this one. In Diablo 2 Lord of Destruction, back before Diablo 2 Resurrected, a guy came along and he said that his name is Blaze 420, believe it. And Blaze 420 came with a pack of items that he would sell essentially. And he would trade like 20 unidentified amulets or 20 unidentified rings, and he would get, you know, items for them. And then the person was essentially gambling for what these items would become. Well, he came into the game and he wanted to do it on stream, and he dropped basically a whole lot of these items on the ground, and I went through the process of identifying each one and judging them based on what the stats were, and I kind of talk about each individual item and what it could be worth. You know, I single out certain items that are basically garbage. You know, and I go through the process of talking about a lot of them, and it might help a lot of you guys if you're interested. That particular video right there is literally almost an hour of me identifying items. I kid you not. Like rings, rare rings, unique rings, rare amulets, unique amulets, rare gloves like druid helmets, circlets, all sorts of interesting things, and just kind of going over them to figure out what's worth keeping and what's not. And I even make little piles, and I literally talk about why this particular item is worth more than another, and why this item is trash, and I go over things like level requirement, because certain items, they have really poor level requirements, and despite the fact that they have maybe some very nice stats, they are too high level. And some items, although they might look like trash, when you look at the level requirement, you're like, oh, well, this is only like level 10, and this is actually a really, really nice, you know, item for a level 10 character. I have a couple more Theorycraft videos coming up, actually. I was actually thinking about a very specific build with a Zeal Paladin, and kind of revolving around maybe the word destruction. I was thinking about the word destruction. I was also thinking about a couple other words. I'm not exactly 100% sure which one I want to pick. I also have an interesting idea with an assassin, which I'm not really fully fleshed out yet. What's up, M. Turney? Your connection has been interrupted. That's right, Frater Frank. Hmm. I mean, one of the things that you definitely want to pick up is gloves. Gloves tend to be actually really nice because you can get +2 skill affixes on them. And the +2 skills can be combined with things like the blue ones can have 40% faster attack speed, so 40% IAS. And things like jewels, you're definitely looking for things like 15% IAS. You're looking for 40% enhanced damage. You're looking for all resistances. All resistances is very nice to have on a jewel. I actually found one earlier that was all resistances 13 with +5 strength, and I was like, hey, this is a really nice jewel, probably a little bit better even than an Umrune in certain pieces of equipment, because Umrune is 22 all res in the shields. And when you're looking at boots, obviously, you're looking at faster run walk. You're looking at resistances, magic find. When you're looking at rings, rings are very odd because you can have so many different rings that are good for this particular character, but they're absolutely terrible for this one. And so many rings that are good for this character, but terrible for that one. Like right now on my Necromancer, I'm just looking for rings that have magic find and other effects. Like I don't want to wear Nagel rings anymore. I want to wear a ring that has magic find and then also has like all resistances on it. And so I'm using like a 7% magic find ring that has 10 all res, or I'm using like a 10% magic find ring that has like mana and life on it, as opposed to using the Nagel rings, which don't really offer very much in terms of health or mana or or any type of really help at all, except for a couple damage reduced by points. There are also some very interesting items that spawn with the jeweler mechanic. I don't know if you guys have ever seen the jeweler mechanic. Jeweler mechanic is essentially a modifier that gives something 4 sockets. So when an item spawns with a jeweler mechanic, you can have a really nice item, like for instance a Archon plate of the whale, like a jeweler's Archon plate of the whale, which has 4 sockets and 100 life. And if you come across a jeweler's Archon plate of the whale with 4 sockets and 100 life, it's worth a lot of money. It's worth good trade value. There are people who are definitely going to want that. There's also a Monarch shield that spawns with deflection and sockets that is blue. Both of these are blue, by the way. If you find a Monarch shield that's deflection with max sockets, it's actually worth a lot of money as well, especially for going and trading for maybe something like a Jaw or a Burr rune. There is some very interesting circlets and things you can find that are blue. Like, for instance, you can find a jeweler's circlet that has like +3 fire skills or +3 lightning skills or whatever. And think about it like this. If you have a circlet that has 2 sockets and it has +3 lightning skills, you can also put 2 lightning facets in it, and you can literally have an amazing lightning circlet or a fire circlet or an ice circlet. And these are the kind of things that people do with these items. Specifically, one that a lot of people look for on gloves, for instance, is the 20% or the 40% faster attack speed combined with +2 javelin skills. Those are actually very highly sought after to reach certain IAS breakpoints. And it's just really interesting because a lot of these rather unknown items that people don't know exist, they will literally leave on the ground or identify and sell to the NPC because they have absolutely no idea what they're worth. And it's interesting because there's so many times I've been running along, there'll be a pair of boots on the ground, there'll be a pair of gloves on the ground, and nobody picks them up, and I identify them, and they end up being something great. And the cool thing is I don't know if you guys know this, but you can actually upgrade rare items. So if you find a regular pair of gloves or a regular pair of boots on the ground that are normal difficulty and they have really awesome stats, but they have really bad defense, you can upgrade them to a higher tier. It's not a big deal. 15% max IAS jewels are actually sought after by low-level duelers. Believe it or not, the like sub-level 30 duelers, like so basically level 30 and down, are looking for those kind of jewels that have max damage and various effects on them that are lower than level 30. So that they could put those in their equipment and I guess get the edge up on the other low-level duelers. There's actually a whole market for low-level dueler equipment that a lot of people don't know about, and it literally is just items that are very low level that have the ability to be worn by like a level 30 character, but they have amazing stats for that level 30 character. And those are items also to look out for. Any item that could be a low-level dueler piece of equipment. The low-level dueler levels, as far as I know, are level 15 and 30. I'm not sure if there's any others, but level 15 and 30 equipment can actually be very valuable depending on who you're trading it to. Exactly. The 5-socket Rune Master axe is actually kind of interesting because it can be sort of customized. A lot of people like to find it ethereal though, so they can throw a Zod rune in it and then customize it with what they want. I think that's kind of the like accepted use for the Rune Master axe is ethereal with its Zod rune and the right jewels. Although I think even with the Zod rune and ethereal and the right jewels, the Rune Master axe still has a lot of weapons that are better than it. But I mean, granted, you could always just take a Rune Master axe and throw like max shales in it, like all the shales you could possibly put in it, and then just wear it on your Zealer and attack like absolutely amazingly fast. It does have cannot be frozen on it, so it's not like the worst weapon in the world. And you would definitely hit some very nice IAS breakpoints. Don't get me wrong. So if an item has a huge percentage increase, it does actually make a big difference. It's very similar to a lot of the higher level rune words have like 300 or 400% increased damage, and things like Bone Snap Maul have 300% increased damage. So if you find an ethereal Bone Snap Maul, for instance, you can upgrade the ethereal Bone Snap Maul to the Hell version, and that 300% ED comes along with you. There are other items that are worth upgrading, like for instance, Gold Wrap could be upgraded for max potion slots. You can also upgrade, like Mage Fists and Frost Burns for a little extra defense without too much of an issue. You can upgrade Skin of the Viper Magi to the Hell version for a huge increase in the defense. It really depends on like a case-by-case scenario. Like, does this increase the level too high? Does this increase the strength too high? Is it still usable by a character? What am I gaining from this upgrade? Am I gaining damage? Am I gaining defense? Am I gaining, anything worthwhile? And a lot of the times when it comes to a weapon, of course, you're gaining damage. So damage is important for those characters that need a weapon upgrade. And for armor, as long as the strength requirement is not going over what you can handle, it's usually okay, which is why people like to upgrade the Skin of the Viper Magi. Or the Gold Wrap, for instance, they upgrade the Gold Wrap because they want the extra potion slots. Having a crappy Gold Wrap with horrible potion slots is terrible, and all you got to do is take some very basic runes and gems, and you get the upgrade for the first tier. So I have the recipes actually programmed in here. It's upgrade armor 1, and as you can, when he actually replies, you'll see that the recipe is really cheap. It is an extremely cheap recipe. There's no reason why no one should be able to afford that. A Tal Rune, a Shale Rune, and a Perfect Diamond are fairly easy to come by, and the first upgrade from tier 1 to tier 2 is the easy one. So most of these normal level uniques and stuff that are rares that you're upgrading one tier are super, super easy. All right. Anyway, guys and gals, I got to get some sleep. I got to go to work in the morning, unfortunately. I will be on tomorrow, most likely. I'm not sure exactly what we're doing. Maybe we'll do a new character day. I don't know if any of you guys are interested in a new character day, but maybe I'll pick up a barbarian. I've been contemplating the idea of building a shield barbarian, just for the lulls of it. I've always wanted to make a shield barbarian, and I have no idea if it will actually work, but it could be fun. And I do have a storm shield, thanks to Onyx. So I guess we'll see. I figure storm shield's probably one of the best shields I can put on a barbarian. Although I do have a couple other shields I can use in interim. Wind Druid doing Ubers. I'm not sure about that. I mean, he does have 2 damage types. I'd have to look that one up. I don't think I've ever actually tried to do a Wind Druid on Ubers. Yes, the Elite tier for upgrades is definitely a lot more difficult than the normal to upgrade. All right, guys, I will see you tomorrow, and thank you all for joining. Make sure you hit that thumbs up button, subscribe. I appreciate